I'm just going to assume that it's going everywhere, including YouTube. So I got some dots on a screen right here that we can start with. This is CFR. So these are ongoing conflicts. Got a few dots over here. Weird that there's no dots like in here. It's
Well,
just,
they've got one.
yeah, it highlights the entire thing when you go over it, I guess. Just this dot is that entire region. It says its impact is limited on the US, but it's definitely worsening.
I'd say that that's an accurate assessment, in my opinion. Um, would you want me to give like a summary of what's going on, or
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so? I mean, as far as the Sahel is concerned, um, everything kind of. Well, for starters, it's always been one of the poorer regions in the world, and when we're talking about the Sahel here, we're talking about Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso mostly. But the Sahel, it extends from like southern Morocco all the way to Eritrea if we're talking about the desert that people are referring to proper. And it's basically like this lawless like extension of desert where, anything goes. Well, it's a big smuggling route. It's a big crime hub. A lot of violent militant groups operate in that area, things of that nature. But where the violence is definitely the worst is Mali, um, Niger, Burkina Faso, and to a degree, this violence has started to affect some coastal West African countries as well, like Ghana, Benin, and Togo. But those three countries are where it's kind of concentrated the most. So, kind of how this all kicked off is in 2012. A bunch of Tuareg militant groups. Tuareg being like a group of people, semi-nomadic people who kind of dwell in the North African and Sub-Saharan African desert. They basically launched a rebellion against the Malian government. And to be clear, this wasn't the first time they'd done something like this. They'd done it in the early 2000s. They'd done it in the 1980s. They'd done it in the 60s. I believe there was one in the 90s as well. And yeah, kind of the reason for them launching this was they believed that the northern half of Mali, which they refer to as Azawad, they consider their like ancestral homeland and whatnot, had been neglected by the government and had been they'd faced discrimination at the hands of the Malian government, which is based in the south of the country, and so they launched this rebellion, and things get real bad real quick. Um, the rebellion leads to kind of a measure of lack of confidence in the government, and it led to a coup. I believe that same year in 2012 or 2013, and then as it went on, the whole uh, the whole sort of movement got co-opted by violent jihadists,
Mm-hmm.
and a bunch of different like jihadist groups started sprouting out in this area. You had Katiba Masina, you had El Muabitun, you had Mujao, which stands for the Movement for Oneness and Jihad in Africa, and yeah, kind of starts sprouting. One of the prominent um, Tuareg commanders at the time, a guy named Iyad Aghali. Uh, not to mention also Al Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb was involved in this, but Iyad Aghali, who'd been kind of a key figure in this rebellion on the Tuareg side, had then moved over to the jihadist side of this conflict. And Aghali, his father um, was a Tuareg militant back in the 70s who was executed by fellow Tuaregs on accounts of possibly collaborating with the Malian government. And then I believe in around the 80s, when a drought hit Mali, he left for Libya, where he joined Gaddafi's Islamic Legion, which was kind of this almost an IRGC-esque thing that Gaddafi did, where it supported different militant groups and stuff like that abroad under the guise of being like a humanitarian mission, oftentimes is what they would do. And Al-Ghali was part of this. And there were, reports that he'd fought in Lebanon on the side of Hezbollah against the Israelis, that he'd fought in Chad on the Libyan side of the Chadian-Libyan war. So this guy was an experienced fighter. He goes on to join the jihadists. Some people say it was because his cousin influenced him to do so. Others say it's because he'd read some or met with some people who had like more extreme thoughts when he was part of a Malian diplomatic envoy between 2005 to 2008. Whichever it is, he did eventually end up switching sides. And the insurgency kind of moves on. By 2015, it spread into Burkina Faso. And I think around the same time, the Islamic State sort of came into the fold and formed the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, or ISGS, which was a splinter group out of the previously mentioned Mujah organization, which is the movement for oneness and jihad in Africa. And by 2017, a bunch of these sort of jihadist groups had formed a coalition, among them Katiba Masina, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, who else? Al-Muabitun, some splinter factions of Mujah. They'd all formed under one banner called Jamaat Nasr al-Islam al-Muslimin, or JNIM, or JNM, or whatever you want to call them. And by 2017, they'd formed this very large coalition against the whoever they were fighting in the Sahel. And they're linked to Al-Qaeda, and their leader emerged as Iyad al-Ghali, the previously mentioned former Tuareg rebel leader. And since then, they've been launching attacks against Malian, Burkinabe, and Nigerian, lesser degree in Niger. Niger is mostly dealing with ISIS in the east of the country, or would it be the west of the country? One of the two. And that's mostly their problem. You don't really see JNIM attack Niger that much, but they do. Niger is most of their problem is with ISIS, and kind of ISIS fighters who come in from Nigeria and stuff, as well as ISIS fighters who come in from Mali's east that borders Niger. But JNIM would, to this day, they just went on and on with attacking and attacking Malian
as soon as they
military
had
bases.
actual group territory in this chart, but they do not.
Yeah, that's part of it. The thing with JNIM, they have been able to, I don't know if controlling land would be the correct word, but they have managed to cut off certain towns and cities in Mali and Burkina Faso from the Malian state or the Burkinabe state or whatever it is. And ISGS, or Islamic State, has been able to do the same in Mali's east. So, for example, if we look at the city of Timbuktu, JNIM has had that blockaded for, I want to say, since like August or September. They've had that city blockaded since August or September. And as recently as yesterday, they actually launched some rockets at the military airport there. They've had the area blockaded. The price of food in that city has tripled. Gas stations are closed down. People have to rely
That's
on
what I was going to go into next, is the ecological effects. the compounding effects of terror, like terror, crime, ecological, like climate change.
Right.
Africa is one of the. That's why I thought it's funny that the thing we were just looking at, where I was like, oh, it says it's getting worse, but its impact on the U.S. is low, because I think this is something that is like, eventually is. It's like 92 in Afghanistan, how it was like everyone was like, hey, you guys shouldn't walk away from this. So
Right.
France is leaving now. But so just famine in general is directly linked, and then also just because of climate change, we're going to talk a lot about climate change in Africa throughout this stream. So this is kind of just dipping our toes in the beginning, but especially for terrorism, a big part about this is gold, which I have highlighted right here. Is the gold smuggling will have a lot to do with why shit is going down, because that's just the resource that you need. And you'll see Wagner also doing this, because Wagner also wants to secure gold for Russia.
And I mean, a report that came out pretty recently said that Wagner has smuggled approximately $2 billion worth of gold out of the country. We'll get to how Wagner gets involved in a bit. But
yeah, and here's terror deaths with gold mines.
Do you have a link for this that I can share?
This is
my story
for the stream.
So people can watch it.
I can give you the YouTube one right here. I'll put it in private chat for you.
Cool.
Easy peasy. So, it used to be blood diamonds, but now just ANCAP Paradise, everything's off of gold now.
I mean, well, what changed? What changed it from diamonds?
Just because gold is harder to trace with and it has an actual assigned value to it. So like the blood diamonds were more of sold to legitimate companies, they still are.
Yeah, okay.
So
yeah.
What's also interesting is the way the attacks happen is that they're in this region, a majority of them are firearms and not explosives. It's literally mass shootings is the terrorism that happens in these countries. So, if there's anything that we can connect with, maybe it's that.
It's a little bit morbid. Happy New Year.
Yeah, I mean, as far as JNIM's tactics go, you will see in their footage they release of attacks, depending on how fortified the base they're attacking is. In a lot of cases, they do refer to these military bases as camps, because that's kind of what they are. They're encampments where the Malian or the Burkinabe military will, set up tents, some water barrels and gas barrels and stuff like that, and kind of just set up base there. But in some cases, they are in fact actual military bases, with walls and buildings and stuff of that nature. And generally, they don't really have to do, if they're attacking one of these makeshift camps acting as a military base, they don't really need to use explosives. They kind of just go in, shoot up the place, and then burn everything down, and then take what they can, usually guns and explosives, rockets, things of that nature. They'll take boots, because that's I mean, I remember I saw a recent video from an attack on a base in Mali. I think it was in Mordia in the west of the country. And there's a video of the JNIM fighters. They're showing off all their loot, and they have.
I think don't we put this video in one of our Let Them Eat Cakes? I think
maybe,
think
but
it might be the same one.
One of the things that they show off in this big old I guess loot crate that they've taken, that includes they've got ammunition hanging from the trees, and they've got guns and rockets. And one thing is there's got to be 100 pairs of boots just sitting in front of them. And they'll take these things because a lot of these guys are running around wearing sandals, so the boots are a valuable commodity for them. There's also a lot of, you'll hear a lot of people online who are from this region. You know, they'll say the junta arms the terrorists. That's like a common saying online that you'll see with people from this region, because ultimately every time they lose a base, JNIM or a Tuareg militant group or whoever ends up getting their weapons and whatnot.
And like with all these coups that have been happening, if you look at the actual like terror deaths that are going on, I mean, like 2017 Burkina Faso, and then like especially lately, this won't be updated until March, so this is data from March. But just you can see the trajectory just progressively, not progressively, getting worse, advanced. And like, why
Right.
wouldn't people just not look like what why would you keep faith in leadership at this point?
Right, and I mean, while we're on the subject of leadership, we should note that all three of the countries I've mentioned have experienced multiple coups within the last 3 years. In the case of Mali, they had a coup in 2021, and then they had another coup later that year where the current president, Assimi Goïta, came to power, and his whole narrative was he was gonna kick out the UN and kick out the French and basically rid foreign influence from the country. That's what he did. The French have pretty much left the country, and the UN is progressively pulling out and handing over bases every other day. And then around the same year in 2021, I want to say, or 2022, he invited Wagner and actually a couple people within the Malian military, including members of their air force. Three of them, three members of like higher ranking officers in the Malian military ended up getting sanctioned by the U.S. earlier this year for for basically facilitating Wagner into Mali. And this involved things like meeting with them in Russia to secure their flights to Mali. This involved stuff like securing their access to gold in the country, etc. So Wagner's been there since about 2021. Now, it should be noted, a lot of people like to speculate that with the other two countries being those countries being Burkina Faso and Niger, that Wagner might be involved in those countries. That's not the case. We haven't seen any real proof that Wagner has gotten involved in either of those countries, although the Burkinabe military and the military and the government, because it is a military government, since their coup in 2022, the two coups that they had in 2022, have gotten closer to the Russian government. Russian security leaders meet there somewhat frequently. Every couple months, they meet with the president. They have like a memorandum of understanding that they're going to build some like nuclear power plants over there, although actual plans for that have not really been produced. But there's an understanding that Russia is going to help them do that. But and while we're on the topic of Burkina Faso is kind of the outlier, I think, out of these three countries in the sense that it has this problem, and it is. I don't think it's a Muslim majority country. I think it's like 50-50 between Muslims and Christians, and their problem comparative to like Mali is that it's purely sort of seen as a northern issue, and it's kind of seen like there's a bit of like a split in this sense, in the sense that people from southern Mali are a bit more like ethnically and religiously different than people from northern Mali. So I'm not no I'm sorry, Burkina Faso, not Mali. They're kind of seen as religiously and ethnically different, and that it's kind of seen as their problem, and a lot of people from the north of the country are treated with suspicion and have been arbitrarily detained and stuff like that. And in the case of Burkina Faso, they had their coup in 2022, and it was sort of a direct result of what was going on in the north. A lot of people felt as though the military wasn't doing a good enough job in fighting off JNIM and things like that, and that a lot of the citizens over there had been forced to fend for themselves. So, which is why Burkina Faso, after their military coup, which was started by this guy named Damiba, I think, and then he later got overtaken by the current guy, Traore, who everyone seems to think is like the second coming of Thomas Sankara just because he wears a military uniform, but that's another topic.
I think it's the red beret that sells them.
Yeah, it's the red beret, but the junta started forming these civilian militias called the VDP, which I believe in French translates to something like
Diamond Dallas Page.
something like Citizens for the Defense of the Fatherland or whatever. But the VDP had
VDP.
VDP, yeah, they had to be formed because the Burkinabe military just didn't have enough troops or supplies to really hold off JNIM and ISGS on their own. It should be noted that JNIM and ISGS have actually fought each other as recently as maybe like November or October. There was a clash between ISGS militants and JNIM militants. JNIM being Al Qaeda linked and ISGS obviously being linked to the Islamic State. And back in July, a ISGS like leader or commander or whatever was actually killed by JNIM in Mali. So that's one thing. And then in the case of Burkina Faso, back to these civilian militias I was talking about, they've kind of been accused of carrying out, massacres against the population and stuff because people kind of attach that to the fact that they may not have the discipline of a regular army, and that's why they do that. Burkina Faso has a bit of an advantage that the other Sahelian states don't really have, in the sense that they have a more developed air force with quite a bit of Bayraktar drones supplied to them from Turkey and some better fighter jets, I presume. So they're able to exercise their air power against insurgents the way the other two countries are not. Now, moving on to leadership in Niger, that one kind of came as a surprise. As you guys know, we did do a bit of a intro on it earlier this year when it was going down, when the Nigerian military decided to remove President Mohamed Bazoum, from power. Mohamed Bazoum is still in custody, although back in, I want to say, August or something, or September, one of those months. It's a couple months ago. They alleged that he tried to escape, which his lawyers deny. But yeah, they still have him in custody. It kind of came as a surprise because Niger hasn't, although it is still very much a problem, they have not suffered from the insurgency as much as the other countries have, given that they mostly only deal with the Islamic State and that it's very concentrated in one part of the country, which is the Northwest. So it kind of came as a bit of a surprise for some people, because the situation, while it is bad, isn't really as dire as Mali or Burkina Faso, where if you look at Mali, the insurgency could very well threaten, the country's whole existence as we know it.
One of the things with Niger specifically is that it was considered the most stable democracy of that region.
Right, and Bazoum was generally regarded as pretty pro-West, and he was democratically elected as well. I don't exactly know the details of that election or how transparent it was, but it seemed as though he was chosen. And when he was supposed to be sworn in and inaugurated in as president, there was a coup attempt as he was going to be inaugurated back in 2021, but that was eventually put down by the Presidential Guard. And yeah, I mean, just recently, French troops pulled out of the country. So the Mali insurgency has been pushed back recently by Wagner and the like. I don't know about that one, man. It seems as though attacks occur pretty frequently. I mean, just within the last week, we've seen 3 or 4 attacks on Malian military bases in the country. And then you've got JNIM is launching rockets at Kidal, which is a city that the Malian military took back in November. He might be referring to the Tuareg insurgency. The Tuareg insurgency has definitely faced setbacks. The Tuareg insurgency, I mentioned previously, had somewhat been co-opted by jihadists, but that insurgency, let's talk about that for a second. In 2015, there was this accord signed between the Tuareg militants and the Malian government in Algeria, known as the Algiers Accord, and that kind of held things together between the Tuareg militants and the Malian government until about August of this year. Both sides claim the other side violated the ceasefire. It's really not clear who actually did. But it basically led to this string of Tuareg separatists attacking Malian military bases in the north of the country. And then it kind of led to, in November.
how is one of the stipulations in here like this might be okay, this was actually old, so I want this one, the Algiers agreement, maybe this one that's when 2022. No, I don't know.
No, this one was signed in 2015, the Algiers agreement or accord, one of the two. But
because right here, this was an old one, but I was like, wait, it's Iranian assets, how are they involved in this? But old news.
Right. In November, the Malian military and Wagner moved into the northern city of Kidal, which is like kind of a bit of a Tuareg militant stronghold, and they took over the city and pushed the Tuareg militant groups out of there, and that kind of has put a bit of a pause to the Tuareg militant group activity in the area. More recently, there was bombings of the city of Tinzouaten, which is in the very far north of Mali, near the Algerian border. There's actually another city called Tinzouaten on literally the other side of the border in Algeria. And in these bombings, they killed a guy named Hassan Ag Fagaga, I think his name was. He was a kind of a key Tuareg military commander.
Unfortunate name.
It is an unfortunate name, but he was killed. He was a little bit older. He was middle-aged. He'd been fighting in various sort of uprisings, Tuareg uprisings against the Malian government since, I want to say, like the 70s or something. But he got killed in one of the bombings. And there's also been this whole diplomatic row between Algeria and Mali as of recent, because Algeria basically hosted a bunch of Tuareg militant leaders in their country, I guess, just for like talks. And I guess Mali didn't really like that because it wasn't done at their discretion or whatever, which I'm not trying to be biased, but I don't understand why they would be upset about that when Algeria is kind of one of their like main guarantors of like peace. Like they're kind of the ones who broker these peace talks, so it would make sense for the Tuareg militant groups to meet them. Maybe I'm reading into the situation wrong, but they were pretty upset about that, and they ended up expelling the Algerian diplomat in Mali, which I like to think that the Algerian diplomat was like, "Oh, thank God, I get to go home now." But yeah. Like I'm going to be honest, like I wouldn't want to be the guy who's permanently stationed in Mali as a diplomat. Like I don't know about you, but that seems like kind of a shit gig. But yeah, as far as the Tuareg insurgency goes, things are looking, it's definitely might be looking like they'll go underground, but who knows? The whole capture of the city of Kidal might lead them to kind of push back even harder. In the case of JNIM, though, they don't really seem to be going anywhere as far as Mali is concerned. I mean, carry out pretty regular attacks in the area. And speaking of Kidal, Wagner was involved in the recapture of Kidal. If you look at a lot of the videos that came out of Kidal the day the Malian army recaptured it, you can see like, Wagner fighters on motorcycles and guarding, military vehicles and things of that nature. And you know, it's not hard to tell that they're the Wagner fighters because they're white dudes in Mali. So, you know, you can guess who they're with. Um,
Well, uh, another one that's on here that's like that we don't really need to get into, but the Central African Republic. This is basically Wagner's war.
yeah, in a
You know,
lot of ways.
CFR says it's unchanging, so there's not really updates
One
here. But
one last thing about
go
the
ahead, yeah, yeah.
Sahel before we move on to the Central African Republic. The Sahel, I'm sorry, Kidal. Were actually protests there, like I think today or the day before in Kidal, where a bunch of people rallied around because I believe the government had shut down the road between Kidal and a city called Gao. Now, a lot of the people in Mali, their jobs usually entail them to kind of travel between city to city to sell goods. So this isn't something that people would be favorable of because it cuts into their livelihood. So that's something to keep an eye out on. And onto the Central African Republic, though. So there's rumors that Wagner might end up getting replaced in the Central African Republic. But before we get into that, let's kind of go into what kicked off this war. This war is one of those
Gold.
You could say that that's part of it. But this war is one of those wars where it's definitely like there's not much. I don't want to be rude, but there's not much complexity to it. It's not one of those things that you have to read too much into.
Yeah,
Basically,
mainly because it's a fight over a gold mine.
Because like
who controls that central gold mine?
The reason it kicked off was in 2012. There were these Muslim rebels called the Seleka that kind of came into the foray, so to speak, and what they wanted is they wanted to get rid of the president at the time, this guy named Bouazizi, and a lot of their complaints were rooted in whatchamacallit, and things like discrimination and neglect in the north of the country and things like that. And what happened is the Seleka eventually got all the way to the capital Bangui, and they took power from Bouazizi and took control of the country. And the guy who led the Seleka, Michel Djota, was like I guess he expected that the Seleka, like the kind of, which was like a coalition, would dissolve. He would expect them to dissolve, and I guess that just didn't happen. So
and then then we can. I just want to then to respond to that, the anti-Balaka. I was laughing because it says here that the name means invincible in their language. Do you remember what it means?
I don't know what it means exactly, but this is one of those like conflicts where you do have groups that have like amulets and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that believe,
so that's what it means. It means that they wear a voodoo amulet that repels Kalashnikov bullets.
Yeah, I mean, I think a prominent leader of the M23 was killed that way back in like 2015. This guy, his name was Jesus. He said that, I can't remember if he was part of a pro-government militia or if he was part of the M23 in the Congo.
Look, right here. There's even like, oh no, it was just about how the Congo is displacement.
But he was killed because he was trying to prove to his men that he was like impervious to bullets, and he was like, shoot me, and they shot him and they killed him. But yeah, it's not a great way to die. But
yeah, so
yeah, as time went on,
the UN eventually pulls out.
Yeah, I think an African Union peacekeeping force was involved there. You also got to remember Bouazizi, the guy that the Seleka kicked out. He was he gained power in 2003 during the Central African Republic's Bush War, which is not a war that I know much about, but he gained power basically through a war. And yeah, as far as when Wagner comes into the fold, I think they came in there in 2018. I don't know. I could be wrong about
I
that.
think you're right if I remember my Wagner history. Let's see if it's
But
in here.
they basically came into the foray in 2018 because after a certain point, the violence between the Seleka and the anti-Balaka had gotten so out of control. And there's even a rebel group there now called the Coalition of Patriots for Change, or the
Yeah,
CPC,
that's literally what I was
which
just
is
on.
actually a collection of both Seleka and anti-Balaka elements that want to take out the current president,
That's interesting.
Faustin Touadera. Now, I mean, the Central African Republic is crazy. There were rumors that Kony was there back in like 2019 or something. You know, like people think Kony might have been there for a little bit. But I mean, I still think one of the craziest and probably best Vice documentaries to this day is when they sent Danny Gold to the Central African Republic.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then he meets the anti-Balaka forces and stuff.
He meets the anti-Balaka, and one of
Yeah.
the funniest things about that, there's like a member of the anti-Balaka. He's like wearing like a Sidney Crosby jersey, like a Pittsburgh Penguins jersey. It was funny as hell. But yeah, and I mean, as of right now, I mean, the most recent thing I heard about it was 2 days ago. The UN actually dispatched forces to a village in the north of the country. I don't know I can't. I know I have it in my head, but I'm not going to try and pronounce the name of this village. And it was basically because a rebel group called Return, I think it's called like Return Reclamation Rehabilitation, or 3R, but they also fall under the Coalition of Patriots for Change kind of umbrella. They went into that village and they killed about 21 people and, you know, set the village on fire. Like 3,500 villagers fled from the area, stuff like that. But the UN basically sent forces over there because you know, to, I guess, investigate the situation and distribute humanitarian aid. But yeah, that's the most recent I heard about it. In November, I think the CPC actually took over a village called Moyen Sito, and I think the mayor of the city, he called like a media outlet. I think he talked to Reuters, and he said that like 48 hours later, he like called the government for assistance, and he still hadn't gotten a response. So. But when it comes to Wagner, there's actually rumors that they might be getting replaced by an American company called Bancroft, which is just another, you know, like private military contractor. And there's apparently some representatives from that company went and visited. They met with some pretty high up people in the government, and they could be possibly replacing Wagner, because I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe they're not satisfied with the job Wagner's doing or whatever, or it's some kind of ploy by the US to try and insert their influence there in some way. But yeah.
Type in chat what you want us to get to next. So yeah,
either way, Wagner leaving is a massive W. I just wanted to mention that I was just reading through the what is this, the watch list thing that you sent, and I've been reading along as you guys have been talking about it. The Central African Republic has the largest percentage of their population in need of humanitarian aid, so that's pretty cool.
That ties in.
I believe it.
That ties in. I accidentally hit print. That ties into like the ecological effect.
Well, that's what I was going to mention here. Is they're 181st for resilience to climate change, which is only above Chad.
Oh, well, shout out.
Yeah. Only 25% of women have completed primary school. So that's pretty fucking low. And it's also saying that armed groups are indiscriminately targeting women and using rape as a weapon of war.
Yeah, so, like, something that happens there.
There's a lot of issues in this country.
Yeah, and you're gonna love this. A lot of the mines in that country are run by the Chinese.
Yeah, I think I knew that actually.
Yeah.
They're all cobalt, right? Child slaves.
Cobalt, some gold. I think it's
Mm,
mostly gold, actually.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Maybe they're
Central
cobalt
African
somewhere else.
Republic is filled with gold. That's the gold. That's the gold place. But
The
um,
gold country.
yeah, um, just to South Sudan unchanging, civil war. The issue with South Sudan is real simple. Okay, they had a war for a very long time. The war ended. They got independence, but they still had a lot of guns, and because there's guns, the violence continues. So it's one of those places where it's like weapons going there is a huge problem, even though they're like even
A
that is
lot of a
limited.
lot of a lot of a lot of the weapons that were like kind of flooded into South Sudan actually came from China. And I think there was an arms embargo on the country in the time when China was supplying those weapons. In the case of South Sudan, there a lot of people kind of had their hopes up that there was going to be change earlier this year when they finally, I guess they created the first military unit, or they'd finally like integrated all military units, like because military units in the country used to be like segregated along ethnic lines, but now I think they're all integrated, which was kind of seen as like a pretty big step for the country. But of course, that wasn't, you know, going to be the end all be all, because just a month or two after that, there were several attacks between, members of the Dinka and the Nuer tribe over there, and the violence kind of seemed to continue. But yeah, I mean,
The
again,
leader
one of
of
those.
the Nuer tribe is trained by First Group.
Is he actually?
Hmm.
It's nuts.
I mean, he might be dead now, but and and then Slava Kerr, who's Dinka, is peeing himself in public now. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, so it's an old conflict that is
Very
so.
old. This conflict is so old that when it was happening, it happened back when Western media and American media in particular still gave a fuck about conflicts happening on the African continent. So
It was
that's how old
crazy,
this
yeah,
conflict
and
is.
like a big part of it was like also evangelicals painted it as like Christians versus Muslims.
Yeah, that
And
was
like
part of it,
I
but
remember even in school they like had this whole thing where like they brought Sudan refugees in, like when I was in school.
yeah, I
And
mean,
it was still
even
like when did South Sudan become a country?
2011.
Okay, so yeah. So this was while it was still not, yeah, still Sudan.
But I mean, even when you look
There,
at
yeah,
Dar,
there are a lot of Sudanese immigrants here as well, which I would assume are refugees.
I actually met some people from South Sudan like yesterday.
Hmm.
It was a shop owner heard me on the phone speaking Arabic, and he was like, "Oh, where are you from?" I was like, "Oh, I'm from Egypt." And he's like, "Oh, I'm from South Sudan." I was like, "Oh shit." But but uh,
Sudan itself, um, not great.
oh no,
I think if James is around, he might want to come to talk about this.
yeah. And
Ping him,
speaking
see if he's around.
Hmm.
speaking of Sudan, that was the Darfur conflict back in 2003. That was also old enough to the point where people in the media and American media still gave a fuck,
It's
and
caused by oil, by the way.
and
Oil
a lot
companies
of
went in
the
there and shit. And they were like, "Hey, want to start a war? To you want
ooh,
to displace the people here?" And then they sent the militias in, the RSF. The Janjaweed. The oil companies would then send them in. They would displace those people. They would expand their pipelines. Trying to think which specific oil companies though. There was two
they're
that were
mostly
really bad.
Chinese. This is you're
No,
gonna
this was
love this.
this was United States oil companies. This was like the Darfur genocide, like
Hold
way
up,
back 20
hold up,
years ago
hold up.
when it started.
Jack's gonna like this. The reason a lot of the oil in Sudan to this day is still owned by Chinese firms is back in like 2003 or 2004. There was an arms embargo on Sudan, and the only country besides Russia that was willing to sell them weapons was China, and China sold them weapons, and you know, in exchange, Sudan let them do some explorations of different oil and gas sites in the areas that they were genociding in Darfur.
Oh
So
man.
if you look up a
Boy.
lot of the oil firms that control oil and gas plants in Sudan, you'll find that most of them are Chinese.
Doesn't sound good for them.
I
Although the
mean,
American company's not
articles
really
from 2005
bad.
how oil drives genocide in Darfur.
American companies are just as bad at the end of the day.
I should pull up the oil infrastructure in Africa
Mm.
so people understand.
Especially when billions are on the line.
I mean, in the
A
case of
genocide
Sudan,
is
it's
worth
kind of-
it to these people.
It's I mean, it's kind of nuts though, because the supply is dwindling and they sponsored
Mhm.
a war for a supply of oil that only lasted like 20 years. You know what I mean? And the supply is like running out as we speak.
It's still
And
worth
it's
it
like-
to them. They
it's like-
still
it's like
make their
you-
billions.
It's like you did all this shit for a 20-year supply of oil. Like, that's so fucking stupid. At most, a 30-year supply of oil, you know?
Yeah.
Assuming any of that oil is going to be viable in the next 2 or 3 years if this conflict drags on. And, you know, the RSF and the Sudanese military keep blowing up oil pipelines.
I found a better quality image here. Hopefully it will open good. See, that's the thing, is this shit is so old. It's like, I don't know if this one looks better quality. But like South Sudan has the processing facilities, and South Sudan has, so like Sudan has a processing facility. That's what this is right here. It's a processing facility. And so the fights that are still ongoing in Sudan and South Sudan are in these two regions right here because the oil is there.
Yeah,
right?
that makes
But
sense.
so with these economic pacts we've talked about many times in East Africa, like basically like some type of ECOWAS situation might occur. Like these are just like the the dotted lines are proposed pipelines, right? So it's like South Sudan could join into these economic pacts that they're trying to form in East Africa and be a huge oil exporter there. And basically, because now they have to rely on Sudan, who they're at war with, to refine their oil. So if these
Yeah, it
pipelines
really would be
go
a good
through,
idea.
it would hopefully benefit South Sudan a lot. The
definitely
people would
looks
still
like it.
suffer, the tyranny would still be there, of course, but like maybe a little better insecurity.
Especially if they're in a collaboration, they could have almost free transit to the shipping ports as well. If there's like, if they just sort of share the profits even, just be like, oh yeah,
But
this
then
is
you
for
also get the
everybody.
Belt and Road shit with China as well.
Yeah, and that's the issue, because if China gets in while they're building this, then it's just gonna lead to China owning it.
See, it's also like this from 2012. Them trying to do this has been going on for a long time, and the region's only getting worse ecologically speaking. I mean, it's the most violent year we've seen in a long time. 6 years, 7 years since ISIS.
Okay, where are we moving now?
Well,
you guys want to stick to Sudan, or do you guys want to go
well,
somewhere
I
else?
want to see, maybe James will talk about Sudan, but we can talk about Libya or the Congo. We've talked about the Congo a lot on the show, so we don't really need to get a lot of details if you follow us.
Let's talk about the Congo for a little bit, because there's been a little update. So last month, the East African Community, which is like a collection, it's like a little like kind of like intergovernmental organization between, I think, like 6 or 7 East African states. Anyways, they include like Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Burundi, all these countries. They pulled out of the Congo at the request of the government, who I think saw it as like ineffective or whatever. And I believe today, actually, the UN is supposed to start preparations to pull out of the Congo. And now they're being replaced with the Southern African, it's like the SADC, the Southern African something, which is a collection of states from like South Africa, Namibia, Mozambique, like Namibia, Botswana, like countries like that. And they're supposed to be deployed to the country. They actually, I think they just landed in the country as recently as today, and I guess they're supposed to be there to help with the issue of the M23. And yeah, we'll see how that goes for them. Obviously, we've talked about it pretty extensively here. The M23 coming out of the remains of the sort of civil war that happened in the Congo, which was again sort of caused by the blowback from the Rwandan genocide. And it's a lot of evidence has proven that they're backed by Rwanda, even though Rwanda will consistently and categorically deny that they were ever backed by them. But
Did you say SADC?
SADC, yeah,
South African Development Community. Is that
there
the
we
one?
go.
No,
Yep,
it's
that's the one.
it's
Yeah,
this right here. I have it right here.
Okay.
they just got deployed to the country like a couple days ago or something. But
The
yeah, I
United
mean,
States said this was in May. The United States, they said we're going to do it, and the United States says this was premature. Okay, United States, and the UN is leaving. Probably aren't they leaving now? Today?
they
Aren't they on
should
their
should be leaving like today.
So the Congo has been like in the top 10 conflicts to watch for the last like 3 years.
And I mean, we talked about this on a previous show, but there's concerns that the M23 could move into the city of Goma, which is the capital of North Kivu State, which is where most of the violence is really happening. And they recently cut off several kind of land roads to this city that's like 30 minutes from Goma. So there's concerns that they could move in. It even reached a point where the UN was taking up like defensive positions in the city of Goma in the event that the M23 would try to storm the place, I guess.
So
Goma is a really interesting city, by the way. They actually sit on top of an active volcano. And that's why when you go there, or if you ever see videos from there, like the roads, like the streets are black, like the ground is black because they sit on top of an active volcano.
we also have an election that just happened here.
Cool.
DRC opposition protests election results despite government ban.
Yeah, Felix Tshisekedi has claimed victory in apparently winning 70% of the vote, although the opposition and I think some outside observers are saying that it was a very sketchy win, to say the least, and there's been quite a bit of protests and violent upheaval since then. So
It's going to pay me. Looks like it's going to pay me.
Oh, it's Bloomberg. They're going to paywall you.
Chuck it through Google Translate. It'll unblock it.
No. We don't need to. We don't need to be stealing articles live on stream and stuff. Anyway, Congo remains something to watch. Basically,
Let's have a look at Somalia.
well, Somalia unchanging is what it says.
You guys
here,
want to
too.
hear about Somalia?
Honestly, like shit hasn't changed. The United States was supposed to leave; it came back in.
I mean, I think on the 17th of this month, December 17th, they killed that guy. What was it, Halim Ayman or Ayman Halim or whatever his name was? They killed him, like joint operation between the Somali military and the U.S. military. I think that guy was responsible for an attack on a U.S. military base in Kenya way back in like 2017, something like that. There was also, I mean, Al-Shabaab has carried out like 2 or 3 attacks against the Somali military this week. Something to keep in mind about this conflict is it seems that both sides are exaggerate like the casualty counts. Like both the Somali military and Al-Shabaab say they killed.
I want to see what Wikipedia, if Wikipedia has brackets on like
say they kill way
The
way more
estimated death tolls, you know?
the opposition than they actually have. Like, for example, I think Al Shabaab carried out an attack like on the 24th that they say killed 50 Somali soldiers. Now, that isn't entirely unreasonable. Al Shabaab can do stuff like that. That has been known to happen in the past. But there's
With their bomber guy.
they did display a lot of bodies in like a video they released of the attack, but it wasn't anywhere near 50. Let's put it like that. And then the government claims to have killed, I think last week they claimed 2 separate operations where they killed 80 and 130 Al Shabaab fighters, which seems a bit high even if you're like using airstrikes.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
It does seem a bit high.
Yeah, I mean, even, because like 80, 130, I mean, if you catch a lot of guys gathered in one place, the high seems to be that people usually kill about 20 if you catch them all gathered in one area. But like anything above 20 to 30 seems a bit high for militant groups, at least. Usually groups of civilians, you can kill a lot of them because civilians usually do gather in one area.
Mm-hmm.
So you can kill like 80, 130 with one airstrike. But in the case of militant groups, they don't generally gather in one area like that. You can just strike them. Even if they do, it seems highly unlikely that you kill 130 of them.
Yeah, it seems a bit high. That's very interesting.
There's
And
another one
so
we
what?
could say, like, sorry, go ahead.
Do they come out with their actual death numbers as like a fuck you, no, we had less deaths, and they're like trolling each other?
anytime the Somali military carries out like an operation, Al Shabaab will actually respond by releasing a video of them attacking like Somali military positions, and then showing like they do this thing where they like animate Somali flags onto the targets, and then they'll animate like like the like Seal of Muhammad flag on them. And they'll take like a video of them like shooting them up and stuff. But yeah.
Oh my god.
I think there was a recent attack on the 28th where 16 members of the Somali military were confirmed killed in an attack carried out by Al Shabaab. Al Shabaab didn't actually give a number for that attack, but independent sources using like social media accounts and stuff like that. When people mourn people's deaths on social media and stuff, that's how they find out about a lot of the people who've been killed in a certain attack. Actually found that it was 16, which seems reasonable. I could see that happening.
Hey Jack, can you post an Instagram story about the stream with a link for me?
I think I already did.
Cool. Awesome.
I already shared Ace's post, so that should be fine. Let me just double check.
In the case of
in the case of
49 out of 52 countries in sub-Saharan Africa face at least one severe ecological threat. And the population is also just that's something I have a population graph here somewhere. But
how many people are there in all of Africa?
Like 1 billion?
There is 1 billion?
No, wait a minute. So the country with the largest population is Nigeria, and they have close to 300 million. Egypt is a close second. They have 100 million.
Okay, so it's 1.2 billion as of 2016, so probably more.
Is that what it says on the graph?
That's what it says on Google.
1.2 billion, yeah.
Population 2023.
Yeah, that would make sense because with just Egypt,
1.4 billion for all of Africa.
With just Egypt and Nigeria, you get close to 500 million. So
almost 1.5 billion.
Okay, this is it right here. So this is like youth population, right? And it's like just skyrocketing in sub-Saharan Africa. Well, it's just in comparison to everywhere else. So,
Where are all these places?
well, this is interesting because this is,
Areas.
yeah, well, this is like the estimation by 1950 to 2050.
Mm-hmm.
So
Interesting.
a lot of it's slowing down, but there's also a thing where it's like you check here, it's like where is population growing the most? It's where there's no peace as well.
Mm. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and this and it's all compounding: climate change, instability, the like the what was that one where it's like the how to deal with authoritarian regimes.
Mm.
They had a chart in there where it was the circle. You remember that? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm looking at. Which one was that had the circle?
It should still be here. Hold on. It may have been the peace index.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. Forget
Anyway.
about it.
I'll keep looking.
You're talking about Somalia, so the flood. The floods there are.
Here it is.
You found it.
It's a nations in transit one.
Yeah, go ahead and share it. Throw that up wherever it is. I have too many things open. I couldn't find nations in transit right now. Because I think this is just like a great little graph. This is exactly how it works: the protest, the repression, the appeasement, the power concentration, and this is just the decline of
guys. Everything
democracy globally.
Everything from the Armed Conflict Survey is uploaded onto the drive.
Nice. So
great.
I think this is like whenever I hear that there's a protest in a country, it's just like the fact that Ukraine's protest actually overthrew a government. How many regimes took note of that? Also the Arab Springs, right?
Yeah.
That shook up a lot. But anytime I hear a protest, this is just I'm just okay, so someone's about to get more power concentrated to them. And
yeah, every time, every single time, it always results in concentration. But
I think one of the biggest attributes to violence is this right here: is the increasing authoritarian regimes. More than even climate change or anything else. It's the autocracy cycle. Especially where it is here. Africa is a little different because Africa has a much different type of conflict, which we'll still go back to and get back into a little more. But I figured we'd start getting into some of the stuff up here in protests and stuff. Because, if you look at this is World Population Review, but it's these are the wars that are going on. It looks pretty nice in the, Eurasia. It doesn't look like there's violence there.
Yeah, it's very red in Africa, though.
Most of it's the terrorist insurgency, though.
Yeah. You got Mexico. Does the color denote anything, or is it?
Yeah. It says right here. It's Civil War is dark red. Yellow, which is this one, the only one that's yellow. Civil War, drug war. Iraq is terrorist insurgency, political arrests.
Yeah.
It's cool that they don't list Syria as a terrorist insurgency, because that'd be duty.
It's a civil war still.
But then, this place recognizes stuff. But, obviously Israel is going on too.
This is probably more current.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff with CENTCOM, which we'll also get into in a little bit when James comes
Mm.
on. So we'll do Sudan and then CENTCOM and Yemen and stuff,
Yeah.
which we will get into the confrontation with Iran. So let's can talk about what's going on over here. Did you see? Didn't Kim Jong Un just warn the U.S. that they're going to cause a war or something? And then I'm pretty sure
Something
this
like
is a
that.
joke. I'm pretty sure this is a joke, but I reposted it just saying I'm choosing to believe this is true. But it said that he sent 3 people up in a hot air balloon to die because they supported Israel or something.
Wait, Kim Jong Un did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to choose to believe that that's true as well. That is hilarious.
So, territorial disputes in the South
Ooh.
China Sea.
Mm-hmm. That's a big one.
Yeah, where do we start?
I mean, Philippines is probably a good place.
We start with crashing a boat on an island.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they did. They were so intent on keeping China from staking claim that they crashed an old ship onto the Spratly Islands. It's very funny. 9/11.
I'm like, this is one of those things that people are always I don't know. I think especially because of Taiwan, since Ukraine
Mhm.
happened, people are like worried that like this is where the next conflict is going to start, is in the South China Sea.
Yeah. And if China keeps going the way it is, it's seeming likely. They really aren't slowing down, and they're pushing further and further out. So they're just pissing off more and more countries. I mean, Vietnam already hates them.
Yeah, but if it's not actually going to
Philippines.
start a war, because there's for a war between the U.S. and China to break out,
Mm.
I hope the Philippines start sinking Chinese ships and spraying them with those.
I kind of hope they do as well.
That would be funny if it became a water fight,
Mm.
But the U.S. isn't going to fucking like do a confrontation with China, like a war with China,
Not over the South China Sea.
unless they overstep to a huge degree,
Mm.
So,
Like striking a land target or something.
well, as far as like, I think that China recognizes like they have this line that they don't overstep to create
Mhm.
military action, and they can just keep expanding and do whatever they want.
Yes.
I mean, it's like this. A lot of states do this. I mean, but not in this way. Like Israel obviously is expanding its territory in a very violent way.
Mm.
I mean, you could say that this is violence as well from China, but
Yeah, they're just ramming ships. It's not missiles and bombs.
yeah, I think people get a little too carried away sometimes with China, considering
Mhm.
what like the coast of Yemen was looking like not too long ago.
It's
Did you
still
see
it's still
China put out
definitely
a
something
thing
to
where they
watch.
were like, you could call us, the Chinese Navy, for help, and then they got community noted, and it said they were called for help multiple times and didn't respond to recent crisis or something?
No, I didn't see that, but that's so funny. They can't get a win, can they?
Well,
It's
they could have
very
helped
funny.
people.
They could have. They chose not to. But if something does pop off, they've also got Japan sitting there too. Japan's not going to fuck around. Like if something goes on with the Philippines or Malaysia or Vietnam, Japan's right there. They're not going to let China do anything. And if China retaliates and hits Japan, that's when America will step in. Or they're like, fuck it, let's go for Taiwan.
Ow. I don't know. I don't know.
Time will tell.
I think it's gonna be a lot more of like the same stuff. Because why escalate anything? Like they know exactly, like they haven't escalated shit. It's been the same shit going on for years
Yeah.
with boats. And then we also just did a Myanmar stream. So
Yes, yeah. What's next?
I did have somebody who wanted to include some updates on Myanmar. He's like I sent it to some people who were from there,
Mm-hmm.
and they wanted to say they especially wanted us to say that they don't need China.
They don't need China.
Yeah, so it's like the way they say a lot of them were saying it kind of implied that like they need an outside state to help them, and it's like they don't necessarily need China. It's just that they can help and hasten the end of the conflict. Just like how the
Right.
Mujahideen in Afghanistan didn't need the United States or those Stinger missiles.
But they
But
took
it
them
hastened
anyway.
the end of the conflict. But the
Yeah.
issue is like after hastening the end of the conflict, did they prevent the next one from starting, or did they flood all
Yeah.
those things in to make the conflict that happens next? So that's the thing, is what you have to think about when you hasten conflicts like that.
Mm-hmm. It's
But-
an interesting question. I guess time will tell. It's the only thing at this point.
What about Haiti? Anyone know about what's going on in Haiti?
Zero. Literally zero.
I know a bit.
This guy one time was assassinated.
President was assassinated about 2 years ago. Since then, these gangs, known as the G9, which is basically a coalition of gangs under this former police officer who's, I can't remember his real name, but everyone calls him Barbecue.
Yep. Why do they call him Barbecue?
He burns people alive. In any case, this guy was a former police officer and kind of the muscle of the former president. And since the whole assassination, he's kind of taken over most of the capital city of Port-au-Prince. And yeah, you know, you have obviously opposition gangs, and you have gangs that have formed in response to him to kind of defend their communities and whatnot. And you know, this guy Barbecue is probably the most powerful guy in the country at the moment. And last I heard about it was maybe a month or two ago. Some members of the G9, they attacked a hospital. I don't know the exact reason why, but they attacked a hospital. Obviously, there were people in there, so quite a few civilians. I think about 30 got killed. And there's also been kind of this ongoing push and shove between Kenya and the UN Security Council.
That's what I wanted to get into, is Kenya.
Try and get Kenyan police officers to
They're
go
coming.
over to go about 1,000 Kenyan police officers to go over to Haiti to kind of take control of the
Now,
situation.
I think who's blocking? Is
However,
it Kenya? Who's actually their parliament's blocking it, right?
Yeah, their parliament doesn't want to do it for whatever reason.
Well, they gave very legitimate reasons. It was more of like the roles that they were doing were like, it's like regular police work type thing, and it was something along these lines. Is like they didn't like exactly the role that was being described. You know,
that makes sense to me. I mean, I think,
but it's U.S. The thing is that I think it's very much like the U.S. doesn't want white people doing it, even though the U.S. is running it, because then it looks bad. You know, I feel like that's the energy coming out of this whole thing, and that's why Kenya's involved.
Right. And I mean, I kind of agree with what you just explained about why the Kenyan parliament doesn't like their roles, because I don't think it's very smart to send 1,000 police officers to take care of this
especially
whole gang issue.
To interrupt real quick, don't lose your thought. Think about how the reputation in the past of the UN with like mass, assault, sexual assault, that type of stuff. That would look very bad for Kenya.
Haiti.
That's what I'm saying, is the UN forces in Haiti. That would look bad for Kenya.
So that's the other thing, is it's like, I feel like it would make more sense to send Kenyan soldiers. I think they'd be better equipped to the task. Now, granted, as we all know, just because you send a UN mission anywhere doesn't mean the problem's solved. If anything, it's a sign that the problem is probably going to further escalate. So, yeah, I don't really know what the end game is here, but I mean, the Haitian police are pretty much disabled from doing anything, as is the Haitian military.
It's basically at
And
the point where it's like, could it get worse?
yeah, I mean, the Haitian police won't do anything because half of them are loyal to barbecue, and the other half are probably too afraid to do anything. And then the Haitian military can't really do much because there isn't really anyone in charge to give them orders. So it's not like they can really do anything unless they were to somehow bring a military government into power and be like, all right, we're taking things from here. We're going to eliminate the gangs. Da da da. The new president is like a military officer, etc.
Yeah, I mean, there is basically no political system there right now. It's as far as like if we're talking failed states, as in like how, you know, like at Somalia may only have like control over one section of their country, but they still at least have a government that can like be worked with by outside parties.
Right.
And I think that's one of the bigger issues with Haiti is like, is there even a government at this point? Kind of like how Libya was before.
Right. Right. I mean, Libya's still kind of like that, I think. I mean,
Mhm.
obviously there's a government in place, but I think when it comes to Libya, the militias have the last say in everything. You know what I
Well,
mean?
there's two Libyas. That's the thing. Is like before it was more chaotic than like them having two sides. Someone's attacking him. He's being attacked. The monsters have come for him. Anyway,
He's dead, Jim.
yeah. This man is dead, Jim. So,
Okay, what's next?
well, I guess we can talk about. Calm down. I guess we can talk about some of the stuff with the Mexican drug war. Hear these knuckleheads over here?
Mm-hmm.
People are
So,
setting off a bunch of fireworks in my neighborhood.
yeah.
I don't know if you heard those, but
So the Mexican drug war is one of the only drug-related conflicts that is like actually like killing people. Not that killing people, but it's actually like the military's involved, right? So what's interesting, I have this one chart where it's like drug-related homicides in Mexico. Because, you know, the United States fascist side of the government is like talking about how they need to invade Mexico.
Of course you need to invade Mexico. How else are you going to stop it? Drone strikes.
someone once
This is
told
just
me,
honestly drug related.
they were like, don't you think the State Department designating the cartels as a terrorist organization would help the State Department like go after them more? I'm like, the fuck is the State Department gonna do?
Predator drones.
State Department.
I definitely had a better graphic, but this one's good enough right here. We're gotta find it on this article now. Where do they put it? Is it even in the article? I hate when they do that to me. Okay. So if we go, this is like drug-related killings by states, right? And then you just do Mexico population map. And you can see how these things correlate, right? So, and this is the population map. As you can see, where the population in Mexico is is not where the drug-related homicides are happening, right?
Hmm.
Like one of the worst areas is right here below Mexico City, and that's really it.
I mean, I think the
Which is
thing to
still
understand about the drug war in Mexico is a lot of it is fueled by wanting to take control of smuggling routes, which often
Mhm.
run through the forests and they run through the
Yep.
jungles. And so groups like the Sinaloa cartel or the Gulf cartel or the Zetas or Jalisco New Generation will often fight in very rural, very remote jungle areas and remote forest areas in places like Chiapas and Michoacan and places like that. And that's where a lot of the fighting between the groups take place. Although the thing that seems to make the
Michoacan is
headlines,
the one right below Mexico City there.
and it's very much like in some ways, it's very much a conventional war, what goes on between the cartels and the jungle,
Mhm.
right? You have positions and encampments, and you've got military vehicles, and you've got guns, and you've got plans to assault this position and taking control of territory, XYZ. But as far as the stuff that generally makes the headlines, it's like, if there's a shootout between the police and a cartel in a
Well, that's
city
normally
or
when
in
it
a
makes
town.
headlines.
But if you look at where most of it is happening, it happens in those very rural areas. And I mean, these groups deploy drone strikes against each other and each other in the mountains and stuff. And I believe in Chiapas, actually, I think 3,000 schools have been shut down because of the war between the cartels and whatnot.
Hmm. But this whole idea of the Mexican government not being in control, I think they're in control. Like where you see where their priority should be their people, not the United States border. You
Right.
know, like why do they give a fuck what drugs get smuggled into the United States?
Well, because fentanyl's killing people, John.
Yeah, well, is it? It's our demand, but
That's the other thing too, is like realistically, and this is going to sound bad because it sounds like old school drug fear mongering, but I think this is an opinion, but I think if you realistically want to reduce fentanyl deaths, you would have campaigns to get people off drugs or to discourage people from doing drugs, which we don't really have at the moment. Um, at least not anything strong or concrete. I don't think you're ever. I think it's becoming evidently clear, and it's
Australia
not.
is really good at this sort of stuff, like the anti whatever ads, and all over the cigarette packets and stuff. There's like pictures
Like,
of
it, I
loaded
mean, if
organs and shit.
I mean, if you look, and this isn't just in Mexico, but if you look at drug trafficking worldwide, it's very clear that it's not going to stop. You know what I mean? For
mhm.
every 600 kilogram seizure of cocaine that's found off the coast of Senegal, 1,000 kilos got through. You know what I mean? So,
And I think we'll get back into drugs when we talk about Syria. Um, but here's some routes that we were just talking about. But the thing is that when the Mexican military deals with the cartels, they're pretty much normally it goes very well for the Mexican military and very bad for the cartel. So
and
it's really the
there's kind
police
of
where it gets the issues.
there's kind of, yeah, I mean, the police in Mexico is notoriously corrupt, but there's also kind of this issue that people seem to view AMLO as being as like ignoring the problem or
Hugs not
whatever, just
bullets.
because, yeah, there is that view that he's ignoring the issue and that he doesn't care, and that's why maybe the U.S. should step in. But if you look at the numbers, and John pulled this up for me, every year since he's been in power, he's actually increased the funding of the Mexican military and security forces. So I definitely don't think he's ignoring the issue. I think, I don't know, maybe he's just, the Mexican military has been known to be very heavy-handed in the past, and taken out certain measures against civilians that had nothing to do with the drug trade, and maybe that's where he was coming from. This is by no means an AMLO endorsement or whatever, but
He's
I
leaving
definitely,
anyway. Yeah, it's.
I don't think he's ignoring the problem.
I'm sure it's somewhere in here that he
I mean,
has
I don't
increased
think
funding.
Just Google AMLO increases funding for Mexican military. You'll find like 10
Yeah,
articles on
and
it.
like the Mexican military is like not a terrible military.
No, not at all. And I mean, they're trained by us. They're trained by the U.S. They're trained and supplied by the U.S. So, I mean, if we couldn't be any more
It's
involved,
Look at him. I love it when they do this. This is such dictator shit where they get on the car and drive around.
it's kind of a move, though. Like, you're telling me if you were president of a country, you wouldn't do that? I would do that shit.
All right. Who's ready? Who's ready to talk about Yemen?
Hi guys.
Hi, how are you? You want to introduce yourself to the stream?
Oh sure. I'm Sharon Adarlo, and I'm former crime reporter. Well, I still am a crime reporter. I used to be a reporter for Wall Street Journal, Al Jazeera America when they were around, and they paid very well back in the day. And before they shut down, I covered crime for Star Ledger in New Jersey, newspaper all over New Jersey. Wall Street Journal, I covered crime for them all over New Jersey, New York City. I still follow a lot of crime, and now I've gotten, and I've always been interested in conflict. I'm also Filipino. I'm sorry if I'm all over the place because I really didn't prepare any remarks.
It's fine.
And I recently hooked up with Militant Wire, and I'm writing a big piece on the Houthis in Yemen. I have a lot of connections actually with Yemen. I'm Filipino, but I'm Muslim, and a lot of my friends happen to be Arab, and some of my besties are Yemeni. Okay, so I've always been interested in that area. I saw that you guys were talking about what? Oh yeah, sure.
Well,
Sorry.
I was going to ask anyway, what did you think about the cartel stuff we were saying?
Oh yeah, I thought that was really interesting. I had a question in the chat because I haven't. What I'm fascinated about is because I've covered crime, at least in the New Jersey, New York City area, and obviously there's cartel connections that go all the way to the New York City area. What I heard is that they would ship drugs. Through various ways, but also through the trucking industry. But I'm not sure how true that is.
I mean, that's what we say all the time is I think Nikki Haley recognized this, and even in the Republican debate, that it all comes through standard ports of entry.
Yes.
So this funding bill that Biden even went around and gave to Israel instead of Ukraine, but this funding bill that's been held up, part of the thing is they're trying to make Biden get harder on the border, because they keep saying it's like, well, if border police could do their job, then it would work, because that's what they say all the time. So they want Biden to crack down, to discriminate harder against the migrant workers so they can be exploited harder. And then money will be allowed to go to Ukraine to stop genocide.
Oh, that's so funny. But I don't
As
think.
far as sorry to cut you off, but as far as
go
the
ahead.
whole trucking thing goes, as John pointed out, the majority of which, according to some estimates, is 95% of drugs come through legal points of entry in the U.S. And I live in Arizona, so I do hear a lot of stories about truckers who, they get a call about, don't ask anything about what's in this shipment. If you do it, we'll give you some absurd amount of money, and all you got to do is get it to El Paso by midnight and we're good. So that's definitely something I have just heard rumors about from friends of mine who work in that type of business. Definitely seems possible, though, as far as drugs coming in through trucks, especially trucks driven by U.S. citizens. Oftentimes there's like this perception that illegal migrants who come over the border from Mexico are the ones carrying the drugs. But if you think about it, it would make, if you're the cartel, right? Mm-hmm. Why would you give a shipment of drugs to somebody from, I don't know, El Salvador, who is likely going to be stopped at the border and processed and will be traveling by foot the entire time, or at least part of the time? and will likely be caught at some point.
This is what they want you to
Exactly.
think.
Exactly.
When you could give it to someone who lives in, there's like a city near me called Nogales, Arizona. It's about like 2-3 hours away. When you could give it to someone from there who travels in to and from the Mexican border pretty frequently for one reason or the other. Maybe they go there to get like medicine or whatever,
Yes,
and
exactly.
they
Exactly.
go through the border and nobody checks anything, you know. So
Yeah, so I'm interested in the border because, like I told you, I'm like I was born in Philippines and I kind of have a unique background because I'm 45 now, and for half of my life I was like an undocumented immigrant. I literally came over in the Mexican border. My mom and my brother and me, we immigrated from Philippines to Mexico, and we literally hid from the border police. And I was really sick. I was a young child, and we literally went over the Mexican border through Tijuana, and it's like a long, crazy story. So I'm always interested in border politics, and I'm also obviously really sympathetic to migrants or anybody who's like fleeing, danger or economic deprivation. So I really feel like I mean, you have it right on the money that these refugees or migrants or undocumented immigrants or people who are seeking asylum at the border, they're kind of like the red herring. They're not the ones who are transporting drugs. Like, why would they? And they probably don't have the means to do it, unlike, people who have frequent legal access through the border on trucks. Do you know what I mean?
It's
yeah,
like
no, it
when you
doesn't.
have just basic level knowledge of the situation, you realize, I mean, obviously everyone knows this already, but you actually get like evidence that the whole anti-illegal migration thing is literally just about racism.
Yeah, totally. So, yeah, exactly. And that,
White
and that,
genocide.
oh yeah, and it's not just like El Salvadorians who are, at the border. You got Chinese immigrants, people from Ukraine,
Oh
right,
yeah,
guys?
well,
Like,
Michael the
Oh, you got
murderer
yeah,
loves the Chinese immigrants at the border. He's talking
you
about
get a
them
lot
on
of
my
different
on
who
people.
Alex
who's
Jones.
who said that?
We call him Michael the murderer. He's this reporter who's like just straight.
Oh God.
It's really funny because he doesn't know how to format for Instagram, so it just seems like
Okay.
even more psychotic because it'll
Okay.
be like out of shape stuff. But it's Michael Yon World. He's like a super far right
Oh
reporter,
geez.
but he was in the Iraq War in the Battle of Mosul, and then he did the Hong Kong protests and stuff. But
Oh
his
yeah.
Instagram is just him going on about how just constantly about the Darien Gap and how
Oh yeah.
that's where the military needs to be and the migrants are coming.
Uh,
Like he's just an insane man who wants to kill people.
oh, I'm really fascinated by the Daring Gap.
Me too.
Yeah, I actually want to go there. Maybe, hopefully, inshallah, maybe next year. Because there's still a lot of migration going through there, and I'm trying to like put together like a piece of creative work that weaves in my biography and just migration in general. And I feel like I need to go to the Darien Gap to see people like me, going through that border area, and also because it's Darien Gap. Come on, it's a Darien Gap. um, and what's funny is that if you go on TikTok, there's people who give you tips on how to migrate through the Darien Gap, which is interesting in of itself. But anyway, so the question I had was in the chat was, didn't the Sonora cartel, weren't they telling their people to stop making fentanyl or they were going to kill them because the judicial department, the feds have been, U.S. law enforcement have been really hot and heavy on Sonora cartel members. Like, I haven't
I
really been keeping up.
I think the thing is, I don't know. I don't know about this statement you're referring to specifically, but there was a recent thing that came out from Reuters where they found that the vast majority of like fentanyl lab busts that the Mexican military carry out, or the Mexican police carry out, are actually of fentanyl labs that are completely unfunctional. So the way they detailed
Oh,
it would happen in the report is that, like, a guy in the Mexican police, he might have connections to a guy in insert cartel here, and he'll be like, "Hey, can you set up a thing for us where it looks like we busted a fentanyl lab and we'll pay you?" And in exchange, the Mexican police, they bust this fentanyl lab, they look good in the eyes of their police precinct or whatever, but in reality, the fentanyl lab is not functional. It's not working. There's
oh,
nothing being produced there. And that goes for the majority of busts that occurred between, I think, in 2022 and 2021. And you do see, I'm not saying there aren't any fentanyl labs in Mexico, but you do see like functional ones in that area. It's not like unheard of. But again, the reality of the situation is most fentanyl labs are most fentanyl, I'm sorry, comes from China, and I think to a lesser extent India, because China's been cracking down on it. Obviously, in the case of China, it's actually a very, very well organized thing where people have talked about it, like where people, they set up these shell companies that produce all different types of
so
chemicals, among them
so
fentanyl.
You can call them and order them. You just call them on the phone and order
so
them.
China and India are the ones who are the major like industry centers for fentanyl production.
China for sure. India
Hmm.
is slowly getting there because the Chinese, like the central, like the federal government, I guess you would call it in China, does actively want to crack down on these labs that are producing fentanyl. The issue is it is difficult for them for a couple reasons. For one, a lot of these labs do sell like legitimate research chemicals that like people need for manufacturing or science experiments or whatever. And I think there was a couple of journalists from Vice. They actually went to one and they were like, "Dude, it's like a company. They like have like call centers. They have like,
Oh, that yeah.
it's like a legit lab with like safety measures and like people in lab coats and stuff, and they're
I
not just
think like
producing."
Breaking Bad was really accurate because they're like buying their chemicals from like a legitimate company and stuff, you know?
That
Yeah,
makes a shitload of sense. That's
and the
funny that you're saying it's India and China because I remember when I used to cover crime more regularly for Wall Street Journal, used to have a section called the Greater New York section, where we covered crime in New York, and obviously they came through the ports, and I remember Port Authority busted a huge shipment of I don't know what kind of drugs they were, but they came through like Port Newark and they had like pallets of it and they all came from India and they were masquerading as legal prescriptions, but they were something else entirely, you know.
Yeah, they'll
yeah,
make pills and they'll just be pure fentanyl. They'll like make the pills identical
Yeah.
to like
Yeah.
prescription
And I
medication.
remember because I was at Port Authority at Port Newark and they had like a whole press conference like, "Oh, look at the drugs we found," you
This
know.
is the rainbow fentanyl. This is where it comes from.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
and the
The one
sorry to cut
picture that they
sorry
always
to cut
use.
you off, but
that's
the
okay.
the issue, the other issue that China's facing as well, the central government, the federal government does want to crack on it pretty hard. Local officials don't, because they
Mm.
they make some kickbacks from these companies. The companies will be like, "Oh, we'll toss you 30% or whatever." That's a made up number. I don't know how much they actually toss them, but we'll give you this much money if you can get like the federal government to fuck off, and that's what they do.
China also has a connection with the Duterte drug wars, in that they were the ones. It was Triad or Chinese other criminal organizations that were, producing shabu shabu, shabu, and shipping it to Philippines, and then you'd have like low level drug offenders who would buy these drugs made in China, and they would be the ones who get killed, under Duterte. So there's that connection in Philippines about that. It's pretty interesting. And that was always a complaint by Filipinos, like, why are we tolerating this coming from China? And I would think like China doesn't want that to happen either. But then how are these things going through the ports? How are they being imported? Exported
Well,
rather.
I don't know about you, but I don't think Duterte would have ever gone hard in China, because I believe at the time he was getting a decent amount of money from them
Oh
while he
yeah.
was in power. And yeah, there's a really good PBS Frontline documentary about that whole drug war. I mean, they had I think the Filipino police were like even killing just like regular drug users. It was kind of insane.
Yeah. Actually, the last time I was in Philippines, I'm from this village called Tanawan in Batangas province, and literally while we were while we were driving through town, some guy on a motorcycle got shot by somebody, and the rumor on the street was because he was a drug user. And it, like, literally happened like 5 minutes after we arrived in town, and that was crazy. By the way, shabu is a slang term for methamphetamines, um, and it's also called yaba. It's like
Yeah, I was
the
gonna say I've heard of it as yaba,
yeah.
but I figured it was the same thing.
I don't know why I called shabu shabu. I was thinking hot pot for a moment, but shabu is the drug. Yeah. So very interesting. Hey, I introduced myself like I know who Jack is, who's the Ace Report guy, and John. Who are you guys? Are you on Twitter?
Yeah, I'm the main person you talk to on Twitter.
Oh,
I barely tweet on Twitter.
Yeah.
I just lurk.
oh, what's your guys? Okay, there's John. You're 5th gen, and Jack. What's
It's
your
also 5th gen. We're all
Oh God,
Jack
I'm
and I both have 5th gen in our name.
Oh, that's why I get so confused. And Ace Report dude, what's your name?
You could just call me Ace, but yeah, I'm on Twitter at any Ace Ahab.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll find you guys.
He mostly writes on Instagram though.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll be the one that 5th gen Jack is my one on Twitter. Posting dumb shit or fucking with tankies usually.
Yeah,
I don't take
really
Twitter
use
very
I don't
seriously.
really use it as much as I should for news. But mostly because I spend so much time editing instead of researching and stuff.
Okay, so I guess we're switching to Yemen.
Hmm.
So has I haven't really been keeping up because I was out having fun with family, but have we bombed Yemen yet?
Well, actually, the Gerald Ford is coming home.
Oh.
They're sending it back to Washington right now, which was crazy to me, you know?
I think the U.S. just attacked two Houthi speedboats today.
Oh yeah.
I don't know
Is
how
Gerald
many-
Ford
people
the
claiming
aircraft
they're-
carrier?
Yes.
Okay.
Other people are claiming they were random fishing vessels, and the United States is making that up.
Oh, that's so funny. I mean, well, that's horrible if they were just fishing vessels, you know.
But it wasn't.
I feel like just right off the bat, there's not really good options for the Western world in dealing with the Houthis.
I agree. Leave it alone.
I think that's why they're choosing to leave.
Good.
I think
They made the right choice.
I think honestly, well, the problem is that I've done a lot of research on the Houthis, and I have connections with Yemen. Like one of my best friends is Yemen, and we've been talking about it. And so I guess I don't. Do you guys want me to talk about it? Like,
Yeah, go for it.
okay,
Go
like
right ahead.
this is just my point of view, and you can like interject or correct me. I welcome corrections. Okay, as a former like print reporter, you know. So from what I gather, you know, about Yemen, you know, it's like a very deeply divided tribal society with a caste system, and the Houthis are at least a core group of Houthis. They're a type of Shias, Zayed. I'm probably saying it wrong because, but they're a type of Shia that's different from, you know, like the main group in Iran. Okay, and they've always had a strong affinity with Palestinian causes. Okay, and that's why I think with the Houthis, you should probably take them seriously if they say like, can you guys stop bombing Gaza and then we'll, you know, stop, you know, fucking around with the Red Sea. You should. They're not just doing it to you know, their mischief or nuisance or their provocations in the Red Sea are not just like a way to you know, put it's not just a way to try to stop what's happening in Gaza. Obviously, because they have like a strong affinity with what's happening in Gaza. But they also, it's like a way to say, hey, it's kind of like a calling card to say like, hey, we're major players now, take us seriously. And I guess, sorry if I just don't have my notes in front of me. And the other thing that someone told me, a Yemeni person who's deeply involved in like what's going on there told me that the thing about the Houthis is that they're unpredictable, but they're predictable in that if they say they're going to do something, they're going to do something, and I mean, even though right now I feel like the attacks in the Red Sea are a nuisance because I don't think they've really harmed anybody. And it's fucking annoying. It, maybe in 5 years from now, their capabilities will be stronger. And one of their second in command guys is like basically a military genius who, yeah, sure, he's not educated like the Saudi generals or whatever, but he knows the terrain very well. He's been able to marshal like limited resources really well. Like they're really masters at asymmetrical warfare. What else? But anyway, like just basically in a nutshell, I don't think there's really any good solution to this. I'm like thinking, the only solution that I can think of is that, getting back to the whole tribal aspect of Yemeni society, is that there are certain certain factions in the Houthi movement that are opposed to what's going on, and that you should probably co-opt parts of that, any dissension in the ranks. And also, the Houthis are still, even though they've basically taken over most of the populated areas, there's still a lot of pockets within Yemeni society that are wary or anti-Houthi, especially like sheikhs, like certain like tribal sheikhs who benefited under the Republic, and then they saw that their worth just fell when the Houthis took over. They would be a great opening to kind of weaken Houthi influence in the country, is by empowering those people.
The problem is, I feel like for the better part of 8 years, the Saudis have tried to take advantage of some tribal, like, animosity in Yemen, and they kind of failed because in order for them, I think the issue was in order for them to create a combined force of certain tribes to oppose the Houthis, they would need these tribes to work together. And the problem is a lot of these tribes didn't want to work together. So it's kind of difficult to navigate that if you're not from there. It would take something internal for there to be a sort of, and again, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this. I feel like only someone from Yemen could really explain the tribal dynamics of Yemen, but it would definitely take something internal for people for I guess tribal society to kind of mount something against the Houthis.
Yeah, because anything connected with Saudi politics or Saudi patronage, any connection or whether that would be automatically dismissed, right? Because they're like, oh, you're connected to the Saudis. Oh, you're trying to push Salafi politics or religion in Yemen, and we don't want that, So anyway, I apologize if I'm like all over the place because I'm actually writing like a piece on it. I'm a way better writer than I am like an off the cuff speaker.
But I just pulled up this just to emphasize, source Reddit, not the best source, but this is a supposed arid tribal map of the Arabian Peninsula. And if you really look at that, Yemen is like, it's almost looks like some type of like a art painting that you would see, like a abstract art painting. There's so many there.
It looks like the Aboriginal map of Australia.
Yeah,
it's about as concentrated as Australia was.
So the thing about the Houthis is that, relatively speaking, they're recent immigrants to that area of Yemen. They recent, as in 10th century CE Common Era, that that they're seen still as immigrants to Yemen, to that area of Yemen, because their ancestry came in 10th century CE from, the northern part of the Arabian Peninsula. And so that's a mark against them. And also the other mark is that they're Sayyids, they're Sada, they claim descent through Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So, and the thing is that people are since the overthrow of the imamate in the 1960s, there's been a steady erosion of influence, in connection with the Sayyids. But they're still important, the people who are, descended through the Prophet, but they don't have as much importance as they do now. And a lot of people, especially outside of Yemen, Yemenites outside of Yemen, like dismiss the whole, Prophet, descendant.
I feel like every other Shia claims that they're descended from the Prophet Muhammad, though. Like,
Yeah.
and it's kind of why people tend to treat those kinds of claims with suspicion.
But there's like a really strong connection for the Houthis, and why they've been able to do so well is because they've had really good leadership. The people who've
Mr. Houthi.
like the grandfather whose name totally escapes me, and now the brother, what's his name, Abdullah. Like,
I think the initial guy you're thinking about is Badruddin al-Houthi, and then I don't
Yeah.
know
Mr.
who
Houthi.
yeah,
the current guy is something. It's like Abdul something Houthi, but yeah.
yeah, he's the brother of the Hussein Houthi, the one who you see his picture all the time.
Mhm. I was just pulling up Military Parade. He was the guy in the background, and that they always have banners of.
Like, I think it'd be a huge mistake. I don't think are they on the terrorist list now again? Or
Well,
No,
Biden took
they
them
were-
off, so
they
they
were
were
on.
removed
They were on, and then they were
a couple
removed.
years ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were removed like last year, or the year before.
Like, maybe like a long-term like project for anybody who wants to counteract Houthi, the Houthi movement is like actual grassroots development of, like anti-Houthi factors, forces, factions, and actually somehow try to, like, it would have to be something that comes from within, like you said. It can't be from outside. Anything outside will be automatically dismissed, and it's kind of a mistake to also see these guys as just simple terrorists. They're not.
I mean, they have an air force at this point.
Yes, they're basically a quasi state, but also we see
mean,
them
the other
as
thing,
kind of. Go on.
Sorry to interject, but the other thing about their Air Force, everybody focuses on that one F-5 they have, when the much bigger
They're like
concern is that they have like thousands of Iranian-made drones in their arsenal as well. So everybody focuses on that one plane, but they
also have anti-ship missiles.
A nearly seemingly unlimited supply of drones.
Yeah, and also they keep some academic who is a former Marine, I think. He was talking about how the American invasion would do pretty well in Yemen. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? No.
We already had special forces there, and our guys were working with the Houthi while we were supporting the war against them, because they were good at finding and killing Al Qaeda.
It's crazy, right?
I'm just wondering when they'll psy up the Kurdish ideology into Yemen. Then maybe that'll work.
It's like
just
such a
break it into confederalism.
It's just.
It would
full psy up, letter drops and everything.
it would be like an ideal place for that type of ideology, because if you look at northern Syria, a lot of the reason why that kind of works over there is because northern Syria is very tribal, and then Yemen is also very tribal. So I think it would almost it might work, but
It would
Again,
work
that's-
in like Yemen, Iraq wouldn't be bad. Ethiopia, Afghanistan would be
it's-
great with
that,
it.
That type of ideology seems to work best where things are very tribal. But as far as invading Yemen, I mean, Yemen also kind of has like an Afghanistan reputation.
Oh God,
The
yes.
terrain is very hostile.
Egypt's
let's put
Vietnam.
it. Egypt's Vietnam, right? And it's kind of like it's kind of one of those situations where it's like anyone who kind of sets foot in there probably isn't going to have a good time.
Well, yeah, no matter how much firepower or money you may have. Yeah, actually, this academic on Twitter said, yeah, we could like totally take on Yemen the way, or the Houthis, just like the way the coalition forces took on ISIS. I'm like, okay, that's stupid. Number one,
No.
ISIS had a lot of foreign fighters. Yeah, Houthis are of Yemen. They're deeply Yemeni, right? And I think they have a fairly large amount of support now because of the Gaza stuff, you know, because they're seen as one of the only few places or organizations that are supporting Palestinians, you know, explicitly, and not just like the way Saudi Arabia does. Okay,
Mhm.
you know, talking
Which
out
they
both sides
don't.
of the mouth.
Saudi
Right?
Arabia doesn't support them.
No, like I mean, obviously, I think the population, there's a large portions of the population are very, you know, sympathetic to Gaza, but you know, obviously the government isn't, you know, like they think like, what the fuck? We just want to hold boxing matches and, you know, modernize this country, and you guys are just fucking up our style. You Palestinians, right? Like, you know, they recently had Riyadh season in Saudi Arabia with all these like really great, you know, bands. They had Metallica played for the first time ever.
That's
And
epic in Saudi Arabia.
yeah, and they had such a huge following in the kingdom. Like it was like Saudi Arabia wants to have Metallica. They don't want to talk about the Palestinians. You know? So that's why like Houthis are, I think, within the country, that if there was any dissent before Gaza, there's a lot of support for the Houthis right now because of what's happening in Gaza, and the fact that Houthis are posturing themselves as like, oh, we're Palestinians' best friends, you know.
Yeah, I think they're also really incorrectly labeled because everyone was going on about how the war in Yemen was a proxy war between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
It isn't.
But I think the Houthis are very much more independent than people realize. The same way that Hamas is. Like,
Oh yeah,
Hamas
totally.
doesn't necessarily depend on Iran. Like, Iran could leave tomorrow and Hamas would still function.
Oh yeah, and totally. Like, it was only like in the last several years that there's deeper connections between the Houthis and Iran. But before that, Houthis were fighting their own fight against, you know, any Salafis, extremist Salafis, or anybody connected with, you know, the Saudi government, and obviously against the republic, the government, you know, at the time before they were overthrown. They'll fight even if they run out of Iranian money and there's no Iranian connection. They'll still fight, right? So that's why I looked at that tweet where this guy who's like really up the ass of neoliberal American politics, and he said, yeah, we could like totally take them on, like ISIS, the coalition forces, and ISIS and Mosul. I'm like, no, that's completely different.
Yeah, I mean, like, Jack just watched the movie Mosul, but I think it's a really good way of like showing how against ISIS the actual people of Iraq were.
Oh yeah,
like,
they totally were. Was it a
like
good
nobody
movie?
liked them. Oh yeah, it's on Netflix.
Such a good
Yeah,
movie.
it's actually
it's
Iraqi made.
So good. It's excellent. It's shot beautifully. It's really well done.
So it just boggled my mind when he. So I'll totally watch it, but it just boggled my mind when he compared ISIS to Houthis and Mosul to Yemen. I'm like, no, oh God! If anything, the Houthis would be like the Viet Cong.
Is this still the academic guy?
Yes, it's still the academic guy.
And this is my problem with academics, right? Is they can say anything anything. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be wrong, it can be right, doesn't matter what it is, and because they're an academic, it gains credibility.
Yeah.
Like, and if there's nobody in the room to be like, hey, that's wrong, that person is now right, and now everybody who listens to him takes that information and now thinks that that's the correct information.
Yeah.
And then because of the way people are, they get their back up when their information that they've been taught isn't right, and you get this defensive posture towards information instead of being like, oh, maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, and also the thing is that I really think that you shouldn't be so biased towards America or Western forces if you really do want to combat or try to end this Houthi issue. Like, you have to think like a Houthi. You have to think like a Yemenite if you want to defeat them, right? Or at least neutralize them and make them like, hey, stop fucking bombing these tankers. Okay? Like, you can't be so up the ass of American propaganda. You know what I mean?
And like also at the same time, a lot of people do run with a lot of the Houthi propaganda. Like one of my favorite accounts is like the Iran Observer account. They're obviously like an Iranian, like pro-Iranian account, but they're saying like just how great the victory of the Houthis is because the US called off bombings. And it's like the US never said they were going to bomb them. They just said we have a list of targets that will hit if you fuck around.
Yeah, basically you should take a grain of salt whoever is way too rah-rah on either side and like look at the situation with cold reptilian eyes, right? Because I feel like as impactful, God, it's an awful word, that Houthis have been on international trade in the Red Sea, they're also a bit of a nuisance. They haven't really killed people. They haven't really seriously bombed these, damaged these ships, except maybe these huge tankers with the big gigantic insurance bills are like really wary going through the Red Sea. So the smaller ships can go through, but the big tankers like from Maersk or whatever, are like, oh, I don't know if we can go through, or we'll wait for 48 hours, blah, 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 and then we'll go through. And the Houthis are kind of funny because they took that ship Galaxy Leader and they made it into a tourist hotspot. And in fact, someone held a fucking wedding on it. Like who does that? That's like really Bush League. That's like something. It just doesn't seem very professional. And they're charging 500 rials to like visit the ship. Like, hey, check out the ship that we took over, guys.
I love their spirit.
Yes, but it's also
It's great.
But it's also kind of like a Bush League thing to do. You know what I mean? Where at the same time they're very important, but at the same at the other side of the coin, they're kind of silly and ridiculous in a way that they held a wedding on Galaxy Leader.
I prefer it like this.
Yeah, so I don't really know.
This is great.
What is? I don't really
making
know.
an Instagram story real quick. So.
Oh, sure. I don't know what's a good solution to kind of neutralize the Houthi threat in Red Sea, except maybe that that the shipping companies, who are pretty siloed from each other, should really band together and maybe approach the Houthis in some way through an intermediary and say, hey, we're not going to the Israeli port. We're just trying to make money here. Please just let us go through. And I think, but I know that's not like, doesn't play well with Western audiences who may want to bomb Yemen. I feel like that's the most reasonable thing you can do, right? So
yeah, I mean, in this kind of situation, you can't really listen to public pressure. You kind of have to make that decision internally, and it's whether these companies have these people that are willing to make those decisions against the public.
Well, they'll have to do it secretly, right?
Yeah. Well, they're gonna have to. They want their ships back.
Like Maersk, I think one of their ships recently got bombed, or was it the one that got attacked by those speedboats? They decided to stop shipping their huge tankers through the Red Sea for the next 48 hours. I don't know why 48 hours, but maybe they know something we don't know. But they should really put their heads together with the other huge shipping companies and see like what can we do to do this. I think that's why it's kind of a mistake to label the Houthis again as terrorists, because um, if they're labeled as terrorists, then you can't deal with them directly, right? It would be really hard to deal with them directly and tell them.
That's
to
the
back
main
off.
reason they delisted them.
Just paint a big knot in front of the labels on the ship.
Yeah, like, hey, we're not going to what is that Israeli port? Eliyat or Ebliyat? I forgot what it was called, but
Elliot,
Hey.
yeah.
yeah. So that's my very disjointed opinion on the Houthi situation. What's up on the screen? I can't really see it.
Oh, it's the report from Central Command about how that specific ship you mentioned was targeted, and they shot missiles at him and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, also, what's crazy is the ROI, the return on investment on, like, what was the proportion of cost between whatever the Houthis are shooting at these ships versus what the American military is shooting at the Houthis? Like,
Well, it's the same problem that Ukraine's having with the drones, right?
yes.
It's like how expensive is the equipment that we need to shoot these $300 drones out of the sky, $1,000 drones out of the sky? Yeah, it's disproportionate. So, realistically, they could probably sit there shooting those out of the sky all day, and they wouldn't even care about it.
We have the resources to shoot those drones and not have to resort to, I don't know, a house mortgage to shoot down a drone. Like, I know there's like Princeton University professors who make drones, who can track drones and
Black
Gesundheit,
brother case.
and shoot them down. And I don't, what is it? Why is it we have to use big guns? Why haven't we thought about this before? Right?
I mean, most of those ships have those anti-missile guns. Why not just use those? It's just a machine gun, basically.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Like you could just use that. It can shoot down very quick missiles. I'm pretty sure it can handle drones.
Laser beams.
Lasers.
Once we have
EMP
the
cannons.
laser technology,
I'm sure they have those.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
They
mean, the
definitely have shit
lasers
we
are
don't
like the
know about.
lasers. They're serious anti-drone war.
Although if they did develop EMP, like directed EMP attacks, that would be pretty useful too.
We should just have drones that take off from these big gigantic carriers carrying huge quantity of incredible potent cot. Just drop them in Houthi headquarters.
That could work.
That could work. Like, here, guys, come on, let's be besties. Here's some cot.
As a gift.
As a gift, and just get really high, okay, or whatever. nothing will get done. Actually, have a very conspiracy galaxy brain theory that the reason why the Houthis are so effective is that their higher up guys do not chew cot.
They're too uptight.
Yeah, that they're like, they're
Probably.
non-cot chewers, and that's why they got their shit together compared to everybody else.
It's such a complicated topic as well, because I always find that the people who talk about it the most are the ones like libertarians. And it's the same issue that I have with so many things, is they just say, the kids. And they're missing the complete, like the bigger picture. They're not talking about anything in particular. They're just like the kids, and they expect people to
what
be like,
kids? Which kids? The
I have
kids
no
that are
idea.
done. Oh, okay.
I have no idea. But
I thought-
like,
Yeah.
all of these people always end up saying the same stuff, whether it's the propagandized sort of thought from Russia or it's the Yemen train. It's like they get everything from the same people, but I can't figure out who the same person is that they're getting that information from.
I'm really disturbed by anybody who thinks there's like an easy solution to this and that it
Mm.
requires bombs, right?
Yeah,
Like maybe it'll
Like-
stop it temporarily, but
we're
Honestly,
way past that point.
the Gaza conflict has a much easier solution.
just
Mhm.
stop it.
Yeah, just stop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they
think we got a soundbite for that.
just stop it because
I got it. Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop.
just stop it. Right? They real God, America's really fucked up their. I mean, it wasn't like their reputation wasn't great already, but they really screwed the pooch on
Yeah.
this. By the way, like I'll have to admit, I was like a huge Biden supporter over Bernie. Like, and this is when I wasn't working as a reporter. I would give Biden money. I would give Biden money, and now I'm like, I'm like so pissed off at Biden.
You want a
so much.
refund?
No. It's too late now. You know what's funny is like I was such a Biden supporter. I had the mugs and everything.
K-Hive.
It had malarkey on the mug. This is before I
Oh
became
no! This
like
is
I was
awful.
like,
So
but
what specifically don't you like?
what he did with Gaza
Okay,
because
so
I'm also
Gaza.
Muslim and just and even before that I was still pretty left, but I was also kind of I thought of myself as way more realistic than my Bernie bro friends, but now I'm like, fuck this guy. Just
Most of them
I thought they
might
were
be
both a
fascist
bit
now.
too old, to be honest.
what?
Yeah, the fact that they just approved this another shipment of like arms to Israel. You know,
I'm thrilled.
here's a fact, right? This recent conflict in Gaza has killed more Palestinians than every other year combined. The second
Yes.
Intifada isn't even close to this. It's like
Yes.
the second Intifada is like 3,000 or something.
Yes. And I'm so disgusted by the Democrats and Biden, and I keep on getting their fucking text messages all the time, asking for fucking
I'm
money.
not surprised at the same time, though.
And I'm
I
like,
didn't
fuck you,
expect
you'll
that
never get.
anymore.
I always block them and go, fuck you, you'll never get a red cent from me ever again. You know,
Black pilled.
I've been
Well,
black pilled.
I mean, like, I spent some time with like a lot of like more Salafi aligned people I talk to a lot, and like they, for some reason, they like Trump more, even though they recognize that voting is bad and democracy is evil.
Oh, like what kind of people again?
Like more like Salafist militant type guys.
Oh, jeez. That's
that are
funny.
on Twitter, but they're like I was talking with one just about how he's right that like especially like you look at Dearborn and stuff, if entire blocks of Muslim communities boycott elections, the Democrats are going to know how hard they dropped the ball.
They should. I mean, that's funny because I know a bunch of Salafis who were pretty pro-Trump.
Yeah, they're like they're already pro-Trump, and it's like, guys, I don't understand why you're pro-Trump
because they like the conservative
Yeah,
other stuff,
I
and
know.
they think he's funny because he
It's
is.
funny because they're like
He is very
they say they're
entertaining.
anti-democracy, but actively support one side. It's just funny.
Yeah, they don't. There's Salafis I know who are very anti-trans, very anti-LGBT, and
They'd love the Daily Wire.
yeah, and I feel like there's this weird kind of like overlap. It's just so fucking crazy. Okay, so most of my friends, they're queer Arabs. So a lot of my friends, my whole circle, it's very anti-Biden right now. Extremely. And even people who supported Biden, I'm like 45, but people 45 and younger than me, they're like very anti-Biden, and I don't. Maybe it's my group, but self-selecting group, but I don't know how he's gonna win because he's what the fuck, man. That's all I
Well,
could say.
I'll say this: if the courts keep barring Trump, even at state level, and the federal doesn't step in, all you need is like 10, and he's done.
Well, also, especially
Trump?
if
Even if he does get
if different Republicans get elected in different primaries, depending on how it works out, and you start splitting the Republican vote between multiple candidates because Trump's banned in certain states.
Mm.
Like
Oh,
that could
that's
happen.
fun. And then we'll have Ron
So-
DeSantis and his like
so
little
you're s- so you're
risers.
Nikki
saying
Haley
we
is
could-
probably looking like they're switching to
Yeah.
her.
Really?
Who?
Yeah.
Honestly,
you're
it's the
telling
worst one if we're talking about Gaza.
you're telling me we could potentially see Vivek Ramaswamy like in the
Possibly.
race.
Possibly.
It's so gross. I don't want to have to see that fucking weasel on TV anymore.
He's so disgusting. He's
He
so,
is, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a sleazeball. Didn't he go to Harvard?
He used to run.
I
He used to
think
run
that's what he said.
pharmaceutical scams back in the day.
You know,
Oh
he's
my
connected to the Argentine president.
Oh, of course he is.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
They're all in that Ayn Rand Institute shit.
Hilarious.
What a load
I
of crap.
cursed a lot during this stream.
It's fun.
No one cares.
YouTube literally flagged us for
For doing
promoting
news.
extremism on our.
Mm.
We did a Yaman stream, and I think I played a speech, like something. It was a political rhetoric speech, but we also opened with a music video that they did on that ship,
dear.
and
But
they
that music
struck us.
video was fire, dude.
And I'm like, we're not promoting anything. Like we're literally just like reporting the news. Like, and
Mhm.
they wouldn't even look at the strike.
But but
Unless you
YouTube-
have a big shiny tick next to your name and you're some big corporate press outfit, you're not allowed to do news.
There must have been an auto flag for like terrorist material, even because it's not even. It's not. It says violent groups. You can't. It's like, what about the U.S. military? Like, what's a violent group? YouTube.
That's funny because YouTube is crawling with Zawamels and Nasheeds. I mean, like it's like Chechen, like Islamic songs.
YouTube is one of the biggest ones that like when I did a report on it this year. I don't remember when though, but they're one of the hottest trafficked links that were direct link clicks to the Islamic State cache, the Caliphate cache.
That's
So,
awesome.
like YouTube was a big connection to promoting like the Islamic State, and still is. The whole reason we have like the adpocalypse, there was a Supreme Court case based on this. Like somebody sued YouTube because like either their child died in an ISIS attack or they joined ISIS. I think it's they died in an ISIS attack, so they said YouTube is promoting ISIS. They're responsible, and the Supreme Court like basically regulated YouTube.
Epic.
I mean, I just did a post on Instagram today. It was like a video of these it was like a Syrian opposition group released some footage of them like launching sniper attacks on Syrian regime forces and
Based.
and like
Careful, don't promote.
you can see like bodies dropping in the video, and they uploaded it.
There's
to
this
YouTube,
one
and
that they
it's
keep
still
posting where it's a
up.
guy picking his nose and they nail him right in the forehead.
Well, thank God
Imagine
for
that.
Telegram.
Imagine that going viral. Imagine that being your death
It's
going
the one
viral.
guy I always post it. God, Azawad? What is his name? Ace knows. But he's
Eswed. His name,
Yeah,
the name he uses on Twitter means black in Arabic.
Well-
he always has like great memes. Like he did the dog for sale Assad meme.
That one was funny as fuck.
Well,
But, yeah.
yeah. Well, thank goodness for Telegram because I'm like a free speech absolutist. So
Telegram back in the day used to be crazy because they still had all the ISIS channels up, like the official
Aw.
ones.
not
Used to be
anymore.
nuts.
Thanks, Russia. Thanks for Telegram.
But they recently, it's not even a Russian app. It's just
Isn't it? I
popular.
swear it
No,
was.
it's done by a Russian dissident.
Yeah, it's just
interesting.
popular over there.
Yeah, I think it's
they're like-
headquartered in like Norway now.
They are?
Their founder. He everybody just follows him on the channel on like Telegram. Everybody just follows him because he posts all the app updates through his channel.
Mm.
But all of his like, because like Telegram has a stories feature now, and all of his stories are just him like chilling in Bali. Just
Oh, that's funny. You know,
Like a regular old Australian bogan.
right, like yeah.
speaking of kind of related, even though I think the CEO of Twitter its dead name is Twitter, um, is a
It'll always be Twitter.
It's
It'll always
Yeah.
be Twitter.
Twitter.
even
Always
though
Twitter.
even though I don't agree with a lot of stuff he says, at least I think um it's important to know that these things are happening on Twitter and to see them and not be siloed off from these discussions. I think it was a huge mistake for a lot of, I don't know what you call them, leftist woke capitalists. I mean, not campus activists. I don't know why I call them capitalists. Leftist woke campus activist type people who wanted to ban these people off Twitter. It'd be a big mistake to ban those people. They're going to just go somewhere else. I feel like probably
And
one
they
of the
fester and become worse.
what? No,
They
yes.
fester and become worse. And this is why I was very conflicted about Elon unbanning Alex Jones, because he's so entertaining, but all of the fascists love him. It's like, I just don't know.
I feel like we need to know what these people are doing in
Mm.
broad daylight because number one, it's a very interesting sociological kind of point of view experiment to see what these people are doing, and you can kind of anticipate, what they're doing. And number two is, they're, you're not siloed off from that discussion, and you wouldn't be caught unawares by Trump winning, for example. Like, there are all these like liberals who thought Trump's not going to win, and he won.
Mhm.
And it's because people.
Well, he was running against Hillary.
Oh
Yeah.
God, Hillary.
To be fair, that election was supposed to be a slam dunk for Hillary. There was even a conspiracy theory going on at the time. I remember people were saying that like they were having Trump run so Hillary would win. That was like a popular conspiracy theory at the
It's
time.
bullshit ever.
My favorite one is that it was like a drunk bet. Someone bet Trump to run for president, and he
Oh,
won.
God.
And he's like, and he just
Well,
got there. He was like,
There's
"Ah,
a lot of
fuck."
evidence that he didn't actually want to do it, but he was kind of like just like needed attention to like get ratings for the show. Like,
Oh yeah, for Celebrity Apprentice.
yeah.
Yeah.
What our country is incredible. Like with that this guy became.
But a lot of people say they
love him
rather
like
have
that.
Trump than the other Republicans, even on the left side, because he's more incompetent.
That's true. There's. I don't know about that.
Well, we'll talk about
Everything always
tribalism. That's
sucks.
American tribalism. It's political.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, guys, I have to go downstairs and kiss my husband before the ball drops. So
Okay,
it's
thanks for
almost
coming on.
midnight. Thanks for having me. I'll see
Thank
you
you.
guys on Twitter.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
What's next?
Oh, we got lots to talk about. Still waiting for James. He said he'll be on later.
Mhm.
But you know him.
Hmm.
It's hard to lock him down. So just going back to the emergency watch list. Ethiopia.
Mm.
They say 91% of the population of the Tigray region at the moment is at risk of starvation.
Jesus.
So
So can anyone guess what the most deadly conflict of last year was?
Tigray conflict,
It's correct.
shocker.
So still something. Yeah, I feel like this is how I was with Yemen for the longest time, where I just was constantly just trying to talk about Yemen to get people to pay attention to what was going on there because of how
Mhm.
bad the crisis was. And now I feel like for the last 3 years that has been Tigray. And so there's
Well, our two episodes have done very well. Like
Mhm.
they're up the top of our episode ratings, which is really good because the guy that we had on did a really, really good explainer on the build up towards it. So if anybody is interested, because I don't think we're going to go over it all here, we do have explainers on the entire thing in the Let Them Eat Cake episodes.
Yeah.
I think it's
that's
episode
also,
6 and
like,
7.
there's been things that have happened because
Yes.
technically since then the war ended. Technically.
I mean, as of right now, I think the Ethiopian military is still bombing and drone striking the Amhara region, and there's a pretty bad like internet blackout in that area, so it's hard to find information about what's
Yeah,
going
so that's
on.
what I was going to say. Is it's now developed into a war against the Amhara.
And on the other hand, I believe earlier today in the Amhara region, the Oromo Liberation Army or Liberation Front, I don't know which one they go by.
That's the thing, is that's where it gets confusing, because there's like there's two different factions in each of them, you know. So like
I think it
there's
was
ethnic
OLA when we
factions,
did
but
our
there's two
recording.
different sides of each faction that's more sided to like the Tigrayans or the government, you know. But the Amhara are generally where the
So, but back in November, the Ethiopian government and the OLA actually tried to reach a peace deal, which they failed to do for like the third consecutive time, and I don't know how many years, like 5 years or something. And yeah, I mean this is a conflict, at least in the point, at least in the Oromo side of things, has gone on since 1974, and has been fought in either a low level capacity or a full blown capacity since then.
But yeah, Fano, the Aroma faction, is generally considered one of the more fascist factions in Ethiopia. So
Almost 30 million people are in need of humanitarian aid.
Isn't Fano though? Aren't they like, they're not one group? It's like a collection of groups.
it's kind of how they all are.
Like the Fano specifically are like kind of just a bunch of different militias.
Well, that's also the reason why they broke apart instantly when the war ended, right?
right.
They were made all these promises by the leadership that didn't come true, and then they talked back, and so they started getting killed.
The watch list calls their food insecurity catastrophic, saying that where is it? 20 million people. It's a lot of people.
I'm trying to pull up the watch list right now. There we go.
Massive drought too.
Yeah, nothing's getting better in Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm.
The war may have ended, but
It's definitely not brighter horizons.
well, I think. Hang on, let me see the estimated death tolls. I mean, it's one of the top conflicts. I mean, the fact that the highest estimate number was higher than Ukraine for last year.
Yeah, that's insane.
So
like that's such a crazy number to be able to beat.
15,000 people died this year. About.
Bloody hell.
No, it's Myanmar. I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, it's only 4,000 people died.
Okay.
So
still a lot.
Yeah, well, last year the lowest estimate, because that's what's funny, is the lowest estimate on this Wikipedia is like, this is the estimates between the two are just insane.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Sudan just got upgraded, right? So like last year it was 0, but so many people have died that it's now a major conflict again.
In where?
Sudan.
Okay.
Right, because it's just like
because
it
of the
only
change
counted
weight.
from 2023, so it says 0 for last year.
Mm-hmm. Because of the conflict, the civil war, or whatever you would call it. What have they branded it? Is it a civil war?
It's a civil war. Sudan is a civil war, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Always has been.
Mm.
You know, when isn't Sudan in civil war? Yeah,
It's
let's see.
unfortunate.
3 civil wars killed 1.5 million people.
Jesus Christ.
You know, since independence in 1956, it's experienced 15 military coups, more than 15 military coups. Well,
15 successful ones?
it doesn't say that, but it says they've experienced them.
Very turbulent.
Yeah, most violent year.
Bring on 2024.
Yeah,
Yay.
not
Well,
looking good
it's
for next year.
almost midnight for you.
Yeah, literally a minute.
Yeah.
Like next year is not looking good at all, or this year.
Well, not yet.
There's no.
Welcome
this
to
year's not looking good at all.
Welcome to the future. Ace is still living in last year.
Yeah, 2 more hours.
I've been waiting to make that joke. Just needed the opportunity.
Dude, the fireworks have been nonstop.
Mm. There was a group that set them off right behind us last night.
Like, dude, the fireworks have been going since like 1 p.m. today. They have not stopped.
And we were on a pretty high point, so we could see fireworks going out in the distance as well. It's pretty cool.
Pew, 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 pew.
Someone set off a sparkler bomb. Fucking old school.
Bing bong.
It's great. Highly recommend everybody build a sparkler bomb.
Let's not get striked on YouTube now. But yeah, I think that's why like the chinchillas were freaking out so much as they could hear them, but I'm so far out.
Yeah, right. That would make some kind of sense. It's like dogs.
Okay, so
Afghanistan?
oh boy. Afghanistan. We got anything updates on Sudan specifically?
I mean, yeah, I can run you through some updates on Sudan. Been a
Who's
couple
winning the
that
war?
have happened. And what's up?
Who's winning the war?
I mean, as far as we can tell, territorially speaking, the RSF is winning, but the Sudanese military maintains its hegemony through air power. So within the last 2 months, however, there have been some interesting developments. Back in November, a lot of the Sudanese rebel groups that fought in Darfur, like the Sudanese Liberation Movement and the Justice and Equality Movement, announced that they would be taking the side of the Sudanese military, despite being neutral throughout the entire conflict up until this point. The conflict broke out back in April of this year, and basically they said if the RSF doesn't agree to an immediate ceasefire, they would take the side of the Sudanese military. But now they've said that if the RSF tries to take El Fasher, which is the capital of North Darfur, they would get involved. Now there have been reports of some limited fighting in El Fasher, nothing quite full blown, so nothing there has happened yet. Including like some fighting on the outside of El Fasher and in the nearby towns, and like the Abu Shok refugee camp, which has been there since 2003, I think. It's one of the largest displacement camps in the world, if I'm not mistaken. And then just recently, this month, the RSF took over the Gezira state in central Sudan. And that was kind of a new front in the war because that state hadn't really seen any conflict up until this point. And they took over the state. There was fighting for about 4 days, and they took over the state, and they took over the state capital of Wad Medani. And the army had pulled out of the area, which caused like a crisis of confidence in the military. And some analysts believe it could lead to a takeover from the military side of view and bring someone new into power. Now, the thing about Gezira State, which was so bad, is that the city of Wad Medani was kind of an acting headquarters for a lot of relief agencies. And I think about like 400,000 people who were displaced from other parts of the country during the conflict had gone into Gezira State. And now it's under RSF control. So, yeah, I mean, the RSF controls pretty much every major population center in Darfur, like Zalingay, Niala, besides like El Fasher, which is the capital of North Sudan. And, as far as we know, RSF convoys have been seen. They've entered the White Nile state, which is the northernmost state in the country, and that would open up another front in the war if they were to start fighting there.
Well, see, I seem to remember when we first started reporting on this that Richie Medhurst was saying that the RSF are the good guys and they're going to bring about the multipolar world order. Didn't that happen?
I think
Jack didn't have his headphones on. He didn't hear.
I think a lot of
Richie Medhurst was saying that RSF was good and they're going to have the. Remember when we started reporting on Sudan? He said that RSF was
Yeah.
good and it's the multipolar world order and that's what's coming out of this. So how's that working
Wow.
out? Has it achieved multipolarity yet?
the people.
He really is a fucking idiot, isn't he?
I think a lot of the people who've been raped or executed by the RSF would say otherwise, but yeah.
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 Yeah. I wonder what all the people in Darfur think of them. I
Yeah,
bet you
and like
they think they're great.
the fact that massacres have restarted there.
Mm-hmm.
No end in sight. To
So great. Multipolar.
And the head of the RSF, Dagalo, he's recently visited a couple countries. He visited
Uganda.
He visited Ethiopia, and today he visited Djibouti.
Booty.
So the UN suspended
What's in
food
Djibouti
aid
for him?
I don't know, man.
to China.
Yeah, that's the only thing that really makes sense to me.
But the UN paused food aid to the state because of this war in the Gezira state, or how do you say it?
Gezira State, yeah, you said it right.
Gezira state, yeah. So the UN paused food aid there. It's already critical. Obviously, everything in this region is critical for food aid. So also, a lot of the people are fleeing on foot at this point because, like Ace said, they fled the capital to go to this city for refuge, you know?
Right.
So, like, as you continue to flee, you lose resources. And even though a lot of people had access to vehicles in the capital, you know, because there's like paved roads and shit in the capital, the further out you get, the less cars you're going to see.
The other thing, on the topic of cars, dude, the RSF has looted so many cars from Sudan that it's literally caused a crisis in the Chadian car market. Because now, if you go to Chad, you can buy new Toyotas and like cars for like half their original price because the market has been flooded by cars that have been stolen by the RSF.
So it says that the talks in Djibouti were about meeting to discuss ceasefires.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I don't think Daglo is going to stop until he controls the entire country.
Well, this is an older one, so this is an ongoing thing. So this is December 10th that they had their meeting before this. Not the most recent one. And then there's Uganda. Oh, and here, right here. So Sudan's foreign ministry said yesterday that a meeting in Djibouti to discuss the end of the conflict will be rescheduled to January over technical issues. Voice of America. Technical issues. They're technicals. They need gas. they need to. They can't reach it because they got to fuel up.
I mean, I think the RSF has announced their intention to try and take over Port Sudan, which is like kind of the heart of military control in the country. So, I mean, I don't think it'll really be over. They want to move east. They want to move north. They want to really get into the, I guess you could say, the core of what the Sudanese military still controls.
So, Afghanistan, where do we even start with this? Talk about, like this watch list report. Literally, like the circles are almost as full as each other, as far as like people who are in need of aid. Then I have so many Afghans that I'm friends with, and they constantly are saying that they're hopeful for a future of Afghanistan and stuff. It's
at least they've still got hope, I guess.
Yeah.
Something.
Almost the entire population now living in poverty and preparing for another long winter. And now, and then now you have also the Pakistan kicking them all out, which was awesome.
Yeah, that's just gonna compound on top of all of this, so it's not looking good for him.
But James is going to be mad that he's going to miss the Afghanistan discussion, but
Mhm.
he was probably planning to come on after the ball drops. But technically, Afghanistan, this war has been going on since the 70s. And the UN uses the word gender apartheid here.
Interesting. That's what Pega has been calling Iran,
Hmm.
and I'm like, that's a great way to phrase it. It's a great way to get the impact across of how bad it is. So that was really good.
So, I don't even know, like, if there's, like, I mean, they killed like an ISIS guy, like the Taliban. I don't even know where to start with Afghanistan. It's but it's also one of those things where like the Afghans themselves are like mad that the US withdrew,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like,
What else were they gonna do?
what else were they gonna do? Yeah.
Mm. Like, there's nothing else they could have done.
And I recently saw something that somebody did where they like did some new archaic law and shit.
The Taliban did.
Yeah. And what's funny is like a lot of the Salafis I follow, they say that you have to respect them because they're still a Muslim government, even though they've made lots of mistakes and stuff.
Fucking hell.
It's like, bro, they're a nationalist government. Don't kid
Yeah.
yourself. Don't be gaslit by it. Come on, man. It's the same thing with Turkey. They fall for this shit. Where
Stop
they think
getting
Turkey are
baited.
their friends.
Yeah. No, they are not.
They're fascist and NATO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
The worst kind of fascist, the NATO kind. Speaking of Turkey, I mean, Popular Front posted it. I'm sure Ace posted it, but the Kurdistan Workers Party, I don't want to say the other name because I don't want to get struck by YouTube for promoting violence. They did this whole operation where they were in the mountains, and they basically ambushed a Turkish base in a blizzard, and shot them all up. But I think I was posting how do I even spell Lindsay at this point? Because I want to go to, what's her name? Lindsay. I just know she posted about it. Because there's some I fucking hate this new shit with how Twitter is doing the media thing where it like switches it to an Instagram thing when you click media.
Haven't noticed.
Yeah.
I
Might
don't even
have
know
taken a lot of the stuff down for violence, you know?
I don't even know who you're talking about.
I'm talking about this. Well, this is Lindsay Snell, who's like a controversial reporter.
Mm-hmm. What for? What'd she do?
Like kind of pro Russia shit, like.
Interesting.
But she's like, it's Ace can tell you more. It's
she's like really good when it comes to stuff like
Armenia is like her main place.
Yeah,
interesting.
Kurdish
But she
stuff.
pissed off a lot of people
Okay.
writing about the Nazis in Ukraine, and like definitely was overhyping the Nazi stuff. Going on
right.
There. But like, so there, she posted like the actual videos of like the events that happened. I mean, this is just retaliation here. This is a great source right here. This guy, Kurdistan Monitor. This guy's awesome. If you want like actual like legit Rojava news that isn't like filtered through a Turkish lens. So this was retaliation. Anytime Turks lose like 5 guys, they have to kill a bunch of civilians, right?
Yeah.
And another thing is that they're hitting civilian infrastructure in winter like they did last year. They're doing that for a reason, the same reason Russia hits civilian infrastructure in
Mhm.
winter and knocks out power stations, right? But these are 2 people who died in these attacks. But if we keep going back, is a video of, it probably got taken down for violence because it's definitely showing torture. But here you go. See, these guys are in the snow.
Yeah.
The Turks are kicking the shit out of them, right? So, like, a lot of Kurdish accounts have gone and said they're clearly civilians. They're not in, like, PKK gear or Kurdish Workers' Party gear.
Whoops.
They're clearly civilians, right? They're in the area where this operation happened.
Okay.
And so the
that's
Turks
enough
are
to bait
saying that
them, is
they're
it?
scouts to infiltrate their base, right?
Mm.
So she's
Okay.
not even. This is like she's not even taking a stance on it. She's just saying torturing and beating POWs is a war crime. You know, why is a NATO member doing this? Which is my stance too. I don't really
Yeah.
care if they're civilians or not.
It's the fact that it's a NATO member doing it, and that they
It's
should be
the-
reprimanded.
they're a POW regardless if they're a civilian or active militant or a spy or
Yes.
anything. And then, did you see the executions and stuff? They showed signs of raping the women, sexually assaulting the women.
No,
should
I
say.
didn't.
Yep. So, and the video is like them like shooting her in the head and like throwing her off a cliff and stuff. It's an older video though, but that started circulating with this. And
No, I haven't seen that.
this all also connects back to Gaza because Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Israel are all in leagues with each other doing the same tactics of genocide and things like that. And like I just wish people had time to focus on more than one thing.
Yeah.
You know, like Ukraine and Gaza are definitely the worst things that we should be looking at right now.
Right now, yeah.
But
Yeah, absolutely.
this shit going on with NATO, like they don't scold Turkey because then they go cry to Iran and Russia and empower them. The same reason why they don't scold Israel because then they go and empower with Saudi Arabia. You know, and I think this is not how you deal with authoritarian regimes, is let them do horrific war crimes. The war crimes that we've seen Turkey do are so fucking bad. Azerbaijan is much worse, though. I gotta say, Azerbaijan is up there with Wagner with the type of shit that they have filmed, if not worse than Wagner. Like the one where they put rocks in the girl's eyes and vagina was very disturbing. So
Fucking crazy.
it's like
It's insane that people can even do this shit. Just scum.
fascism. You spend so
Yeah.
long in fascism, that's where it takes you. But
Yeah.
I was talking to Kafa about how the edge of our Western influence, literally there's a genocide going on at every part of the edge. And instead they're in Congress arguing about how to torture immigrants to get funding to these places, you know?
Yeah. Fucking insane.
Like, we're giving Ukraine F-16s. Who the fuck are we kidding that we're not going to give them another funding package? Like, why are we fucking these people over in
Yeah,
winter of all
exactly.
times, too? You know?
Yeah, the
When
worst
people are gonna
time.
need the most, like. So also the UN. This is a big thing, is that the UN funding, as well as as far as like good for the multipolar world people, UN funding has drastically been reduced. That's one of the reasons why a lot of these UN projects have ended. But this includes food insecurity. The UN is not going to be able to do, and like people would say, what is the point of the UN? It's, well, we're just wait until they're gone and see how much worse it's going to be as well, because they do manage a
Yeah.
lot of stuff. UN peacekeeping forces, like, you know, they're worthless and they do commit crimes themselves, but it's just like a death barrier, you know, like they're the bad guys are supposed to go through those UN forces first, so they're
Mhm.
like a barrier, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to introduce yourself? We'll get back to it. We'll get around to it. So,
So,
Sorry.
keep
You missed
talking. It's a little
Afghanistan.
staticky.
Give me a sec. Let's change
Yeah, okay. Yeah, take your time. Got a little echo.
so much reverb. Oh, fuck.
Oh, it's broken. It's not working. Echo.
Oh, no. I'm trying to control the reverb, but the speakers, the mic, I got another microphone, so I sound less janky, but the microphone's too good, and it's picking up the speakers now.
You definitely sound more janky.
Yeah.
Ace, are you talking? Because you're muted.
No, I was just humming the lyrics of this song.
Headphones will fix the reverberation issue.
So James has 4 monitors plugged in together in front of him.
Four monitors.
No, it's 6. How do you think he monitors everything?
They're 75-inch TVs.
It's
Yeah, it's
the
just
mic's very crackly.
Yeah, it's very correctly with the mic you're using now.
Ooh, okay. What about now?
A little better. We won't know until we are to continue talking and if it cuts in and out.
Now, where do we move? Where are we traveling?
Well, depends what James wants to talk about specifically. Because we stalled on a few things that we actually ended up wrapping around to and covering because he didn't show up. But I figured we could talk about because wasn't there some recent developments in Afghanistan with the Haqqanis and things like that? Good talk.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll get there.
To be determined.
We'll get there.
The suspense is killing me.
How's Ukraine doing?
I don't know. How are they doing? I haven't checked in for a while.
Well, they could have more money. Do you see Georgia Maloney did a whole thing about why Europe needs to have its own military and stuff? And Ukrainians are
cringe.
like, well, when she's right, she's right. It's like, guys.
Cringe European military. Blech.
It's going to happen.
Oh, God, that's awful. Just dissolve the borders already. Just become a conglomerate. Cologne
Here she is
Europe.
talking about Islamic culture is not compatible with Western culture. Okay?
Is that Bill Maher?
Now it's worse.
It's even worse.
Go pull up the YouTube on your phone and just listen to what you sound like. But yeah, she was talking about how the US funding is just to basically just to appease European leaders to keep Russia at bay, and that they need to actually have a European military to destroy Russia. And it's like, you were literally on Russia's side 2 years ago. Your party was one of the big ones in the network.
It's so frustrating. Fucking Europeans.
She's
Always,
a girl boss, though.
always fucking finding a way to fuck things up. Can we just annex Europe? Is that an option?
Can't wait, please. Annex so many countries right now. Substantially better. I mean, it would help
You can't even hear what you're saying.
Mike is
James.
so shit.
James, you sound
This
like
is the worst
General
mic we have
Grievous,
ever had on the show of all time.
You sound like a goddamn robot.
Pull up YouTube on your phone and see.
I got you.
So you can see what it sounds like. Because that's the only way you're going to know. It's gonna have a
It's,
little bit of a delay.
Yeah, it's real bad. It won't be too much of a delay though. Yeah, sorry
it's
for
20
technical
seconds.
issues for everyone.
It's 20 seconds.
It's real
How
bad.
bad is it?
It won't be too much of a delay.
Well, you sound fine now.
Sorry for technical issues for everyone.
20 seconds.
Go back a little bit.
How bad is it? Oh, that's not so bad.
No, yeah, you're fine now because you just like moved
Okay.
it.
Okay, it's definitely the speakers reverberating. It's
Yeah, you got to use
Uh,
headphones for sure. See, it's happening again. I heard it.
oh shit.
Mm,
Uh,
sounds
wait,
fine though.
sorry.
No, if he has the mic in front of him, I think it's better. Try holding your mic.
What about now?
Still
It's still
shit.
a little bit crackly. I don't know what the issue is.
Headphones. He's right. It's the reverb. Gus, go get your AirPods.
All right, next country. What are we doing? Are
Well-
we still on Afghanistan?
It could
Gonna
be
get this shit
louder.
back on tracks.
Venezuela.
Haiti. Did we do Haiti?
We
Yeah,
did do Haiti. I can hear it correctly.
Ukraine. Did Central African
Yeah,
Republic.
we haven't done Ukraine.
Chad. Did we do Chad?
No, but Chad is
Lebanon.
really, Chad does this
I
is really
can-
just food instability, you know.
I can do Chad
Yeah.
if you guys want.
We
can
did
talk
the
about
show
that.
on Myanmar.
I can talk about
Niger.
Chad.
Nigeria. Pakistan.
James, we cannot hear you. If you do not get headphones on your head, I'm gonna lose my mind.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
if you
Oh,
hold your
yes,
mic,
thank God.
hold your mic in front of your face, and it might work.
Okay, I'm gonna increase the volume. I got shittier, smaller speakers, so that should help.
Hmm.
It's like old Dell desktop speakers.
But yeah, I think mainly if you talk directly into the mic, it'll help.
Sounds like a plan.
Perfect.
Anyway,
We're in business.
so we'll see how well it holds together, and soon it will fall apart.
Wait, are we talking about Pakistan or
Jesus.
Bless you.
Niger or Burkina Faso?
We already talked about the entire region of Africa, basically.
Okay.
We haven't talked about Chad or Mozambique yet, though.
Ooh.
The Chad.
So it depends on how you guys want to do this.
But I also wanted to talk about what's going on in Afghanistan and how we feel
Update.
the
Update
next
on
year-
Afghanistan.
next year of the Taliban rule is going to work out.
Oh, they're cooking actually.
Do you think they're doing good?
Heroin.
Oh yeah, well no shit, they're cooking heroin. I've seen them processing it. I've seen the videos, you know.
The Taliban are living their best life right now. In a sense, kind of sucks for them because there's no war stuff or not as much war stuff. But they're just, I don't know. It kind of, well, it's the best of both worlds. They can either go off and join the bureaucracy of the Taliban, which sucks ass for the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, or they can go off and join their buds with TTP, and the Taliban proper really don't give a shit what they do.
Or ISIS.
Oh, maybe not ISIS, because they've been killing a lot of ISIS guys, or ISK guys. Not ISIS, because ISIS proper, they had a rapprochement with ISIS proper. So them and ISIS proper are cool now. This also goes for Al Qaeda. But ISK, yeah, they've been rolling them up.
Oh, I have the thing here. So, Pentagon assessment found that the Islamic State, again using Afghanistan as a base,
Oh yeah, that's part of the U.S. federal government conflating ISK with ISIS because
Mhm.
they're still very much confused about. Uh, okay, well, they've been even more confused because a bunch of ISIS guys from Iraq and Syria have cropped up in Afghanistan, and there's no internal recognition that those guys are working with Al Qaeda, not ISK, and it's actually even dumber than that, right? I mean, the Taliban actually have a handle on ISK. They can more or less kill them whenever they want. And ISK's current guys aren't exactly the smartest folk in the world, so they kind of die very easily. I mean, I'd say they are less operationally efficient than the Afghan Freedom Front or the NRF. And even the NRF, that's a pretty low bar. Oh, but yeah, the U.S. has been helping the IEA fight the Taliban or fight not fuck,
Oh yeah, they always have been.
and that's been going on for like at least a year and a half plus now.
What about the Maoist group? Is there Maoist groups in there?
Afghanistan,
Yeah.
I think there's communist ones. I don't think there's any like hardcore Maoist ones. Not like in India.
Well, I know that there's still a Maoist group. I don't know if they have any political power, but they vow they're against the Taliban. Yeah. So the party changed its primary goal to overthrowing the Taliban government.
Yeah.
I find this is their website.
Oh no, Jesus. Well,
I do like they put a drop shadow on this shit though.
Jesus. They have a contact us and everything. Oh no.
I think that's cute.
I know.
So
It's understandable.
I guess we're not thinking that the Maoists are gonna be the ones.
No,
to,
I don't think the Maoists are going to take over.
You know, they were
Maybe
the
not
ones
in
that started the
Afghanistan.
war against the Soviets. They could end it. It's still the same war. So I wanted to hopefully see if anyone wants to talk about Ukraine before we get into that.
We can talk about Ukraine, but does anybody have questions?
You're gonna need to get closer to your mic.
We can,
And just,
does anybody have questions about Ukraine? Questions about Ukraine?
can't hear you.
Oh, come on.
Check your cables. See how loose they are.
Does anybody have questions about Ukraine?
Questions about Ukraine? We'll see. At this point, we don't have many viewers because of mic issues.
Oof.
Well, I wanted to sort of know because I haven't really been keeping up. So, how is Ukraine doing in like terms of gaining ground?
Nothing's changed.
Yeah, basically.
Literally nothing.
A lot of casualties, and that's about it.
Rats.
Great. And yeah, I've seen the rats. That I have seen. So nothing's changed. Great.
I think
Is that why they're hesitant to give them more money?
No, I think they're hesitant to give them more money because they know that they can use genocide to get them to exploit illegal immigrants.
Right.
I think it's more that they're hesitant to give them money because they're evil.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's the fascists, so it's not surprising. So, yeah.
I'm looking for the Ukraine page here.
I think it's fairly early.
Yeah.
That is a lot of people in need of humanitarian aid.
113 billion of infrastructure damage.
Jesus Christ. And
Right.
Russia
And that's
doesn't give a shit.
and well, Russia targets their power infrastructure for this
Uh-huh.
exact reason, especially in
Yeah.
winter. Honestly, the thing that can only the only thing helping Ukraine right now is global warming.
Thanks,
It-
industrialization.
Yeah, it's not helping much though. People are still freezing to death. And then
Yeah.
especially if you're in a trench, But like we had
Yeah.
a storm in Texas, like a frost storm in Texas, and like
Mhm.
a few people died just from that because power went out and it was cold.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that. I remember seeing it on the news. All the what they call it? They called it something. But yeah, everything
freeze or
froze.
something.
Pipes froze. Everything froze. They were not prepared. Pretty crazy. So it's insane to think what the people in Ukraine are going through, with most of probably Eastern Ukraine out of power.
But then so keeping with while we're talking about Afghanistan,
Mm.
Pakistan
Yes.
is kind of reaping what they sowed here.
Well, they're what's the term? Riding the whirlwind.
Riding the whirlwind. They're at this point they're drowning themselves.
Oh fuck! They're so cooked. It's beyond absurd.
So what's going to happen?
Oh,
Weren't they supposed to hold elections?
probably yeah.
Wasn't it supposed to happen in November?
I think they held elections and they just appointed an interim president after
Okay, general elections will be held on February 8th.
Okay, we'll see how that goes.
The detailed schedule of the election commission. So they announced the schedule of the election commission on December 15th. So
We'll see how that goes. Not sure that'll go smoothly, but I guess time will tell.
they also, one day ago, Pakistan poll body rejects Imran Khan's nomination for 2024.
Of course they
Who
did.
would have thought that would happen?
I kind of want to see if we'll do it again. You guys remember the march?
He got shot.
It was funny shit.
That was wild. I don't know. Pakistan is a mess. And so like the insurgency and the they don't have political stability. Nobody knows who runs Pakistan at this point. They help the Taliban take over.
ISI runs Pakistan.
I mean, that's what some people say. But they only run it to a certain degree because there's other areas of influence that the ISI doesn't care about, like people.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
So apparently a Baloch group just dissolved.
Which one?
The Baloch Nationalist Army, because there's 3 of them. I don't know if that's the joke one.
I think that's the joke one. They're probably going to get folded into BLA.
Yeah. Because I think we did the terrorist tier list and we were laughing because you pointed out that their like name isn't even in Baloch, it's in Urdu.
Classic.
And it's like that's how you know they're a joke. No, I think this one has the Urdu name. So this is the number 2 group. And then there was another one. So there's another one like below this that's like irrelevant. But they apparently they just dissolved. They were known for targeting the Chinese.
Dissolved for what reason?
They dissolved themselves.
Interesting. I wonder why.
They detained a co-leader. So they detained a call leader and basically told them to lay down arms. Others say that his arrest left former comrade isolated. Couldn't tell you. They dissolved because they dissolved. Because it's Pakistan.
Yeah.
I think someone.
The
someone
group's
was
leader
saying
turned
that-
himself in. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
I think they were saying that like on average there were about 5 attacks in Pakistan this year, like per day.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. That is a lot
I
of
mean,
attacks.
the other thing is we've seen the emergence of 2 new groups. You've got Tehreek-e-Jihad, and then you've got this other group that emerged like earlier this month, called I think Ansar al-Jihad. So, whether or not these groups are just fronts for the TTP or if they're actually their own
Well, and that's
thing.
another thing. What group were we just saying that was like a conglomerate? Fano, right?
Yeah,
So the TTP themselves, there technically is no TTP.
I mean
That's why they're
technically-
called the movement of the Taliban.
Hmm.
But also, there totally is a TTP.
The movement of the scholars.
Yeah, it's like the spirit of the Taliban in Pakistan. You know,
Mm.
the movement of the Taliban in Pakistan. You know, a lot of crackpots.
Mm.
But like they were able to seize checkpoints, things like that throughout the year.
Yeah.
Like Pakistan has just been a mess, not really doing well.
No, it doesn't seem like it. And then on top of that, this political blunder with the export of all the Afghans is pretty wild.
But I think there's been a lot of attacks on the Syrian government forces.
Mm. Because we saw the rocket attacks in like November, wasn't it?
There's been a
Yeah,
lot of
it's
attacks
just
this
me.
month carried out by
Yeah.
the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army as well as Hayat HTS.
Yeah.
So
When were those rocket attacks? They were November, yeah? The
there
HTS
were
ones?
there was a couple in November, and then there was a pretty large battle between HTS and
Yeah,
the
okay.
Syrian government in December.
Yeah. What over? Do we know what it's fighting over? Or is it just
I
like
mean,
because
it's
they're there?
it's basically territorial fighting. HTS
Yeah, okay.
and the Syrian National Army are basically fighting the Assad regime. They've been fighting the Assad regime in the Aleppo province and in the Hama province for like 8 years now. So
Okay.
But
Syria
this
is
all
still
kind of
very
ties
much.
in with Assad's reform and Captagon trade.
Yeah, I mean,
Reform.
Syria is still very much like a full-blown war zone when you look at it. I mean, something we did see in the emergence of this year was the Arab tribal fighters in Deir ez-Zor who have been fighting the SDF pretty hard over the last, like, since September. So over the last, like,
You know
4
how
months.
much you know about those guys?
All I can seem to tell is that they're a loose conglomeration of Arab tribal groups, and they're led by this guy named Ibrahim al-Haf. And the whole thing started was because, well, way back in July, there were clashes between the SDF and the Deir ez-Zor Military Council, which is part of the SDF. So it was basically just infighting. And then they arrested the leader of the Deir ez-Zor Military Council, this dude named Abu Khawla, back in September, which kind of kicked off the whole uprising, and it's just kind of been going on since then.
The forces fighting the SDF are Iranian. They're
That's
not
what
Arab.
people say. That's what people say. I don't know if I buy that entirely.
The thing is that also at the same time, there's Turkmen tribes way up
I
in like
think
a
I think
Kobani
I'm more
area.
I'm more likely to believe that the Arab tribal forces fighting the SDF are backed by Turkey than Iran, because
Well,
if you
that's the
look at
thing is,
what
so
no, no,
they're
no,
both involved here.
hold up, if you look at what they say in their Telegram channels online, they're very anti-Iranian.
Who? Turks?
The Arab tribal groups.
Hmm. The ones that are fighting
So
the SDF.
yeah, so I don't know if I
Well,
buy that entirely.
so
Maybe their leader, the Ibrahim al-Hafil guy, is getting kickbacks from the IRGC and stuff, but I
well,
don't
the
know
thing is
if
that
it's
the
public.
IRGC wants to control it because they need it for a supply route. But on the other side with Kobani, the Turkmen tribes that are attacking there are also claiming that they're Arab militia and like trying to wrap themselves in with like collective propaganda, right? So you have like these selective tribes with legitimate grievances, and then you have Turkey and Iran amplifying all of that to make it look like it's a much more extreme situation than it is, when it's really just like mild tribal clashes that are pretty under control considering it's Syria. It could be worse, for
I don't know.
Syria.
It could be worse. I mean, they're pretty much confined to the Deir ez-Zor area.
Hmm.
The
Also,
militias,
the SDF in this region are Arab themselves.
yeah, for the most part, yeah. And it's also important to note a lot of the Arab tribes have, like, the ones that are armed at least have sided with the SDF in this whole dispute. So there's a decent amount of them that are
Hmm.
on the side that aren't SDF necessarily, but they're Arab tribes who have decided to side with the SDF. I mean, it's
But
Deir ez-Zor. Deir ez-Zor is pretty much all Arab. The only reason I think the SDF controls it is because the U.S. wanted them to move in there because ISIS was still controlling the area. Um, the other thing too is, damn, what was I going to say?
who knows?
Yeah, what I was going to say is, at least it wasn't like, September and November when the Arab tribal militias were taking over like towns and stuff during the clashes. Now it just seems like very intense but removed clashes from population centers and like the countryside and whatnot.
Yeah, but I think the people who are getting hit the hardest are still the Assad regime.
Oh,
It's
100%.
not looking good for them. And I was talking with how do you say it's they're like an oppressed Muslim group in Pakistan. It's like Ahmadi.
Ahmadis, yeah.
Yeah. So I was talking with somebody who, and they obviously have a different outlook than other Pakistanis being from that group. And we were just talking about how strong northern Syria would be if the Mujahideen could just like get over shit and like confederalize, because like there's like it's like maybe the Philippines where there's a section that's totally under Sharia.
I don't know about the Philippines, but I think,
It might
are
be
you thinking of
Malaysia.
Indonesia?
It might be Indonesia. Yeah, it might be Indonesia. It's like one part of it, like a little tip of an island, is like totally under
Yeah,
Sharia.
yeah. I think that's
You know,
Aceh or whatever it's called. Yeah,
so it's like they can still totally have the system that they want, but
right.
the Turk propaganda is poisoned a lot of people's brains,
Yeah,
and obviously everyone wants their own power, and that includes the SDF. It's not like nobody is a humanitarian at the end of the day when it comes to this type of violence. Like, you're fighting a war, it's all about maintaining power to protect your interests at the end of the day.
right. I mean, you and I were talking about this a couple of days ago. We were like, there's not really a group of armed men who are good. Like, there's including state armies, right? There's no such thing as a group of armed men who are
Maybe
like
Ireland.
good, you know?
Well,
But
maybe Ireland, because they don't do anything.
yeah, they don't.
Maybe
I'm,
Greece.
I don't know about that one. gotta think that they've done some stuff.
Yeah, harass Turkey. They back Haftar in Libya.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Yeah, that they do that.
So, I heard Israel is the most moral army though. So,
I mean, hey man, you know. I mean,
Ugh.
according to Dennis Prager, who is credible and knowledgeable, that is true.
they're like honestly like they're making the attack on Israel seem like less and less bad every day that it continues. Not saying like I'm for that attack. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying like in comparison, because like you look at like the Mujahideen against Assad. So like the Mujahideen are epic.
Mujahideen.
There was just a video going around where they were flogging a guy for blasphemy in Idlib,
Oh no shit.
and everyone was like, and it's like, there's like guys commenting on it. It's like the real punishment for blasphemy is death. He's
The real
like,
what?
you're flogging him. No, like guys,
What?
not the best look. Maybe don't post this one. So better than how Assad punishes people, though. I asked Jack earlier, Assad or ISIS?
What do you say?
Assad.
You.
Hmm.
Should have just rejected the question entirely. That's never the right answer.
Yeah, like that Chad at the school.
Yeah, that's always
But-
been my thing. Is like people will ask you stuff like ass or tits, and you're like, why can't I have both?
Well, it's like
You know.
if it's like a side of a conflict,
Well, especially
Like
when
if
it's the side of a conflict, you really shouldn't be taking sides
Yeah.
in an armed conflict. That's the thing that always pisses me off. Is it's like anytime, for example, in like Sudan, this always happens with Sudan for whatever reason. Anytime I post something about Sudan, people are like, "Who are the good guys?" I'm like,
I remember we were
Nobody.
watching something about with Vosh, right? And he was like trying to figure out who the good guys were, and we're like watching it. I don't know if we posted it, but we're just yelling, being like, "There are no good guys, Vosh."
which one was he? Which conflict was this?
Sudan.
Oh, there's no good guys in Sudan.
Yeah, he was trying to figure out
Like-
who was better.
At least with certain conflicts, right? I'm not saying there's good guys, but there's guys who are preferable, right? Like Syria, there are guys who are preferable to
Mhm.
others, right? When it comes to like, like there's very few conflicts where there's a very clear good and a bad guy. I think the one conflict where there was a very clear good guy and bad guy, I guess, was the war on ISIS. But even then, if you look at some of the members of the coalition against ISIS, some of those guys, some of those like the PMF factions in Iran.
Yeah,
that's not
well,
like,
the PMF would say that they're fighting ISIS, and then they would just be unleashed to continue the civil war,
yeah, right.
with
Those
massacre villages.
there's just those aren't really good guys, but they're preferable to ISIS. for sure.
Anti-Tatmadaw forces.
Right, like if you look at Myanmar, there's definitely like a bit more clear good guys, right? Like a lot of the
What
rebel
about
groups against the junta.
Ukraine?
Ukraine is definitely the good guy in that conflict, if there was a good guy. I think it's probably one of the few very clear-cut conflicts going on right now.
I would say that Gaza is pretty clear cut as well, but somehow
It's clear cut in the sense that what Israel is doing is wrong, but the like Hamas and the PIJ aren't necessarily good guys. But it's very clear cut that what Israel is doing is morally reprehensible.
hmm How's James doing?
I'm alive.
I don't know,
I'm here.
man.
I exited one of my surveys. Which one was it? It was this one. So anyway, James, do we want to talk about a certain conflict?
I'm gonna pull one out of a hat.
Oh, we got this conflict map that I've
Ooh,
been
what-
using.
Let's look at one of those.
It's just this isn't even all of them, you know, but I have I was just like going through the dots as a resource here.
ACLED.
So, you know,
Aquad.
it's CFR.
CFR.
We've basically talked about every dot in this map at this point, except Venezuela and Ukraine.
You guys want to go
Venezuela.
go
But we
into,
can talk
detail.
more on stuff. Go ahead.
on Ukraine?
That's
Well-
the topic we're on at the moment, so go for it.
I mean, yeah, hopefully I can pull people in for Ukraine as well. I mean, we commented that nothing has changed.
Mm. Oh, so tired. Struggling.
Yeah, we're probably going to wrap shortly.
Yeah.
So,
What are some conflicts we haven't covered? Oh, Kashmir. Who wants to talk about
Ooh.
Kashmir? Who wants to talk about Kashmir with me?
Let's talk about Kashmir. I haven't had a sweater.
Kashmir.
overrated.
It's a good song.
Did you just say overrated?
Yeah.
Like the conflict or like the song?
The clothing.
Oh, yeah, the clothing's overrated as hell.
Apparently, it's worth having a war over.
Yeah. That's what the war is over, right?
Yeah, definitely.
You know, between India and Pakistan and the Kashmir conflict, I side with China. To get my social credit score up.
I'll never side with China. I'll never be allowed to go there ever.
Honestly,
I mean-
with Kashmir, he might be cooking with this one.
No, he is not cooking shit.
Okay, here we go. Fight.
I mean, the People's Anti-Fascist Front have claimed 2 attacks within the last month or so. What do we think? I mean, we were talking about this off stream with Uday, and I was asking him, I'm like, do you think the People's Anti-Fascist Front is a front for like Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed, like one of those jihadist groups in Kashmir? He was like, oh, for sure. What do you think? What do you think, James? Do you think that's true?
Fuck. I am not at all familiar with the Kashmiri groups.
I don't know. I think it seems to be true. I think one of the guys they killed, one of the guys the Indian military killed, who was part of the PAFF, was very much fit the description of the jihadist type.
But they're anti-fascist.
Yeah, it seems like that's what people think
wait.
is that they're like appropriating certain aesthetics to make them more appealing to a wider audience.
You think that's a part of the whole broader rebranding thing? Like another
It's a
rebrand.
good PR move.
Remember how Dash switched from the Arabic or what is it, ceremonial Arabic logo to like that fucking
The cool logo
the hashtag
that looks like blocks together.
barcode logo,
Yeah,
and
they got
Al
great graphic design.
Qaeda's Inspire switched from open source to open source jihad.
Oh, AQA, Al Qaeda in the Islamic. But dude, I saw that video. That thing is insane. Open source jihad. That was nuts.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh, you haven't seen this video? We can't show it on here because it would definitely get flagged. But oh my gosh,
Who made it?
Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula.
Oh, it just came out, I guess. Fox News 9 hours ago, Al Qaeda threatened to open source jihad.
OSINT breaking 9/11 2.0.
Oh Jesus! It had some eyes after that.
Al Qaeda launches first public campaign in 4 years to encourage lone wolf terrorist attacks. Okay. Al Qaeda does this every Christmas, though. And also, this
Jingle
article is from
bells, jingle
2021.
bells, jingle all the
So, like every
way.
Christmas,
Oh,
I
what
posted them
fun it
last
is
year,
to
but ISIS or Al Qaeda made like Christmas attack ads, and they were so funny. But I want to see because like they still haven't officially claimed that what's his name? The leader of Al Qaeda, what's his name? Saif al Adel.
Idol? Yeah,
Safe and
Yeah,
Adel,
so
yeah.
they technically haven't claimed that he's the leader.
he's definitely the leader.
They haven't claimed it publicly though. So
Where is he? Is he in Iran?
that's what we think because there's
Ooh.
photos of him in Iran. But he could
Yeah,
leave.
that's what the most recent open intelligence says.
Yeah, I think what's his name? He's the FBI guy
Ooh. Oh
who
shit.
arrested Abu Zubaydah.
Wait, which guy?
Ali Sifan.
Oh,
So
okay. So,
Ali Sifan says he's basically on house arrest in Japan. Or I don't know why it's in Japan.
Could you
What is it?
imagine if it was in Japan?
That would be
I mean,
epic.
isn't that what they were doing with Al Qaeda leaders like back in the day? Like back when Bin Laden was there, they just had him in like a giant compound.
yeah. they give any Al Qaeda leader, or the notables at least, their own giant crash pads.
Kind of sick. That's not a bad deal.
I should have gone into jihad.
They're like, yo, y'all got NFL Red Zone in this fucking.
And he
this
and
fucking
like
pla-
he probably looks like a normal ass regular dude. Like look at him. He's like literally in a t-shirt in this photo, you know? Like
The funniest thing about Saif al-Adil is nobody knows his real name. His real name is literally disputed, which is funny because he served in the Egyptian military for several years, and there's like no record of his real name. It's just
yeah,
Oh.
he was a high-ranking officer.
and like nobody actually knows his real name, which
Wild.
on one hand is funny because I feel like this is something that should be easy for the Egyptian military to look up, but they just either don't or don't know how.
Oh, maybe the record's burned or something.
Yeah,
Maybe they didn't keep records.
could be as well, but I feel like if he was high ranking enough.
Yeah, I think he was a lieutenant. But talk about someone who rose through the ranks of Al Qaeda. Now, the thing is like, can Al Qaeda be saved at this point? I mean, aren't they has-beens?
I don't think so.
They are a sleeper superpower.
Sleeper superpower?
Prove us wrong.
Yeah.
Well, see, he's
Al Qaeda's been fucking cooking, right? Just in Afghanistan, AQ Core is up to like 10,000 plus guys.
fucking hell.
I mean, we were just talking about JNIM. That's an Al Qaeda link group,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
you know. And
But
they're
aren't they
doing
getting their shit
big
pushed in
things.
by ISIS there?
Oh
No.
Oh, they're
Are you talking about?
Okay.
You're
okay.
talking about in the Sahel. They're the main guys. They're running.
Oh, yeah.
okay. So, but ISWAP is kicking the shit out of Boko Haram.
Aren't Boko Haram and ISWAP basically on the same team now?
Well, I think because they basically made Boko Haram will side with whoever. They've sided with ISIS and Al Qaeda in the past.
Isn't Al Qaeda in India?
Yeah, but they haven't really done anything of no.
I was gonna say.
Hold up. Isn't Al Shabaab an Al Qaeda link group?
Yeah, Al Shabaab is.
yeah, it
Al-Shabaab,
says there.
Oh,
Up
no.
by.
Later, Ace.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
even have
Al-Shabaab's been fucking dominating. Also, they're missing an
they
A
even
there.
have Haraz al-Din on this map.
Does there also didn't even count anymore? They have like 200 guys.
I mean, Haras al-Din, it was now 2 years ago, but one of their leaders got smoked by a U.S. drone.
Afghanistan, does that say AQ Core?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Al Qaeda Core.
Okay.
which is definitely probably their new headquarters for sure. Biggest faction. And
I
does Al
actually-
Qaeda recognize Iran?
I don't
Because
think
people have asked me in the past, why would they be sheltering the Al Qaeda leader? Why would the Iranians shelter the Al Qaeda leader? Aren't they fighting Al Qaeda in Syria?
technically yes, technically no.
Mhm.
It's
What an answer.
it's uh, nominally, at least ideologically, I'm pretty sure Al Qaeda and the Iranians hate each other, but practically, they're like brother black sheep. They're brotherly black sheep. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Enemies
well,
of enemies.
the reason why I say it is like because ISIS doesn't recognize Iran.
Does ISIS recognize anybody?
Yeah, no, well, they recognize Kurdistan. Al Qaeda doesn't, even though there's
No
a Kurdish Al
way.
Qaeda, right? Isn't that
Nope.
wild?
What the? What? Wait. What is?
Do you not know this?
No. Well, pull that up on the screen. What's that line from like Joe Rogan? Pull that up now.
Yeah, hang on.
Pull that up,
Jamie.
Jamie.
So this is like a translated map. This is ISIS, like what they claim, right?
Oh well, dude, isn't that map fake?
No, the like this one is their expansion plan. But
Isn't it a fake
so
map,
yeah,
though?
but this what you're talking about is this right here, the map that's claimed as fake.
Oh, there we go. All right.
So according to Business Insider, the map is a fantasy. But like honestly, like it's not exact, you know, like this is like just like a made up thing, right? But like they still envision like a global like kingdom.
Oh yeah,
right?
for sure.
So they do actually recognize Kurdistan over Iran.
Oof,
Shout out.
that's
So-
rough.
Yes, yeah, they mess all day. Masoud
yeah,
Barzani, Emir of Kurdistan.
No, well, because like the Kurdish Al Qaeda group, like I mean, like they helped found ISIS. Like now they're not in ISIS and again, but Ansar al-Islam, right?
Yeah,
Ansar al-Sunnah, I think, was the other one. They're
Ansar
both
al-Islam
one is a
recently launched an
one is
attack,
a
like,
Arab
deep.
group, one's a Kurdish group. Both Al Qaeda.
Ansar al-Islam recently launched an attack pretty deep in Assad-held territory in Latakia, which is like
Latakia.
definitely like like the Assad stronghold. That's where his family's from.
Jesus.
It's very bold.
Yeah, they took out an outpost, captured a hill, and I'm assuming they withdrew right after. But I mean, Syrian rebel factions have
See,
been
like
able
there's
to
this one too. Like
launch
this is like a
attacks
good
in
source that
Latakia.
it's, you know, it's the same map, but it's not like a bad source. So they recognize Iran as part of Khorasan, I guess, Al Qaeda, if this is to be
Hindustan.
believed. Yeah, well, that's actually a lot of people call it Hindustan. Throughout the world, they don't call it India.
That's so funny.
Stan just means country, you know.
I know. Doesn't it just mean land?
Yeah.
Hindu land? That's amazing. If you went around in Australia calling India Hindu land, people would call you racist. Like, even Hindustan. Literally going around in Australia calling India Hindustan, people would look at you like you're a racist.
Probably because people who use that word are you know,
Usually, yeah.
Indian fascists. You know, it goes both ways there. They either are aware enough to know that that's probably someone who supports racism in India, or it sounds racist.
I mean, in Arabic, we just call India Hind, so not far off.
Yeah,
Huh.
a lot of But then a lot of people like they'll translate from languages and they'll say Hindustan in English because that's like the more proper translation for what they call India.
What do they call India in Hindu? I mean, Hindi, not Hindu.
Oh, it starts with an M, I think, like a M sounding thing. Let me just look up India because it'll tell you.
Because I'm curious because my family's from Egypt, and Egypt is one of those countries whose name in English is nothing like its name in Arabic.
What is it in Arabic?
Masr.
Interesting.
Uh,
Where did Egypt come from?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Because it's historically the land there. Just like how Palestine is Palestine, not because of the Palestinians, but because of like, you know, the city states of not Phoenicia, Philistine.
Yeah.
So this is, I'm going to put it in private chat. This is how India is said. Ameristan. Well, I think it's Crackerstan. In East Crackerstan.
Bahrat. Oh, so this is why they wanted to change the name, because that's what it's called in their language.
Ah, interesting.
Bahrat
It means like
Ganaraja.
Republic of India.
All right.
Okay. I guess Turkey set the stage.
Well, first of all, I'm not it's like Twitter, you know? I'm not calling it X. I'm not calling it Turkey. Shut up, Turkey.
Shut up and gobble.
I'm gonna call it Tortuga. Yeah, they suck. Fuck Turkey. Why would I respect them? Anyway,
North Macedonia stand.
anyway, yeah, Al Qaeda Corps is killing it, but how much do we think is that due to a change in leadership, and how much is just because the Taliban controls Afghanistan?
Both.
You think Saif al-Adil is out here making big moves?
He definitely has a lot of synergy with the Taliban, right? For reasons.
They kick it on the weekends.
Kick it all the time. I even
Snort
marry
lines of
each other's
cocaine.
daughters.
They like to link up and watch the Eagles game on Sunday.
Well, like the only other
body
photograph we
shots.
have of him is like from that Afghan training video, you know, like that's from 2000. Like besides this 2012 photo that I was just showing,
It's pretty impressive.
like he is really good at not showing up places. They're never gonna find him, you know. Like this guy is never gonna get caught. So Abdullah Ahmed Abdullah. This is so funny. This is from Long War Journal, but they did a pre-rendered composite of what they should look like today, I guess is what this is. And this is what they did for him, is like their pre-rendered.
Cooked him.
Bro, I mean, we've seen him, you know? We've seen what he looks like recently. He looks nothing like this.
How old is the article?
Oh, I don't know. It's Long War Journal, though. Let's see. I don't know, man, because it's like it's literally like 2020. I don't know what's going on there. It might have been a picture that they've just sourced from somewhere else. But that is like some AI shit, I think. Even like it might not even be human. Because like that's, I mean, we're supposed to believe this is him. That's like the clearest, most recent picture we got, which is like more than we have than a lot of like some of these guys. Meanwhile, like the leader of like the Syrian opposition group is on PBS being interviewed. I want to see a PBS interview with this guy. Yeah, I've heard he's like not nice. You know, obviously he's a terrorist, so he's not nice, but like, you know,
he's not personable. Like he wouldn't know how to speak to a person in media.
Yeah, he's not a very personable person. He's a very grumpy person, and you don't want to deliver bad news to him.
That seems to be kind of the the consensus is that he's like a very straightforward, like tactical person, you know,
Mhm.
typical military man type.
Well, he did. Well, from rumors that he was in Syria, like he was allowed to leave Iran and go to Syria and help train the
Interesting.
insurgency there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's telling, you know, I mean, Zawahiri would give speeches pretty, you know, every 6 months,
Yeah,
every
his little
year.
fireside chat.
Yeah, same with Bin Laden. He has not given a speech since becoming the leader of Al Qaeda.
If he's become the leader of Al Qaeda, they haven't said he is.
Assuming he is.
And they announced what, because he did interim leadership before the vote, because Al Qaeda is a democratic organization. Isn't that fucking crazy that Al Qaeda is like more democratic than most governments in the world?
They like vote on a leader.
Yeah, yeah.
So, hold on. Let me get this straight. Is it everyone within the organization? Like, are they sending ballot boxes to dudes in JNIM, or like, is it like an
No,
internal thing?
no. It's just the Shura Council.
Speaking of JNIM, actually, their leader gave a speech earlier this month, which was interesting.
It's about as democratic as Australia,
But it's like
where you don't really select your leader, but you kind of vote.
But like when Bin Laden died, he stepped in as an interim like facilitator because there was debate over who the group was going to, because nobody likes Zawahiri. And you know, it's supposed to go to the other guy who like died in a boating accident or something.
They did that.
Because
Crazy.
I remember we figured this out and we were laughing our asses off. But Mohammed Atef was supposed to be the number 2. And then that was the deal with merging with Islamic Jihad, right? Is that after Bin Laden died, the next leader would be from Islamic Jihad. That was like the deal they made, and it was supposed to be this guy who's like competent, and you can see him in the terrorist TV pictures. But I want to say he died in a boating accident or something.
That's so.
And then they get stuck with Zawahiri, and nobody likes him.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh.
I have to look up his name. Okay. AT. See how this guy died. In Sudan. Named military chief, embassy bombings. Death. He was killed in a U.S. airstrike in Kabul.
Who are we talking about? Do you know how little that narrows it down?
It's this guy. This guy right
Predator
here.
drones. You will never see it coming.
So
Ooh. This one might be a Reaper drone one.
it was during the invasion of it. They drone striked him during the invasion of Afghanistan.
Never mind.
Please clap.
Yeah, see, destroyed his house with Predator.
Predator drones.
Oof.
There was some guy who also died in a boating accident that we were laughing at. So anyway, so it's just it was never, Al Qaeda was never even supposed to go to Saif. And what's interesting is that he was Egyptian and not part of Islamic Jihad. He was just another random Egyptian guy.
Huh.
Shout out.
I think it was Abdullah Ahmed Abdullah. Let's check if that guy died in a boating accident.
You really want to find out which one it was, don't you?
It was just so funny when we read it.
Like, what was the context of this boating accident? Like, was he trying to escape? Was he like trying to carry out an attack, or was he just like boating
I
for
don't
fun?
remember, but we were laughing about it because I swear to God, somebody died in a boating accident. It says that Israel assassinated him. Oh, this is the guy that Israel assassinated a few years ago when they drove up on a motorcycle and shot him.
Wait, which
You
guy?
remember that? It
It's
was
very Israel.
Al Qaeda's number 3, right at the time. So it's in 2020, as Israel pulled up on a motorcycle and shot him in the street in broad daylight.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So another guy who survived a boating accident. Comment below if you remember who's the Al Qaeda guy who died in a boating accident. Anyway, how do we feel about CENTCOM in Iran?
Oh, CENTCOM needs to chill out.
Well, didn't they just send Gerald Ford home?
Yeah, probably. Again, CENTCOM's will at that.
Well, because we were talking, because like I remember Jack was like, we were talking with Jack in chat with Ace, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that they're operating under their own discretion right now. Like the U.S. is like, do whatever hell you want,
Probably, yeah.
and like that's kind of what it feels like. So, anyway, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. So, that's what we'll talk about is the IRGC and CENTCOM, and World War III is going to happen in the Middle East, right?
No, always. World War III is always going to happen.
Cool.
I'm by myself.
Oh, come on. I was going to this to fill time so I could go to the bathroom.
Just go. I'll just talk shit.
Dead air.
Yeah, just dead air. Go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that global conflict is going to spark into a wider thing. I just don't think people want that. I don't think people
Jinx.
I think it's just going to be like a series of small fires as opposed to one
Yeah,
big fire. Like,
I don't conceive a way
I could see
that
more
everybody is
wars.
willing to go to war.
Yeah, I could see more wars and more insurgencies breaking out in like pockets of the world, but never
Mhm.
anything full blown like a World War III.
Yeah, I just don't.
I think
see it
the whole
happening.
I think the whole we live in the we live in the most peaceful era in history thing is just bullshit.
No, it is. It's
I've always-
peaceful
I've
for
always-
the global north.
It's
what
I've
it
always
is.
just found it to be bullshit because is it more peaceful than World War II? Sure. But in terms of like people always bring up, well, if you look at 700 AD, all these different conflicts were going on at the same time. It's like, yeah, dudes were fighting with fucking swords and spears back then.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like you could
Yeah.
kill as many people with a sword and a spear.
Violence has escalated in its magnitude. It's no longer
exactly.
two dudes with a sword.
Conflicts are more violent and kill more people now because we have guns and missiles and planes and bombs.
Exactly. But I don't see any conclusion that comes to the entire world fighting, not even Taiwan and China. Like America might try and drag people in, but I really think that people are just going to be like, "Nah, fuck yourself." I don't think people are going to be dragged into another war for another superpower. But this just could be my Australian biases coming through.
Well, because people always say World War III, and it's like that era's over, And
Yeah.
like you look at World War I, the mistake was everyone rushed into a coalition with alliances, right?
Uh-huh.
You look at the United States just trying to get people to help with the Yemen stuff, and they only got the Seychelles,
Yeah.
France and Britain back out because they're like, we're not giving you control of our military ships. we don't want to get that involved with the Houthi. They
Yeah.
like have a pretty big military that can actually fuck our shit up if they stay mad.
So it's I just don't think it's gonna happen. I don't.
I think
The
it might be
appetite isn't
happening with
there.
ISIS. ISIS is like basically World War III.
Mm,
I also think that when you look at the reasons why the European powers rushed into World War One and World War Two, you got to realize these were still like very nationalistic colonial empires at the time. It's not really the case today. You know what I mean?
no.
Yeah, I think UN actually has helped here. You know, because like before, the fear was that Russia and America could go to war because they were powerful enough,
Hmm.
right? But even Russia and America going to war, how many people would actually get involved? All of Europe?
Yeah, that's the
And then
question.
it's a European war. I guess that would be World War III.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know.
like-
Because I don't know. I also don't know how many Commonwealth countries would come if England asked them. That's the other thing.
Well, did you fight in the Falkland Wars?
No. I don't think so.
Also, like, why would England be involved in, like, you know, like, honestly, the UK, talk about a country in decline.
Yeah. It really is. It's probably one of the biggest declines.
Their government is like, I mean, I take their government over ours at this point because the American legislative branch is embarrassing. Honestly, embarrassing. Like Boris Johnson is less embarrassing than our fucking.
Well, it's not Bojo anymore.
I know, but I'm just saying. I said that it was probably going to be Rishi Sunak after he stepped down and they
Yeah.
put that other cabbage lady in.
Mm-hmm.
I was like shocked that they didn't go to Rishi right away.
Straight away, yeah. Theresa May. They wanted that woman vote, I guess. I
don't
think
know. It's
that's
such an
definitely what they were
irrelevant
going
country.
for.
Like, what do they do? What do they like?
Yeah. I mean, that's
Why are
definitely
you
what
here?
they're going for.
You know, like why are you here, England? France does more than you.
Yeah.
France fucks up more than them too because they do more than
Yeah.
England.
Mm-hmm. England really is a joke.
Speaking of which, who knows about what Indonesia did to the Rohingya?
Yeah, I know a bit. So a couple days ago, there was I think it was like some university students, like stormed a Rohingya camp and just started kind of assaulting people. And then later in the week, the Indonesian military turned away a boat of Rohingya refugees from coming to Indonesia. So they were just kind of stranded at sea after that.
Well, they did, I think, make it to shore.
I
But
think it was one island that turned them away then.
well,
this happens a lot. Actually, they'll probably be pushed onto Australia.
yeah, like it's when they say it's a migrant crisis, you know, that's literally what it is.
Mm-hmm.
These people just it's like I remember seeing this in Iraq. These people, I don't know where they were from, but they were Iraqi themselves, and they literally died of thirst in a migrant movement in Iraq.
Interesting.
You know, like they were coming up from the south to the north or something, or going.
Well,
from
at
north
least
to south.
at least the Rohingya are doing the refugee thing properly because they're going to the nearest safe country, which is like the whole doctrine is you got to go to the nearest safe country.
I think
before
they're just
going
trying to
anywhere
go
else.
anywhere, you know.
Anyway, literally anywhere because it's like a genuine refugee thing. Where a lot of the issue in Australia was that a lot of the people were coming from Africa, from the Middle East, going through all these countries to come to Australia, and that was the problem that people were having. It's not like
Australia's racist.
Well, yeah, that and the fact that people were going through so many countries that they could have stayed in. Instead, they just continued on to Australia because that's where they wanted to go. But that also could have been because they were richer people that were able to pay the trafficking fees.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there's that angle as well, that it's like they're probably the rich of the country, the people who probably caused
the issues in the country. It's generally how it goes. So it's a really interesting issue here. And then they started putting them in fucking concentration camps on islands. So that's pretty cool. Good
Yeah,
job, Australia.
This looks like an actual, like, you know,
Mhm.
don't know how good this source is, but disinformation campaign spurred student attack on Rohingya shelter. And I think considering that Facebook disinformation caused, well, not exactly caused, is complacent in the crisis to begin with. You know, disinformation is, again, you know,
Harming
victimizing
the
these people.
Rohingya.
Yeah.
Can't escape it.
Serbia had elections.
How'd
Uh,
that go? Did the
who knows-
guy get booted?
Who knows anything about the Serbian elections?
Yeah, so Vucic, there was elections, and Vucic basically declared victory, although the opposition disputes disputes the results, saying that, you know, they were rigged. There are also rumors, unconfirmed rumors, but there's still rumors that he bust in people from the Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Serbians from Kosovo to vote, even though I don't think they can vote in those elections. And yeah, that's part of it. And he won about 48%, and a lot of people were saying, some international observers were saying, he kind of gained advantage through biased media and through certain voting irregularities that indicated that there was some vote buying going on.
I think a really good thing to point out is what his like profession was before politics. He literally owns the media there.
Interesting.
So that's a big part of his ability to seize power. Just think about if the president also owned the media there.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah. So the other thing is, I think like 38 protesters, like 38 to 40 protesters have been arrested since. 7 police officers have been injured. A couple of those detained were 4 people who were just like taken in an unmarked van by masked men. So that's sketchy. Yeah, Vucic has kind of been known as this right-wing guy who's been stoking nationalist sentiments in Kosovo and Republika Srpska and Bosnia, and he's got some. We've discussed this before, but he also has ties to some people in organized crime. I think it's also interesting to note that there was a shooting in Kosovo yesterday.
There was like also Serbia has had like 2 mass shootings that
They had
also were
they
like
had 2
big
mass
on the
shootings a few
government.
months ago. Yeah.
They're like back to back.
Yeah. I mean, the opposition party's name is Serbia Without Violence, and the whole idea is that they think that, you know, political violence in Serbia has been such a problem, so they kind of base their party line around it. And yeah, I think it's very suspicious that there's this shooting in Kosovo, you know, as these protests are going on. Kosovo police said no one was killed in the shooting, thankfully, but Kosovo police detained, I think they detained like 1 or 2 guys who they said were Kosovo Serbians. So, yeah, that's all very suspicious.
So
Yeah, you could definitely connect some dots there, but that's not for us to say.
I mean, sure, we can say whatever we want.
Yeah, true.
So
Journalist privilege, right?
I'm looking for the images of like Israel detaining that little boy and stripping him down along with all those accused militants.
Yes.
You know what that
Yeah, I
little,
remember
there's
that,
like a little kid among the among those people who are stripped down.
There's a couple people in there who look under the age of 18.
Yeah, I just don't know what to type in to get it to show up. I'm going to type in Israel detain and try and get them.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'll have a look.
Yes, instantly found it by typing in that detained. So these were like really fun, like this type of stuff. It just reminds you, because we were talking about Serbia, and so it reminded me, feel like this, somebody from Ireland, of course, I assume here, talking about, I made it black and white, and now it's Schindler's List. Look, there's fat people in Gaza. They aren't starving, is what other people say. But like, why do you have children here?
Yeah, if they're militant.
Why? First of all, why are they like this to begin with? You remember the images where and they accuse the guy is literally like, why is there people kneeling blindfolded and shaved being led to trains in modern China? You
Yes,
remember that
yeah.
moment? That
Mhm.
moment was epic when they confronted China with
Yeah.
that. That's what this feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Is like that type of stuff.
Yeah, like why are there groups of people stripped down to their underwear?
Yeah, and
modern
like
Israel?
the amount that they detained here, it was just insane. Like,
Mm.
and everyone was comparing them to filtration camps.
In Russia?
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, stuff. Well,
Uh,
filtration has kind of been because like Serbia does them too. Serbia did them. Well,
Yeah,
not necessarily the Serb forces in Bosnia.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just like it's weird. Why are they, why are they doing this? What is the point of this? Why are they
It's
parading them around the
humiliation.
cathedral?
Yeah, it's humiliation.
It's just like, and so multiple groups where they're showing doing this, and it's just weird. I mean,
It is very strange.
also, I think we should mention that there was rockets fired at New Year's, and it's like, of course, they used rockets right when it became New Year's and fireworks were going off. That's when you had a time to do your gunshots when the rockets are going off, so people won't know that you're killing somebody on 4th of July. You ever play firework a gunshot?
Sometimes. There are like random bangs. Because fireworks and guns are illegal. It's like, oh, which one was it? So many people don't know the sound of a gunshot though.
So,
Hmm.
what about ISIS in the Philippines?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, everyone else left.
Yeah.
We're not good enough. So Crimea, we see those strikes in Crimea and then people were like, "Hey, the U.S. did this," when the U.S. didn't give them those types of missiles.
Were they the Storm Shadow ones?
Probably.
And yeah,
Mhm.
So,
They've been hitting Crimea pretty hard with the Storm Shadow missiles, from what I've seen.
that's what these retaliation strikes in Ukraine. Like, I'm sure people have seen how bad Ukraine was the last few days. It was probably in response to the Crimea getting pounded. And
Yeah.
it's just the same thing that Turkey does. How dare you attack us? Now we're gonna fucking massacre your people.
Yeah. Which
Yeah, it's
should
you
not
have to
be
let them. You have to stay silent while you get genocide.
that is pretty much what it is. Silence through coercion. Don't touch us or we'll do this. It's just a power dynamic. That's all it is.
And I think it's more of like the nature of states.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, somebody from Ukraine is willing to come talk about Ukraine. So I'm just. That's probably where we'll pretty much call it, because we pretty much covered
Everything.
mostly everything. But what about the oil in Nigeria and the bandit attacks?
Ooh, that's something. Actually, there was some
And
news recently that I think the Nigerian Air Force actually struck some of the makeshift oil processing centers that bandits use in the Niger Delta and whatnot. But yeah, the bandit attacks that happened a few days ago. It was on Christmas, I think. It was 160 people killed across a bunch of different localities where bandits attacked. Some people are saying it's like Fulani herders. Other people are saying it's like an amalgamation of different bandit groups. But yeah, that's kind of a side of Nigerian conflict that kind of gets overlooked by a lot of the Boko Haram and ISIS stuff. Is there's a lot of banditry that goes on.
oh, look at the jet that they used. There's like it looks like they hit in a skiff here in the water. But this might be an older thing that I'm just looking at their plane.
We can't see anything.
I know. I'm looking for this is from the Nigerian Air Force right here. And so like they're saying they bombed it. They're showing a picture of them bombing it. So it sounds to
I
me
guess
like
it was
they
them.
definitely bombed it.
Mm.
You can see there's like these are oil barrels. This is I've seen some illegal oil processing, and this looks about what I'm familiar with in this one, right? This pretty much like this type of setup in the back here. That's normally what you see. There was somewhere else that they were doing this that we were talking about kind of recently. Like I want to say West Papua, but it's not because they do more like the timber stuff.
I remember talking about illegal oil refinery at all.
We talked about it on something. We mentioned it, but it's not obviously not good for the environment, especially when you bomb it. Like why would you look at us? We destroyed our own ecosystem by bombing this fucking oil camp. Great job, guys.
What else were they gonna do?
I don't know. 6 illegal oil refineries. Operation Delta Safe is what they called it. So that's epic.
6 is nowhere near enough. There's hundreds of those like illegal oil processing facilities across the country.
Mm-hmm. And then you also have here the Paraguayan prison operation.
Yep. So let's talk about that because this is going to be a bit of a doozy. Hang on a sec. So basically, this is kind of a similar situation to Ecuador, but 11 inmates and a police officer were killed in a standoff in a jail in Paraguay back in, I want to say 2 weeks ago or something. But police entered a jail in the capital city, and they were trying to transfer this drug dealer named Armando Javier Rotella, and Rotella, this drug lord, he basically controls the entire jail. He runs like a supermarket in the jail.
I
And
think we've
part
talked
of
about him before, but I'm not sure.
no, you're thinking of Ecuador. this guy, this guy basically controls the jail, but he's kind of similar to what's his name, Javier, whatever, in Ecuador. He's somewhat similar, but yeah. While they were in the jail, they seized 3 pit bulls and several the roosters they use for cockfighting. They had those in the prison. But yeah, they went into the prison. It took 2,500 soldiers and police officers to regain control of the prison. And
How
they had to
many?
relocate 2,500 to take control of this prison. Could you imagine? But yeah, around 700 inmates, including Rotella, have been relocated to other prisons. And yeah, back in October, apparently, according to this BBC article, about 20 prison guards were held hostage by the inmates who basically demanded that the government drop its plans to transfer members of Rotella's organized crime group, or whatever you want to call it. And they eventually compromised and they released the guards. So yeah,
That's fucking insane.
the guy that they were detaining is that, you know what they call him? They call him the crack czar of Paraguay because he sells so much crack. Yeah.
Epic.
So took
Was there somewhere
2,000
where there was a coup recently, or some attempted coup that failed?
attempted coup?
Yeah. If you know, I may just be running things together, because when isn't there an attempted coup somewhere?
I mean, wasn't there? There was also that prison in Venezuela where the
Oh
guy
yeah,
had
well,
like
Venezuela. Like, what happened with the conflict in Venezuela? Are they going to war or not?
it doesn't appear so. Doesn't look like it. I think they met and they came to some sort of understanding, but everything's up in the air at the moment.
So the map they
Southcom-
released is irrelevant?
I mean, no, that's still the map of the area they wanted to seize. It's still like the map, but like the geography doesn't change. That's the area they wanted to seize, but they're not. I don't know if they're going to go through with it or not. It seems they've reached some kind of understanding that they won't. But that remains to be seen if that'll hold up. So yeah, all the
And it like weirdly has a lot of support from the Venezuelan people, supposedly.
I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe the majority of Venezuelan people do support it, but Maduro definitely rigged that referendum. There's no way that's
Surely.
legit.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I think this is like independent polling.
I wouldn't be surprised if like 55% of the population were in favor of doing it, but I don't think it's like 80% like his referendum said.
Yeah, it
And I
seems
think,
it seems pretty high.
But in any case, all the Venezuela hawks and the China hawks can fuck off, all right? It's the Middle East and Africa for life.
Yeah. Right? The CENTCOM is the priority forever. So Colombia, drug war as well. There's that's second only to Mexico, I think, is how violent it was. And supposedly it's like coming to an end, but so anyway, let's see.
I mean,
next.
yeah.
Go
They
ahead,
have
Ace,
all
before we
these-
bring
they
the
have all
next
these-
person.
These different deals with the ELN and the FARC, but it's still a low-level conflict, is all I was going to say.
A lot of cocaine. Anyway, so hi, you want to introduce yourself for stream?
Hey, what's up? I I don't know if I want to drop my real name immediately, so I'll just go by Alucard this time. So my Twitter handle is AlucardHex. I generally talk about Ukraine and occasionally some random other memes. I try not to get too gimmicky.
So, what do you think about what's been happening recently in Ukraine? I mean, obviously, we were just talking about how Crimea got pounded and there was retaliation attacks, and how it's just nothing has changed, and it's not looking terrible, but not looking good.
Um, about Crimea specifically,
I mean,
or
just in general, just like I'm just saying, like we've talked about this already. Like these are some of the things we've brought up.
I mean, the winter is probably going to be bloody as fuck. Russia has a lot of Shaheeds. I don't know what the missile situation is, but they've been stockpiling that, so it's probably half decent at least. Presumably, this time around, though, Ukraine will have some things to launch back at them, so it might be a little more two-sided. But either way, a lot of people are going to die, and I don't really see it kind of being a major change either way. Like Ukraine doesn't have the capacity to, like, let's say, just take out like Russia's factories or some shit like that. Russia does for Ukraine, but I don't know, they just suck shit. So I don't know how well that's been going. I mean, clearly,
I
not
saw
great,
that
not terrible.
Russia was using a cruise missile that actually had like countermeasures on it. Like it was like doing like the flares off the back of it and shit.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know. People are kind of like debating on whether that does anything. Some are saying that might just make it worse and more visible. I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty old missile as far as I'm aware.
Hmm.
But I guess so. I don't know if you saw like the video of Russians trying to intercept a Storm Shadow with a Panzer or something like that, and they just straight up like couldn't lock onto it. So,
I
I mean,
haven't. No.
evidently, no, yeah, it was going around a while ago. Yeah, it would take me a while to find. It's like 4 months ago, but yeah, it was
Mhm.
literally them like aiming at it for a minute, and the shit just wouldn't lock on. So it was really funny to watch. But yeah, Storm Shadows have been really nice though. So those have
Yeah,
just
yeah, for
been.
especially for Crimea, and like that's the thing is, so right now we've been talking about how the U.S. Congress is a joke, and the fact that they're like holding up Ukraine spending just so like immigrants can be exploited at the border. Like this, some people ran with this like it's now going to be Israel and not Ukraine getting funding, and, and they don't care about Ukraine anymore, and like the Ukraine war is over. Like people are literally saying that the Ukraine war is over because they didn't get an aid package on time from the United States,
Yeah.
but they're giving them F-16s in a few months, like they're going to be deploying there.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting situation because the polling on Israel is like falling out of the sky. Where I think some of the recent polls where it's like there is like a majority that supports Ukraine, but there is no longer a majority that supports Israel somehow, which I thought would never ever happen. But I guess that's kind of the direction in which we've been heading, at least. So I do wonder if we can maybe do this kind of like uh kind of use the two-party system in this way where sort of, the Democrats stand hardcore for Ukraine and the Republicans stand hardcore for Israel, and maybe through that we can kind of keep the foreign aid packages going consistently. So we'll see how it turns out.
But it's just like Biden just bypassed aid to go to Israel, and everyone was like, why not Ukraine? Like do this for Ukraine instead of Israel, like bypass this shit.
I mean, they're probably gonna do it. That's why, like, I don't really agree with people that are like
Got to
on
keep these
here.
donors happy.
Yeah, because for one, I mean, Israel bought the thing, so but it's whatever. Like the thing is, like I think that in the event that we have Trump reelected in 2024, and then the Congress just becomes fully Hitlerite, I think, or actually, fuck. Well, if Trump is president, that doesn't work. But if let's say Biden is still president, but there's like I don't know 350 Republicans in Congress, I'd imagine that's probably what would be happening. Is that there would be some kind of like loan thing going through World Bank, IMF, and then Ukraine would be doing these emergency buys on things like artillery shells and the air defense stuff. So I think that like at least as far as like these super basic essentials, like I just said, artillery shells and air defense, I don't think those are going to stop no matter what. For the other things, I guess we'll see.
Well, I think whenever these F-16s roll out, just like it's going to be a huge change for a lot of stuff. Because I mean, the missiles that they've already given them. I mean, Jack and I were looking at missiles the other day, and I don't remember what exactly we were looking at, but it was some next generation missile that wasn't a Storm Shadow. It was a U.S. made one that they already outfitted to Ukraine's MiGs that normally is only on the F-16, but it's something like some type of like cool missile. But we were looking at a shitload of missiles. I couldn't tell you which one.
Is it the
But
HARM, the anti-radiation missile?
I don't know. It was just some type of smart missile that can like do good things.
Okay,
An interceptor missile type.
interesting.
that
Yeah, I
can,
think
like,
they've been able to fit like almost anything on it. Like I would have thought they would have never been able to do something as difficult as like the harm, but yeah, so far, even though it's presumably not like full functionality, it's still pretty cool to see.
what do you think the odds are of like Ukraine eventually just falling into a state of like permanent insurgency, where there's like a Russian controlled government there and a constant like drone warfare bombing going on from like insurgent Ukrainians?
Pretty low. Like I don't see how that's gonna happen unless Russia like goes and mobilizes like 1.5 million people tomorrow. Like I don't know how you get there.
I mean, they maybe like they'd have better luck like finding how to raise people from the dead and sending a zombie army than like mobilizing that many Russians at this point. Like,
Right. I mean, I think maybe like let's say like in the kind of northeastern part where let's say like the rest of the Donetsk and Luhansk kind of collapses, and let's say we have kind of a something more akin to like an east-west Ukraine situation forming. But like for instance, like I cannot imagine Kiev ever falling to them. Like
mhm.
the largest city. Well, I guess so that they captured Mariupol and Melitopol in the first couple months. I don't know if we want to count that, but basically since that kind of initial push, the largest city they've been able to capture. Oh wait, no, fuck. There is also Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. Those are kind of big, but since then, since what would it be like June 2022, the largest city that they've been able to capture is Bakhmut, which is like I think 70,000 people live
And it
there.
was mostly a war on a garbage heap.
Yeah, and in Kiev, I don't remember how many it is, but it's like 2-3 million people that live there. So
But also that battle in Bakhmut, like it really did cost Ukraine a lot, especially like good forces, good people, good trained people. So, but
yeah,
they got goaded. I think Russia really had the upper hand there because they goaded Ukraine into a war of attrition, which
maybe yeah.
and Ukraine doesn't have the forces to like expend on a war of attrition,
Yeah, like,
and they
I
were
don't know.
throwing convicts.
It's really hard to say because obviously we don't know what the numbers were exactly, like the
Mhm.
casualty numbers, etc. I mean, I guess one good thing that sort of came from it is that Wagner no longer exists. Now
Yeah,
we just have
yeah. I
the
mean,
Africa Corps, and
Ukraine did hit Wagner hard enough that they don't exist anymore. So there
yeah.
is that. That is, yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
at least in Ukraine, they don't exist. And Prigozhin, I mean, it wasn't because of that battle per se, but that his plane going up
I
was
mean it was
probably one
adjacent.
of the better memes of the year.
Yeah, because they wrapped up Bakhmut, then they went to rest or whatever, and then Prigozhin got bored, decided to roll up to Moscow, then midway through, fucking dumbass stopped. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking, and yeah, and now he's a puddle somewhere, somewhere around Moscow. So that's where we're at now. Yeah, dude, I'll go to my grave still mad at Priggy for fucking not going all the way to Moscow. Like, I really just cannot imagine what he thought was gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm surprised that it took Putin as long as it did to kill him. Allegedly.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel like there's kind of like a grace period where probably you don't want to make it too obvious, but also they just ended up freaking shooting that motherfucker out of the sky. So I don't know. Yeah, I think this was definitely, yeah, just a crazy situation, a stupid situation, and it was almost so good, but we got cucked at the end. Just yeah, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes from here. Hey, that's our boy.
You know what? I think I just remembered, Jack. I think I made a soundbite. I want to see if it came out right because sometimes I don't export them properly.
I'm excited.
And like you could tell how crazy I was going when I made this because like when I'm editing, sometimes you'll just have to replay something over and over again, and like it will like be in your head. So I made a walrus noise.
What is going on there?
Jesus Christ. That'll be useful.
I don't know why I did it, but it just was
Our ever expanding roster of sound bites continues.
yeah. I mean, we eventually we get too many, and then they have to go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Anyway, so what do we think Ukraine needs to actually defeat Russia at this point?
Shit. A lot more of everything. I don't know. 10 million FPV drones for starters. A lot of 155 shells. I mean, really, air superiority is the answer, but I don't know how the fuck we're gonna get there.
Oh, the F-16.
The
The F-16 is gonna fuck shit up. Just wait, man. The plane is phenomenal. Russia can't handle. They have nothing compares to the F-16.
The F-15 is better.
Yeah, I don't know.
What'd you say?
The F-15 is better.
Oh well, yeah, but it's also like the price tag on it is insane.
Yeah, that's
So
the difference.
The F-16 also gets you for the cost value, considering
exactly.
the quality for cost.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's why they went with the F-16. Although I don't think that they would give them F-15s.
Well, I think way back in the very beginning, originally, Ukraine asked for F-16 and F-15, but obviously that was not granted. So,
there's some rotting fucking F-18s in Australia that we could probably give, but I don't know how willing the US would be to part with those either, because technically, I guess they're still American planes.
But supposedly the main thing they're going to use these F-16s for is missile interceptions.
Interesting.
Well, it's like, and like how I mean both sides do it, but the rocket volleys they do with helicopters.
Yeah,
like if they know one of those is coming, they could just go and pick one of those helicopters off real quick with an
that would be nice. That would be very nice.
So
I guess it all depends on like what type of weapons we'll have for those.
Yeah.
Like, if we have the full suite, then shit, we might be able to do some cool things. But if it's all just
this whole thing about like we can't give them weapons to attack Russia.
Yep.
It's literally, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of these people who say that get upset when protests get violent, when protest movements get violent, And I think you might have been one who responded to somebody who said, name one protest that was successful without violence. And I know a bunch of people probably did this, but Euromaidan is like, even though it was violent though.
Yeah.
It's just not as violent as like places like Iran, where they like raped women and threw them off of buildings.
Yeah.
Girls, 14-year-old girls.
It was, it had some violence happen, although once again, basically because the government attacked first, but kind of the thing is that violence was not the primary instrument through which change was achieved. It's not like they just went in there and just murdered Yanukovych and everybody. It's just
well, he ran, he fled.
Yeah, he dipped, and and American tankies have not been able to sleep.
Oh yeah,
ever since.
Yeah, cool.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
it's the Americans. It's all the Americans. They paid those guys to die.
Like even leading up to, I mean, Tim Pool was scared enough to leave months before it actually got to the point where people got shot, because people did get killed before, like the actual Revolution of Dignity. I think, isn't Revolution of Dignity the section where like the violence starts and the whole protest is Euromaidan? Is that how it's categorized?
I don't know. I think I personally just call the whole thing the Revolution of Dignity. I mean, I think if you look at the Wikipedia article, it's probably going to be like in parts, but I don't know. So
Okay,
I guess
probably, but there was like I remember like there was this article where it was like the weapons of the Ukraine Revolution, and it was like way before, like
Mm.
because like people just like had makeshift like clubs and stuff,
oh yeah,
and like the photography on this article was just so cool. Um,
yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting to me how that type of thing would go over in America because, for instance, like I mean, shit, American cops are, they're super happy to just, shoot shit up.
see the Wired's gonna make me. I can probably just go to the page. Yeah, see if I just go here. These were the things. This is the Wired article.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So that looks familiar. Obviously, the Molotov cocktails were kind of like the most
But like
serious weapon.
the square, like ripping up every brick from the square and then like using that against police.
Yeah, yeah. It was cool. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I say it all the time, but this needs to happen in Iran next, and that's one of the like if Ukraine ends up stomping Russia, they're not going to be afraid to go in like the United States is, and they're also not going to forget what Iran has done.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're not gonna like they'd be down to do it either way. Like I think if the whole kind of Middle Eastern regional conflict thing blows up, there's gonna be Ukrainian special forces, doing shit in
I
Iran
just
or
found out
whatever.
that they were in the Iraq war. The
Yeah.
Ukrainians.
Yeah, Ukraine
just
sent
found that
like a
out.
really big contingent to Iraq at the time to kind of repair relations with the United States. And and they are, Budanov's boys are doing things in Sudan as we speak. I think they might be doing something
Well,
in West Africa as well. I'm not entirely sure about
anyone
that.
else want to chime in about Ukraine and Sudan? If anyone's still here, that Ace does.
I don't know. I don't know if I buy that that's Ukrainian special forces entirely.
Okay.
I don't know if I all the way buy it, but it's definitely possible. I don't think it's out of the question. A lot of
I think there's two parts to this. The first part is whenever somebody now posts a drone video where a drone drops a bomb or anything like that, immediately people start saying the Ukrainians are there. And it's like, guys, they didn't invent this. Like
Well, because
the drone bomb,
Zelensky met with like the Sudanese president, so I feel
he
like
did, and I think the reason why I definitely think it's still a possibility is because Sudan and Ukraine have had like decent relations for the better part of since whenever Ukraine became independent. I think I'm not exactly sure why. I think most of it is due to weapons transfers and like training of some Sudanese pilots in Ukraine way back when. But as far as like that 100% being Ukrainian special forces in Sudan, on the one hand, people say they're there to eliminate Wagner Group, but Wagner Group hasn't been present in Sudan since 2018. So that would mean that they're just eliminating
I think
RSF
it
guys.
also makes Ukraine
And
look good. So they run
it
with
does,
anything.
but to say that, for Ukraine to, I guess, go all the way to Sudan just to eliminate, I guess, what is basically a local militia doesn't seem to have a lot, you know, in the cards for Ukraine. It doesn't seem to benefit them that much, unless they're secretly Wagner guys over there and we never knew. But judging on the footage that was released, the guys they were shooting did not appear to be Wagner guys. They appeared to be RSF. On the other hand, though, I think one of the reasons why it could be Ukrainian special forces over there is that I think Ukraine might be trying, because right, the thing is like a lot of Africa doesn't really seem to be invested in the war in Ukraine. They either support Russia because they have good relations with Russia, or it's just kind of like it's in the back burner. It's not really something they see as their problem. So why Ukraine would be in Sudan was maybe to get more favorable views of Ukraine's side in the conflict within Africa. That could be part of it. And I mean, Sudan has massive weapon stockpiles, so that could be another part of it. The other theories I've heard is that it's another private military company, or it's a Ukrainian private military company, and not the actual
I could see
Ukrainian
that it's a
military.
Ukrainian private military company. What do we think
I
about
could
Ukraine
definitely see.
attacking Iran, though?
Based.
I could
Did it happen?
I could definitely see it being like a Ukrainian private military company, because it would seem not very smart for Ukraine to spend resources in Sudan when they have an active conflict in Russia. But
Hmm.
for it to be some kind of Ukrainian private military company that gets some kickbacks from the government, that would make way more sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see. I
So-
guess I mean depends on like on what kind of weapons Ukraine can get out of those guys though, because I feel like I don't know. Let's say you just go in and you do a couple ops,
yeah. I
and you
mean,
get like 10,000
there's a lot
shells.
of suicide drones that are made in Sudan. There's a lot of like kind of rudimentary FPV drones that are made there. There's a lot of they could get a lot of shells as well. Things like that.
Yeah, so those things are pretty
The way
valuable.
I see it, if anything, it would be something where, as opposed to like weapon sales, it would be like a trade. They'd be like, all right, we'll give you these FPV drones or whatever, and you give us some of those. I don't know. I don't know what the Sudanese army would need at this point in time. Maybe some new munitions for a plane, like a missile for a plane, because that seems to be what's kind of keeping the Sudanese
Well,
military
what
afloat
about
against the
if
RSF
they?
right now.
Because what about Egypt as well? Helping Egypt, take pressure off Egypt in that conflict, and then Egypt. I mean, they're a top 10 arms buyer. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Egypt has given some weapons assistance to the Sudanese military, but I don't know if it's as much as they could be giving them, if that makes sense. I think they could give Sudan more, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, there was the weird deal with Egypt kind of trying to give some weapons to Russia, and then the United States caught them, and they were supposed to give some stuff to Ukraine instead. But I don't know. I've heard that never ended up actually going through. So I
Yeah,
don't know what is up with that.
I don't think it went through. I think there were like these suspicions that there were weapon shipments that were going to go to Russia from Egypt. I think it was like missiles for Su-35s, because Egypt uses Su-35s as well. So I think the missile type was compatible or whatever. It just never ended up going through. I don't know if it was because the US told them not to do it, or if it was because they decided not to do it on their own, but that was something else. I think South Africa at one point. Was arming Russia. I can't remember exactly with what,
Yeah,
but
I do remember that too. That I could probably look it up, but it was probably some like I'm guessing like something artillery related.
I mean, people
Yeah,
are
it was
kind of
South Africa supplying artillery shells to Russia.
people are laughing now because they've noticed that one of the main shells that are being used in Ukraine, it seems like it's reaching the point where some of the main shells, if not the most prominent shell that's being used in Ukraine, is actually made in North Korea. So
You mean like on the Russian side?
on the Russian side. So people are having a laugh about that.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know, like, because I guess I've heard like conflicting reports about that, where some people say that they're like more or less normal, and then other people say that they have like a 50% dud rate. So I wonder what's up with that.
I mean, I would, again, I don't know I can't speak to the efficacy of North Korean shells, but it is worth noting that if you look at a lot of places, the Middle East and North Africa, for example, you see a lot of North Korean,
that's true.
small arms and RPG
Yeah.
rockets in use, but that's not because North Korea's actively exporting any weapons to the Middle East anymore, but that's because those are old defense stockpiles from like the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah, like Ukraine was in the Yom Kippur, or not Ukraine. North Korea was in Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, North Korea trained like the entire Syrian Air Force. But yeah, I remember someone was saying some ridiculous shit. Like I think they found that like Hamas fighters had like Hamas usually uses mostly like locally produced rockets for their RPGs, but in one video they found that they were using a North Korean rocket, and people were saying, "Oh my God, North Korea's arming Hamas," and it's like, nah, that's probably a rocket that's been in circulation since like
They probably got
1960.
that shit from Gaddafi, you know?
Yeah, that shit's been in the stockpile since God knows when. But as far as the efficacy of the North Korean missiles, I can't speak to that. But again, it should be noted that I mean I think North Korea spends about 25% of their GDP on defense. So I'm sure they can
GDP.
keep GDP, right? They can keep sending Russia shells, and let's say they send, just for the sake of argument, let's say they send them 500,000 shells, and 250,000 of them work and 250,000 of them don't. Well, it doesn't really matter because 250,000 work. You know what I mean? So it means you're going to get 250,000 hits regardless.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What do we think? I know some people have joked about this, but what do we think about China being convinced to join Ukraine's side because they hate Russia? I mean, it's a historical relationship of them hating each other. Everyone thinks that they're always on the same side because they're both like communist or something. I don't know.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think old brother Xi is enjoying the fire sale on that oil, so I doubt that he wants to kind of really make any moves. Basically, he got everybody right where he wants them. Like nobody's really pressing him for being too much on Russia's side, and he's also, he's getting the natural resources, and also his companies get to sell all those FPV drones to both Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, the
so-
drones especially.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think he's just he's just on that Sigma grind set. He's making that bread. I don't see why he would do anything else really.
Yeah, I think Z. I've noted this before when people talk about a potential invasion of Taiwan, but I don't think Z's really the type to like do anything irrational and push himself too much to one side of things. I think he wants to like you were saying, he just wants to chill, make that money, just kind of cruise along while everything burns around him. He just doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't want to get too involved in things that aren't really his business. I mean, you see it in the Red Sea now, right? Where, the Chinese shipping or the Chinese naval vessels aren't really helping repel any of the attacks by the Houthis. And it's just kind of like, China's not going to do anything they don't have to, I feel like, when it comes to conflict.
Yeah, I guess I do want to say that like in the event of like that big regional war in the Middle East going down, I feel like the probability of a Taiwan invasion happening kind of goes up by a lot because I feel like if it's a third front already, like that would pretty much put them in as good of a position as they're ever going to have for the next like 50 years at least. So I don't know. What do we think about that?
I don't know.
So Matt's here. He just hasn't said anything yet. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe he's dead too.
All right.
Oh, there we go.
Here.
All
Hi.
right. Hello there.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing today?
You want to introduce yourself to stream?
Yeah, I'm Matt Wolf. I'm a screenwriter usually, but I'm the son of a slightly prominent gunsmith of renown. So in April of 2022, I was driving to Kyiv with my father with a bunch of firearms. So sadly, I know a lot about North Korea's Six Sigma customer service when it comes to their shells. Notice that a lot of the wrappings are a little bit off in reference to what we were just speaking about. I'm sorry, I thought I was muted. I didn't know I was muted myself. But yeah, I think something interesting about Xi, I think he's got a little bit of BPD. Dude 1 minute talking to the American president, it's like, yeah, we're going to reunite Taiwan with China. The next day he's like, no, I don't think we're going to do that. I think maybe we've got to deal with his alters, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the current footage that you guys were just speaking about, but I would not be surprised, no matter what it is. Ukraine, in response to dealing with, well, you were talking about, what's it called? Private military corporations out of Ukraine.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
actually-
Wait, that's old footage, though, we've seen from in Sudan.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like you'll see they'll post it all the time. People will be like, they'll post all kinds of things and say certain things. The big one that I always see a lot, it's like it's from Sudan. It's people like in a gas facility and a bomb gets dropped on them and they all get lit on fire and run around burning. And
Jesus.
it's a brutal video, but they keep
Uh-huh.
saying it's Israel bombing people trying to get water in Gaza, and they keep reposting it saying that, and it's like it's not. Like, can we just like? I think it's this is why I think it's partly Israel doing a psyop, posting all this stuff from Syria saying it's Gaza, because like there's no reason to post Assad footage and say it's Gaza when Israel is just like turning it to rubble. They can just point a camera outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe, but I just I just don't really read anything on social media about that conflict because I feel like the amount
Social
of
media is
like
not the place to read about that conflict.
it's just like because I have a lot of like Middle Eastern friends, and it's like I go like click on their IG stories sometimes, and I click through it's like like 10 posts in a row about Gaza, and like I know at least 5 of them are for sure some bullshit. So it's like, yeah, I'm just basically since day one I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll wait for 2 weeks like before I believe any kind of story.
Yeah, I think
100%.
that's kind of, and like people always wanted to try to do history lessons with you, and whenever they want to do it's this Russia does the same thing. It's like no history lessons. Like you invaded. I don't want to hear shit.
Yeah, that's something we've talked about. Is like I feel like anytime a conflict breaks out, everyone turns into like a really bad historian. They start telling you, well, this happened, like you remember when Russia first invaded Ukraine, people were talking about like, oh, but NATO expansionism.
They were literally bringing up shit from the 90s.
Yeah, it's like, well,
If I hear one more time about that fucking agreement between, excuse my French. If I hear more time about that agreement from some random aide and whichever Russian president it was, I am going to emulate myself.
Yeah.
Right. Where it's like, it seems like, well, it's like, when kids are like dying, like it seems kind of stupid to talk about Russian expansionism. You don't need to understand the complete history of a conflict or a territorial dispute to like see what's happening right in front of your eyes and be like, oh, that's bad. Like.
Yeah. I think a lot of people have this like yearning to belong to something. I will not, even mince words that, I've taken advantage of this as being, one of the original members of NAFO. But don't get it twisted. I don't approve all of their methods. But I think a lot of the times, though, especially in the West, we assume things about subjects we don't even know really about. I had someone telling me, they're like, yeah, but like there were no Jews in, mandated Palestine. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure there were Jews in mandated Palestine. He's like, well, how would you know? And I'm like, well, let's see here. Turns to the family tree.
I know somebody who's literally, their grandmother was a Chechnyan Bolshevik who was driven out of Chechnya and came to Israel.
Yeah. Like,
oh,
it's just...
damn, that's interesting. So she was like a Jew in Chechnya?
Yeah.
Wow. Damn, that's interesting.
So this was like in World War II,
Yeah.
Before Israel was a state.
Well, yeah, I feel like Chechnya probably nowadays is not a particularly friendly place for Jews either.
Mm-hmm.
You think?
Well, part of this stuff, like with so like we've said this before on here, is like there was a lot of places like Iraq, like Jews were a big part of the society, and after Israel was founded, they pulled all these Jews out of these countries, and it became like this vacuum that ended up being a problem where it's like, it didn't exactly like solve the problem there. It just like made a new one by pulling them out, because like it erased all this culture and background that they had with Jews. So
yeah,
but that also gets into the history lessons.
Oh God, I had someone
I mean,
telling me
that's
that.
the thing is like whenever someone wants to give you, sorry to cut you off, but whenever someone
No,
wants
you're
to give
fine.
you like a history lesson, and let's be honest, like I feel like history is like a very like precarious subject for people who, for the average person, right? You know, the person who isn't a historian. I think a lot of people don't really know how to read history like the right way, and they often read history very long, and people's understanding of history is more so a set of tropes and myths as opposed to like the reality, right? Kind of like the whole Vikings had horned helmets type shit. And it's like, you know, whenever these people want to give you a history lesson, it's like the dumbest shit you've ever heard that's like easily debunked by a Wikipedia article, you know? It's annoying. Anyhow, you were saying?
That was on point. I've got no notes. Especially the horned helmets part. That especially annoys me as a screenwriter. Yeah, I find a lot of the times when dealing with you know, like the type of lefties online who are like have like the trans flag combined with
And they
the
think that Hezbollah is actually cool. And
yeah, exactly.
I just want to be like it's like if they want to be like pro Hamas, I'm like, oh, I get it, you know. But then they're like, yeah, Hezbollah, they're resistance army. I'm just like, oh my god, stop, no.
Honey, no. Yeah,
like
I
literally
think a lot of
anyone
this,
but Hezbollah is cool to back. Honestly, at this point,
I mean, I would just
they just like
honestly not.
they're like out of like the Mujahideen groups, they're the ones that would be slammed into lockers at Mujahideen school.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
wow.
it's rough out here nowadays. Where it's just basically all of these, you know, as you said, like commie weirdo lefties that are just getting negatively polarized into supporting just whatever weirdo terrorist group that, you know, the United States is like roughly opposed to.
Well, also like Hezbollah is literally they're just drug dealers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like they're just keeping up appearances by like going out there and finger waving. They literally like the speech that the guy gave. He literally like they dropped 2 WWE promos leading up to his speech, and then his speech was just it's totally Hamas's fault that this happened. Either they started on their own. We're staying out of it. Leave us alone. Don't make us get involved, Israel. And then they didn't get involved.
Oh yeah, by the way, what's going on with the like Israeli bombings in Lebanon at the moment?
Well, I mean, it's mostly against Hezbollah, and like Israel has like kind of escalated with other countries, and that's partly why CENTCOM has then escalated by bombing Iranian targets on their free will.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I also have some Lebanese friends, and they're like posting stuff like, "Oh my God, Israel bombed Lebanon, this or that," and then I check like the death tolls, and it's like overwhelmingly just Hezbollah dudes. So I'm like, wait, I mean, come on, guys, what's going on here?
But also, Lebanon is very complex politically, and how people get divided. But what's really important about Lebanon is that they've been bombed by Israel before, right? So there's that history there that's already there. So even if they don't like Hezbollah, they're going to be more upset about being bombed. Like you remember the Beirut blast? Like one of the first narratives people are running with is that Israel bombed us again. That's immediately what people's first thoughts was that Israel bombed them.
Yeah, I remember seeing that and people being like, "That's a JDAM," and I was just sitting here like, "That's not a JDAM." I don't know what the fuck that was.
Wait, the Beirut blast was a JDAM?
That's what they said originally.
Damn, yeah, they must.
As a person who has been danger close to a JDAM going off before, way too big.
Yeah, they must have put a JDAM on a little boy or whatever the fuck.
Well, I remember. Like, I think people like were on it pretty quickly because I remember covering it and stuff. I don't remember how quickly we learned that it was like, because I know like almost immediately there were scientists saying like the red in the cloud shows that it's like this type of explosive, like this is clearly this type of chemical. But what's also interesting is that where it occurred, most of the shockwave hit the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, if it like occurred deeper into the city, it would have been basically like it would be the equivalent of a tactical nuke.
Oh, I mean, it sure looked like one. Yeah, dude. It
The
was.
pressure wave alone looked
Yeah, I think
pretty
was that like.
devastating.
Well, the pressure wave is also because it happened on water, so the pressure wave looks bigger because of the hydrogen at the bottom of the cloud.
hmm
But still, yeah, people felt it from miles away.
Yeah, was that like the biggest conventional explosion ever?
I think there was one historically bigger in Texas way back in the day, and also there's the India chemical plant explosion. I think was really bad as well.
Wait, was
I
that
think
bigger than a Moab?
the Lebanon explosion?
Yeah.
It was like close to the equivalent of like an atom bomb.
Oh, damn. Okay. Wow. Shit.
Let's see,
Yeah.
biggest explosions ever.
So
That was like the number one thing I wanted to see happen when I was deployed. I was like, look, man, there's these Taliban infrastructures that are far away from
I
everything
know I did like the
else.
math and said it would be like if you loaded like something like the regular box trucks, right? I did the
Mhm.
math on how much explosives you could put in the regular box trucks and being like, it would be like if you dropped like 48 box trucks full of C4 on a location. Like,
Holy fuck. Oh, sorry. We're on YouTube again. Holy
Can you
Jiminy
not
creepers.
swear on
swearing the
YouTube?
whole
What?
time. People have been swearing the whole time.
Oh, okay, good. Holy fuck.
So
Yeah, so
I
the
mean,
big,
blast
Alucard
is the equivalent to
follows me.
200 to 300 tons of high explosive.
Alucard knows I can't go 5 sentences without cursing.
no, that's. I mean, it's cool. I think the all the platforms tolerate cursing. We're not a family-friendly show, are we? 'Cause
I mean, we've watched
talking about like super war crimes and everything. So
Just
I feel like,
not just war crimes, super war crimes.
Yep.
These are special war crimes.
yep.
Yeah, I being a person who's been in ordnance, basically that was my career in the military. I called in boom boom on bad people. I do not regret it. But that was the funniest moment of my life because I got quote tweeted by Kim Iverson. It's like, oh yeah, like you've ever called in, an
Kim
airstrike.
Iverson. Oh my god.
And I was
Yeah.
like, actually,
that's hilarious.
yeah.
But so apparently the Beirut explosion is not even in the top 5, but all of the ones that are bigger were from like pre World War II. So either during World War II or there's
Yeah.
one during
Well,
World War One, I think. Yeah, and
This
it's
is
all,
the Moab right here in comparison. Like the Moab, it's like it's almost like the difference between it and the Moab is like the difference between it and the atom bomb.
Holy shit! I thought way too well of the Moab
yeah.
professionally. Yeah, clearly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I yearned to be able to use this on those tunnel systems. Like I that was like something I was looking forward to. And then Trump was like, "Let's drop that on a town." And
damn.
But it was a town populated by Daesh.
yeah, I know, but still, like, we wanted to drop this in the middle of fuck all, just to see what would happen, But he was like, "Yeah, let's just drop this in a populated urban city center. Nothing bad will happen. Let's put the team that's calling it in precisely half a mile away, so they all
Also,
burst their
speaking of
eardrums."
Trump, I'm pretty sure his reaction to this was that the Jews did it as well. I'm pretty sure one of the first things he said is like, probably Israel bombed them. Who knows? I want to say that happened.
Maybe.
I would
Yeah.
not be surprised. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess speaking of large explosions, you guys saw that landing ship blow up in Crimea?
Yeah, I
That
got
was a
quote
shadow.
tweeted
Juicy one.
by a Russian nationalist because I said I wish it was American missiles.
Yes, sir.
I wish that shit was American.
Yeah. A JASM would have been sweet. I don't know why these have not even been in the conversation. I guess slammers work as well, but yeah.
Mhm.
it's weird to me that America's kind of left out of this. Like we've been kind of yelling at Germany for not giving the Taurus, but where are the American missiles?
Yeah. No, I think
So-
Taurus has a better cruise missile, if I'm going to be honest. I'm going to leave my American propagandist title at the door. I think the Taurus is a better missile, just overall. There's just way more JASSM missiles than there are Taurus missiles.
Yeah.
All right,
It's the
fellas,
same way
I
of-
gotta head out.
Later.
Oh,
See you
okay.
around.
It's a pleasure to meet
See
you.
you later, friend.
Happy New Year.
Pleasure to meet you too. Happy New Year.
But I think there's more JASSM. It's the same way I feel about the F-16. I don't think the F-16 is a perfect fit for what Ukraine needs because it cannot fly slowly enough to take off from anywhere, which is
That's
why
a
I
good
believe
point.
the F-18 is like the perfect match for what
Well,
they need.
that's what Jack was saying, is that Australia has F-18s they could give Ukraine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the F-16 training is really transferable. I have a lot of friends who started on the F-16 and they ended up on the F-18. They didn't even have to go to a separate school. They had like
Hey,
a
well, maybe
remedial
it'll
training.
happen if they do. I mean, like the shit that they ended up giving Ukraine is already kind of nuts because Ukraine was like so successful with it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
Let's see.
I don't kid when I say that, like, as like a military force, the only near peer the United States of America and NATO have are the fucking aliens from Independence Day. You know, we're that much better at like almost everything than anyone else is. But like Ukraine has used our armaments in ways that we would have never thought of. Like
Mhm.
using MiGs to chase down drone swarms. I would have never thought of that shit. Like, now granted, that's a dangerous detail for those pilots because they do explode backwards if they're not armed. They found out the hard way.
Yeah.
But, like, that is not something that an American air defense specialist would have thought of. I was talking to a friend of mine, a terminal, habitual line crosser. And he was just talking about how, like, they have placed their Patriots and how, like, they're not ways that America would ever even fucking think of. So, like, those are things that I would think we're getting payback for what we give as much as anything. So we should give more because we're going to keep learning.
Yeah, but
So-
that's not really the mentality. Like I don't know. It seems like we're still in the, do your best to shove it under the rug type of thing.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you.
So, I
That's
don't
how
know.
we should be thinking, though. you
Yeah,
know?
should we give Ukraine weapons that can attack Russia directly?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. If they don't want the smoke, they should leave.
Yeah.
Like
Listen, I think everything, all kind of, international relations should begin with reciprocity. If you can't reciprocate, it's really hard to build any kind of sustainable, relationship. So you can say to Russia, all right, either you stop bombing Ukraine now or the shit's going to fly right back. That's, in my opinion, what should have been, said from the very beginning. It's unfortunate that we have not gotten there, and we probably aren't going to get there. But that would be really nice.
I don't think American government truly cares about Ukraine. That's the issue. I think that they care more about, because the thing is, I've said this from the beginning. America could have given Ukraine enough weapons to win the war in a few months.
oh yeah, totally.
Why didn't they? Because then they would have somebody who's not in NATO that's armed enough to defeat Russia next to NATO forces. There's nothing. The way things have gone, especially lately. I mean, hang on, I gotta see if I still have this. I do still have this graph open. Check out this graph, right? The way things have gone lately. So, autocracy, closed autocracy, electoral autocracy, they've gone up by over 200%. Well, democracy has just declined, right? Democracy is a joke. It doesn't work anymore. It's gone. The authoritarians have figured out how to defeat it in all their countries, and they're all adopting each other's models.
Wait, so so is liberal democracy considered like better here than electoral democracy?
No, electoral is probably going to be the best. This is
Okay.
like, you know,
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying
yeah.
to make sense of it.
This is mainly like the Finland stuff and how they rate it, because this is a great little thing called How to Engage with Authoritarian States,
Yeah.
but it's whatever WFD is. I forgot what it was.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me like this is such like an easy slam dunk. Like, okay,
Foundation for Democracy.
you can just give Ukraine all they want, build like a strong liberal democracy from the foundations that exist there, and then you can sort of give everyone else the same kind of inspiration, motivation boost that, like, hey, you guys can actually choose your own destiny, and in the event that one of the lame people in the area is going to have a problem with that, we're going to give you the tools to defend yourself. That would be really cool. But
so just from these states' perspective, though, there's really, the way history has went, there's nothing saying that Ukraine could fall into a dictatorship tomorrow. You know, so like they're like, do we arm up this state and then potentially have a dictatorship come back in? Right, because like Russia did it before with like they fucked with elections in the past. I mean
Yanukovych.
why am I blanking on his name? Yes, there you go. Like they basically installed him, right? So I think that's the main thing. The main reason why the United States won't go all out and give them the weapons that they give Israel is because they're not a NATO member. And who's blocking that? Turkey. As you know, so at the end of the day, that's who
it's not blocking Ukraine, though. That would be mostly like, if it came to that, that would be like Hungary almost.
Hungary, yeah, 100%. I was about to say
Mm-hmm.
Hungary's more the enemy there than Turkey now. I don't know why.
Yeah, Turkey was blocking the other states from NATO.
Yeah, Turkey is a weird duck to me personally.
I mean, they're just trying to squeeze for the F-16s.
Well, no, because they still haven't gotten them. Well, that's the thing that's weird to me. Because, like, Turkey, as a state, should not be interested in allowing Ukraine to do it at all. Because, like, Ukraine being added to NATO takes a lot of what is special about Turkey away, right? Because, like, then we could have an air base on the Black Sea, and it wouldn't be an issue. Currently, Turkey has one of the more interesting things because it can allow or disallow people from in and out of the Black Sea. I forgot the name of what's it called?
Aegean.
Huh?
Aegean, I'm just guessing.
I can't remember the name of the dam there, but
something Straits Convention.
Yeah, something like that.
It's probably named after a
Montreux Convention.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, but with Romania building their own lock and dam system there, that's not going to be very special for much longer. So they've been able to get away with a lot purely because they had this like dangling power over the U.S. Well then how are you gonna do this, but Ukraine and Romania, those two countries who would already be NATO members in this particular instance, would take away a lot of what makes them, especially special to, NATO. But then out of nowhere, they reverse their position, which makes me think someone somewhere has, gotten the worst video file in the history of mankind on Erdogan. So that's what I think, at least, because it logically doesn't follow,
I don't know. I guess Erdogan is a goofy little guy. Sometimes he
looks like Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, but has anyone talked about how Orban sounds like Gru from Despicable Me?
That's been the thing for quite some time now. Yeah, people have noticed.
Are we
My
sure
father sent me that. And
Yeah. No.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
he's a motherfucker. That's for sure. Like,
he was like, he's like, I never put it together. He's like, I went to this movie with Rosie. Rosie is my trans niece. I went to this movie with Rosie, and I never put it together. But yeah, that motherfucker does sound like Orban. I was like, or does Orban sound like Gru?
And
like he
Zelensky
said,
sounds like that Paddington Bear.
Paddington Bear.
yeah, he did the voiceover for Paddington Bear.
Oh, Zelensky. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's my guy. Yeah, yeah. If America gave Ukraine all that it needs to defeat Russia, the next thing Zelensky would do after that is go ahead and smack the shit out of Orban.
Oh, yeah,
Probably.
I mean, like the pictures that it showed, like where they were talking recently, where he like found him and cornered him and was talking to
Yeah.
him like on the side.
Yeah, allegedly they have their first, one-on-one
James
meeting
Gunn
coming
set
up.
up a green screen this entire time. He's been blacked
Maybe.
out.
maybe? The background was fucking killing me, so I had to set up a green screen, took a picture of the other wall, and then they just threw it up back there. That's us.
It looks like your normal like office wall. Though.
Yeah.
exactly.
It's like you put up a green screen of a room in your own house.
It's the laziest shit ever. Ooh, hi Sharon.
Hey guys,
Hello there.
happy 2024.
Yep, happy 2024.
The Studious Trap Lord. We finally
Oh.
meet virtually. You're like one of my favorite Twitter people.
Oh, you're one of my favorites too.
What?
You're one of my favorites too.
Oh, thank you. I hope you like my penis drawings.
They were very fun.
What?
Very, very well rounded.
Thank you. Just wanted to say hi and say happy 2024. Hope you like my noodle Elizabethan collar photo. Um, Anyway, you were talking about Erdogan and that he looks like who?
Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings.
I don't see that. But apparently, you guys are not alone in thinking this.
Oh no, I mean somebody else showed it to me and I can't unsee it.
Oh, geez. Okay, I have to compare them now.
I mean, you don't have to compare them. I can confirm this. Oh God.
Apparently, there are court cases about this too.
Yeah, there's a bunch of memes out there. Oh, wait, yeah, for real. Damn. Turkish court asks Gollum experts if Erdogan comparison is an insult.
Turkey's such a funny country, bro.
Oh wow.
They're literally they're so funny, but if it's
Oh
like
my god, there's a whole Wikipedia entry about it. Oh my god, you weren't kidding. Holy shit. No way. Wow, people are
Yeah.
so mean. Oh no. There's
I mean they
actual
act like
trials
each
about
other
it.
too.
There were actual trials about it. Oh my god.
Yes,
Need to
sir.
You know,
Erdogan
you
and
see a picture of Erdogan with Hekmatyar.
oh no.
This is
That's
what-
just I had no idea. Oh, God bless.
He is sitting at Hekmatyar's feet.
Oh, how the turntables.
You know, and then this is
The precious.
Damn, that's Hekmatyar is one of the Afghan warlords who leveled Kabul.
he's like the worst of
aware.
the worst, man. Like he's probably worse than Dostum.
He's legitimately worse than Dostum, right? I mean, Dostum didn't actually know about the war crimes that his guys are committing at the time. Hekmatyar is fucking ordered the leveling of
I
Kabul.
doubt that. I think Dostum has tortured people to death himself. I mean, this is a man who ordered this tribal elder that was disobeying him to be raped until he was bloody. You know.
Oh dear.
And then he had to get a political asylum in Turkey after. You know, like that's the kind of guy we're talking about. I'm sure he knew what his forces were doing. I know those shipping
The same
containers.
warlord that was featured in a lovely film called 12 Strong.
Dostum?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the very same Dostum.
That's what I thought. Okay, I wanted to be clear.
Like someone
Is that
playing
the
him, or was he
character?
himself in the movie?
No, he himself wasn't in the movie.
He was played by
But-
Bruce Banner.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember thinking like, yeah, they're making him sound like so reasonable, but I'm like, I know this dude has like done like, you know, war crimes beyond the imagination.
Never. This.
Wow.
So many war crimes.
Yeah.
On the other hand, he's probably the only guy who's used 300 scuds against the Taliban, which is a cool flex.
Yeah, I was about
Yeah,
to say,
well,
who is
literally he's literally turned on every force.
Oh yeah,
Except the Taliban, because the Taliban said, no, you can't join us. We've seen what you did to all the other people you joined. Like, I gotta see
Yeah.
this. Oh, they got the horses. This is the horses movie.
Yeah.
Where they ride the
yeah.
horses. For
That's-
some
that's-
reason.
What horses movie?
which
Yeah,
12
well, the-
Strong. This
it's about-
Afghanistan movie. I've seen
Yeah.
the scene where they ride the horses and are having gunfights on horseback or something.
Yeah, I mean that did actually happen, but
The
not
guy-
nearly
guy
as
true story of the
magnificent
two horse
as they make it
soldiers.
sound.
12 Strong?
Yeah.
Yep. Russia has this awesome
Oh, it's got what's his name?
Chris Hemsworth.
Afghanistan movie. They have two. They just basically remade it. The first one's Afghan Breakdown, and the new one is something. But the new one was so awesome, and it's like about the Soviet withdrawal in Afghanistan. And they have someone who's a stand-in for Masood, but he's like, it's like a guy who dresses in all white, like a cult leader.
Really interesting.
What is this-
I've never
what are you
heard of
talk-
these movies.
What are you talking about? Which movie? Not 12
Oh.
Strong, but the one that you were just talking about.
Afghan Breakdown. The new one is called literally Battle for Afghanistan or Leaving Afghanistan, but it's
Oh, was that
it
the
was,
recent
it
one?
was awesome.
So it's a Russian movie?
Yeah. It's about Russian, like, and how it's about the war crimes they commit at the end of the Afghan war.
Oh wow.
Interesting.
I
Because
somehow
they-
think that the war crimes didn't come up in conversation.
what?
I somehow think that the war crimes probably didn't come up in conversation there.
What do you mean?
Like how do they document them in this film? Do they document
Oh,
them as
okay.
war
So
crimes?
no, so the guy who literally committed the war crimes, he has the like Soviet star pinned to his chest. I have footage of him talking about him doing them,
Mhm.
right? And
Yeah.
he is also the guy who assassinates the president to start the invasion, right? He is like the leader of like this like
Dude.
special forces throughout the war, right? And this
Mhm.
dude is a hard dude who has no qualms about the things that he did, and he's just honest about them. He doesn't talk with pride. He's very much like Putin how he talks, that neutral like I don't care how many people I've killed type talk, right? And he says that when they were withdrawing, it was Najibullah who insisted that they basically just betray the Northern Alliance and bomb them into oblivion. And he says that it's entirely on Najibullah. And this is a guy who wouldn't shrink away from war crimes he committed, right? So like I trust him when he says this, that the Russians, when withdrawing, they like, and like a lot of Russian commanders are like fucked up from this moment. Because like I have footage of one crying and saying like, well, I don't understand why we did this. We didn't need to do it. It was wrong to do it, because they just like they massacred just entire villages of civilians
What
in
the-
Panjshir when they were withdrawing, and that's what the movie's about. Both of them, the old one and the new one.
You know what I'm really fascinated by?
Actually,
You know,
they kind of justify it in this one. Sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
oh, that's okay. Like that whole era was really interesting. What I'm really fascinated by are the people who were left behind or went off, went MIA from the Russian army and basically went native in Afghanistan.
Hmm.
Met a
Like,
couple of them.
really?
A lot. You know what? A
Mhm.
lot of them ended up doing is a lot of them ended up doing medical stuff for the Mujahideen because they would get their feet and stuff would get injured in the mountains, and so like
Mhm.
these Russian guys were like essential for like patching them up and like keeping their feet together.
Oh wow. So what?
Yeah,
So what? So tell me about the guys who were left behind that you met.
I met a couple of them in a couple of villages south of Sangin, which is a village in Afghanistan.
Hmm.
They were medical people, which is on point for what John was saying. Both of them. They had a nice little farm there. I don't
These
know
are
if they're
these
still.
are the two. Yeah, these are the two guys that I'm probably thinking of. They're two like two guys that defected together, and I think they joined. I think technically they were in Hezbi Islami Hikmet group. I think they technically went there, but I'm not sure.
I think I didn't get all the details from them. They were afraid to speak anything but like Pashtun or something. I'm like, dude, you're not fooling me. I'm the whitest
Yeah.
Middle Eastern person.
Yeah, well,
I know you're not
they
from
were
here.
in Massoud's forces. They would speak Tajik or Persian.
Yeah, yeah.
Did they? Did,
So-
were, did, but they basically went native. They're
Yeah, they live there still. Yeah, this will be the last I knew, which was in like 2014. So
Yeah, these are two famous defectors.
and they have family now, right?
Yeah, in Afghanistan. Yeah.
in Afghanistan, yeah.
But were they
But I
doing
know
pretty
that-
well? Okay, I guess.
I mean, they cook some really fucking good barbecue. So I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, great goat. I'm gonna be honest. I don't usually eat from the locals, but like whatever they were cooking up, I was down for. Okay, I would be the easiest mark at that moment.
Yeah.
But
We
like,
had been up
like
in the shit for months.
with Afghanistan, they tried to deploy mostly Muslim forces because they were like, as long as the genocide is happening against, by using Muslim forces, it'll be fine. So most of the Soviet defectors are from like Central Asia.
Yeah,
The
they were.
actual Russian ones were
shit.
rare.
Yeah. I also got to see the the goat trail. Do you know what I'm talking about? The Chinese took to ride the Stinger missiles into Afghanistan.
Mm.
Sorry, history buff. I love those things.
Yeah, no idea. My history in general is kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the Chinese don't like people reminding people that they also helped arm the Mujahideen.
I was just saying earlier, the Maoists are literally the ones who start the war against the Soviets.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah. I think Western Maoists should meet Eastern Maoists. Like
Mhm.
Western communists should meet communists from like Japan.
Or what about the Philippines? The communists, the Maoists there are actually
I don't-
a terrorist group.
I don't know any people from Philippines.
I'm Filipino.
Yes, you do.
Oh
I'm
well,
Filipino.
now I do.
I'm doing a little something, writing up on the Communist Party of Philippines for some outlet. We're gonna work on it after New Year's, okay? Because right now they're doing peace talks with the Philippines government,
Oh,
the militant arm of the Communist Party. But
oh, lovely.
yeah,
They've been through catching up themselves for the
like
Most
it's
of
kind
my-
of like a throwback to be a communist in the Philippines. It's such a, I'm like, they have room to be communist there. I mean, the country's like freaking crowded. Like you have room to like hide out with your weapons. Apparently, I don't know. Just it just astounds me, but apparently you can. Then I think about how a lot of parts of Philippines are pretty lawless. Even like my hometown, Well, I was born in Manila, but my ancestral village is Kanawan, and my family, or my mom's side of family, have a reputation for being like roughnecks, um, absolutely lawless. And I'm like, how
Who
does
would be
anyone?
lawless?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I was just making a joke about how my family's history is like doing incredible violence.
Oh, your family too?
Oh yeah, just like
Somebody asked,
consistently.
are there any
insanely
communist
violent.
parties that aren't tankies?
In the West? No, not really.
I
I
know.
mean, yeah, I would.
I like
I
the
would say no.
Japanese Communist Party.
There's a Japanese Communist Party, huh?
Yeah, they're
I think
the red
I think
faction.
they're socialists technically, but I'm not going to tell them that because they do cute little e-boy commercials, and they raise money to send weapons to Ukraine, specifically
Oh.
for the weapons.
What?
Oh, that's
Inter-
cool.
Okay, I know someone who's doing like research on like lefties and their engagement with Ukraine, so it'd be cool to tell them that. Though they might already know, so we'll see.
Yeah,
But yeah, 'cause-
there's such a weird commodulation when you deal with like an American lefty who's like, no communist would ever be for war in Ukraine, and then you talk to your Japanese lefties and they're like, bombs for Ukraine,
well, but I
bombs,
guess
missiles,
I mean
and drones.
Europe is also full of kind of tankies, unfortunately. Like I don't think there's any European communists that are pro-Ukraine, as far as I'm aware.
I don't know. We get this issue on social media, you know, like where we hear from the most idiotic motherfucker you could possibly imagine, you know, who has forgotten the name or definition of nuance.
Yeah.
Like, I can say that I hope members of Hamas die a terrible death. You know, that does not mean I want Palestinians to die a terrible death. There is nuance in this. And the current method of which the IDF uses to eliminate Hamas is like from the 1980s at best. That's being nice. That's being really nice. James, am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's maybe,
Would you believe that I'm actually surprised at how many people Israel has killed?
No,
You mean
I'm
like surprised on the low side or on the high side?
On the I didn't think a lot of people died already, you know, and that amount of people dying in one sitting is not something that occurs often, you know. So I'm actually shocked by how high the number is.
Yep. But yeah, I think if we talked more individual to individual about what's going on in Ukraine, we'll find that people are more reasonable. God, I had someone the other day who's like a Jewish person was telling me that I was like a Nazi supporter because I was like, oh honey, like my family's the only one who's actually like.
Wait, Nazi supporter because of what?
Because of Ukraine.
Oh,
because you're pro-Ukrainian, or?
Yeah, well, my father's also probably the only person outside of like dark circles that's got to zero a Nazi in the past like 50 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Wait, can you tell the story? Tell the story.
I can't say names.
No, we're saving it for a stream. We're gonna do a whole stream with it.
Oh, yay!
all right.
Yeah, with my
forward to
Faja.
We'll see
If we can find a camera that can fit his massive body.
Great.
Sorry, I had to step out for a moment and go to the ladies' room because all we did was eat and drink the past.
It's New Year's.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think you're my first non-U.S. Navy friend who is Filipino.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
well, I'm in America though, but I'm Filipino. I'm actually still a Filipino citizen because I own like some real estate in the Philippines, and there's certain laws about not having American citizens own certain properties.
I have heard.
So I've kept that up, you know.
Yeah.
I'm proud to be Filipino.
Absolutely.
I feel I consider myself a Filipino in America, not a Filipino American. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I love your culture. of food.
Oh, thank you. Oh, the food's great. It's just very
Lumpia.
fattening.
Yeah,
Lumpia.
just
Oh
put
yeah, yeah.
that shit into my
Pancit.
veins.
And pancit. But I'm vegan for health reasons, and it's really hard to eat. It's easier to
Oh.
eat halal in Manila than it is to eat vegan, and it really sucks.
I can
Yeah.
imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I served with several Filipino friends in the Navy.
Oh, you did?
Who,
Cool.
yeah, they very much introduced me to their culture. And like, my culture is incredible violence. Theirs is amazing food.
Damn.
Well,
Yeah,
well, mine's got incredible food and incredible violence. So
there we go. She has achieved balance. She's entered the avatar state.
like I'm really, I don't know. I've talked a little bit on Twitter, and I also introduced myself on like earlier. Like my background is, sorry if I'm boring you guys. Like I used to be an undocumented immigrant for like most of my younger years. I literally came over the Mexican border with my mom and my brother. I was like 3 years old, and we went from Philippines to Japan, then to Canada, and I don't know why we didn't stay in Canada. And then we went to Tijuana, where my mom almost got raped, and we were hiding from the border police. I was sick. I remember it distinctly, and I was 3 years old too. Like I remember so much from it. And we literally went over the Mexican border. And where am I going with this? I don't know. That's my background.
I was just to pull up a joke too, and then I was like, oh,
No, I like jokes. I'm like,
no, well,
I think the city's trap lord knows half the battle. Yes, I know. I know he's half the battle. Yeah. What did the second picture say? Something about extreme violence?
the other half is extreme violence.
Yeah,
That's America, right?
yeah.
He's half the battle.
Yeah.
That's how I
so-
feel around my father, and I'm 35.
Oh, that's funny because I feel the same way about my stepdad who really parted.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's good that he's dead, actually.
Oh.
I have a lot of black humor, so I think the Sidious Trap Lord can attest that. Oh, you know, I actually made a really great chart like yesterday or the day before where I basically drew up a hilarious chart of how many people have died, how many Russians have died falling out of windows in the last 2 years since the Ukrainian war, and it went kind of semi-viral, and it's so fucked up. It's kind of cute. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds like something I would be interested in seeing.
Are you on Twitter?
Indeed.
I'm on the Twitter, imwolflit.
As what?
Wolf, like my last name, WOLFE, lit as in literary.
Oh, okay, cool. So,
I'll
what do
go
you think
share
of the
one
chart?
Say again?
The graphic?
Yeah, I will take a look at it. I'm always terrified of leaving this page while I'm on it on Safari on my phone.
I actually
Because I'm
also
ancient.
yeah.
You put it in what?
Well, actually, I'm also interested in making another chart about all the other assassinations that happened and what type they are that happened in Russia since the Ukrainian war started. Because they're really fascinating. Like people getting thrown off stairs, people dying in like a pool of alcohol blood, stabbed to death, you know, and I thought, how do I convey that? And I was thinking maybe some cutesy cartoon body that's just bleeding on the floor. And then it's like and then the body's bisected like it's a piece of cake. I don't know, like. So I'm just. I think yeah.
I have found with the stories of Russian current assassinations, the funniest has been watching my father respond to them. It's like, yeah, they dropped this guy off of a 3-story balcony and then he survived. So then they had to shoot him 3 times in the head. And my dad being like, that's some amateur stuff, you know. He's like sending back that gift, like the fall from here wouldn't even kill me.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought because I saw that story about them like dropping a guy from a third story window. I was like, damn. I mean, that sounds weak sauce to me. Like, I'm just saying, maybe I'm built different, but I would have survived that. You know?
Yeah.
I accidentally got booted off because I looked in the chat and I accidentally clicked on the link to my graphic that
Mhm.
it's in the chat, the link to the
Oh, sorry. See, I didn't open it because but I made a terrible mistake and left the dust container on the wrong side of the barrier when my chinchilla got out. So he knocked it over and spilt dust everywhere.
Mm.
So
Nice.
yeah,
Pretty cool. Yeah.
I had to deal
Yeah.
with that for a second.
I guess
so.
I gotta head out in a few. Is there any more Ukraine stuff that we want to quickly go over?
there it is. That's a chart.
Yes, sir. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
It's perfect.
I love it.
I'm like, God, so many people have died through defenestration, which is, I think, an underrated assassination technique that, you know, it came back with a vengeance. Like,
Like the XY axis label. I think that's probably the best part.
I want it to be scientific, that this is the X axis and that was the Y axis. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then someone pointed out, there's assassination by window throwing has grown by 67% since last year, Sharon. I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up, man.
Wow.
I mean, it's probably gonna.
Are they bleeding before they reach the ground here, or is that?
I just wanted to denote that they're like deader than dead, you know,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I mean, probably they are bleeding before they reach the
before
ground.
they
like
get
that.
thrown out the window.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably like the standard.
That's why he
operating
didn't survive
procedure.
that third story to throw.
Yeah. Yeah, just gotta give him a little boost.
Gotta get them pre-ready to be dropped
Yes,
out
sir.
the window.
The Wagner guy, didn't he die in an airplane?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that was a little higher up there, but it's the same
That was
principle.
Technically still a window death.
Yeah.
That was like my favorite day ever.
Yeah,
Do you
we
know
talked
how
about
many
it earlier
memes
about
I
how it
dropped
was
on
like
that
the
day?
meme that's probably the meme of the year.
That guy had it fucking coming. He knew his days were numbered,
We are going
right?
to get more mileage out of that than the killing of Qasem Soleimani meme wise, you know? Like
Which is heavy.
Like that so iconic to go out.
That was like the best like 24 hours of the last decade. I was super lit. I did not sleep until like 3 a.m. And then this motherfucker, once again, he just had to cuck the content. Like, come on, man. But yeah, I had a headache for like a whole day after that because I got so hyped and and then it all ended so in such a lame way.
Yeah. Like he was like, I really thought he was gonna like have the balls to carry through whatever he was gonna do. Right?
Yeah.
And then
Or
and
you
then-
know, at least like stay in it for a little longer, so you know, so that the boys on the front can start getting some things going, et cetera, or maybe the guys in Belarus would start getting ideas as well. But no, yeah. And the thing is, he couldn't even get to Gerasimov and Shoigu, so that was like the weird part. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was kind of bizarre in how poorly planned it was, and it was even more bizarre that it actually almost succeeded. So
you know what the best part is that this is like a hot dog salesman at the end of the day. Like it all goes back to like the hot dog salesman jokes too.
Did he really start off selling hot dogs?
No, I think he started off in sex trafficking. Then the hot dogs came after.
Oh, sorry about that.
Fair point.
He really started off in sex trafficking? I didn't hear about that part.
I think that's what he went to prison for, or something like that.
Oh.
He switched hot dogs.
Yes, sir.
Different buns,
Yeah.
Same hot dogs. some ways.
Wow.
Well,
that's-
y'all, I am being summoned away, so I will talk to y'all later.
Alrighty. Happy 2024, brother.
Happy
Yeah, you too.
24.
Nice to meet you, Sharon.
Nice to meet you
I'm
too.
still never gonna be able to say your name right, James. Whatever the fuck that is. So I'm just gonna go with James.
He
Yeah, that's
doesn't
what I'm
know
gonna
what
roll
the
with.
Secludius trap is. Neither do I, though.
Yeah. It's
So
good to
you're-
see you, John.
Yeah, nice seeing you too.
Yeah. I'm
Bye.
mwolflit at Twitter.
I just shared one of his tweets to my feed, so
Yeah.
if you
I'm
want, if you find me,
Ukrainian Naruto.
I
as it
saw.
was. Yes, yes.
I'm
That's
following
my
you
previous
now.
profession. Oh, thank you. I will follow you back. It was a pleasure seeing y'all today.
Same here.
Let's hope we have a better year than we did last year.
Oh yeah.
well, hopefully, considering this is the most violent year in 6 years. Was.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in that regard, whatever. We'll compensate for it afterwards.
Yeah.
I just hope the violence is against the right people. All right.
It hasn't done really.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you all later. Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
Listen, I am the most Al Qaeda one here.
The hot dog seller who rose to the top of Putin's war machine. Now that guy looks like Smeagol.
that is true.
He looks like something like
He's from Wish.
nailed it. Yes, this is the creature I was thinking of. I think he looks more like this guy. This is like the troll from Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone.
Jesus.
I think he looks just
Oh
like
my god. Yeah, that's crazy.
CG was a little rough.
Wow, that looks horrible.
I still left it off.
He's got the face only a mother would love, right?
I don't know. Given his background for petty crime at such an age, I don't think even his mother loved him. It's sad.
Your
Oh,
mic
dear.
is getting all funky
Yeah.
again with the reverb.
He was a
Did you-
weird little guy.
Did you guys talk about the Houthis again?
Maybe like a little bit. I don't know. Yeah.
Possibly. Do we have
Oh.
more to say about them?
I don't know. Hopefully I wasn't too disjointed when I was on first because
Oh,
I was
no.
like food drunk. If that
Well, our
is-
plan was like just to like rope people in as we went along, and to keep going as long as people were watching
Yes, sir.
and people were here.
I actually James, right? James, Thucydides Trap Lord. I want to know what you thought about people like fomenting the idea of bombing Yemen.
Oh no, it's just a complete waste of money and time.
Yeah.
You got to get close to your mic. It's getting all crackle.
Bombing the Houthis is like just like a complete waste of money and time. They're not gonna care, right? Because the Houthis, they've been doing a bunch of mass dying on their own part for the past decade, and their numbers somehow increased. So, okay, the Iranians are just going to backfill whatever equipment that we do blow up. So that's sort of redundant. We're just spending, I don't know, probably like $1 billion, a few $1 billion worth of missiles, targeting shitty missiles. They're not quite shitty, but they're not like nowhere near as expensive.
Yeah.
and-
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's where I feel like that's like the modern day problem is that you can get like decent offensive weapons for pennies essentially when you compare it to like the Western stuff. And I don't know how we fix that because obviously like the interceptors are expensive as shit also. So I just don't know.
we need to do something similar, like I don't know what Ukraine's doing just with their drones.
Yeah, maybe.
We gotta make sure we buy James some AirPods to put in his ears.
Yes. I'd be willing to chip in for you to get a better whatever that hell setup you have.
Yeah, because like it was fine for a bit, but now it's just so hard to hear you.
You sound like you're reporting from the caves of Afghanistan. I mean,
Yeah. Honestly, Bin Laden had better audio.
yes.
Ugh. I felt my body temperature rise like 500 degrees. I got cooked there.
I mean, it's, you can literally use anything as long as it doesn't reverb into the mic.
Is that a gnome on your tree, dude? I mean, in the back? Your Christmas
Me?
tree. Yeah.
No, that's just like it's like a gnome's cap, I guess. But no,
Okay.
I think let me see. There's something going on. There's a nutcracker on that thing, but yeah, no gnomes.
Gnomes are evil anyway.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You know who's gnome pilled?
Who?
Here we go. Captain Gnome Pill. Most gnome pilled motherfucker around right here. This guy right here. That man is gnome pilled.
Oh my god. He does look like a gnome.
The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
His voice is not that intimidating, right? If I remember.
He's like, oh,
he sounds gentle and sweet and wouldn't hurt a fly and shit.
And then you look at this video, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I feel like there's kind of a shortage of intimidating voices nowadays. Like I can't really think of any like prominent figure that like sounds like a Giga Chad.
It's because they're putting the fluoride in the water.
Yeah. Yeah, they just
Uh,
they just don't build them like that nowadays.
I made this shitty thing a while back. This is actually him. I think he's more dwarf pilled than gnome pilled sometimes, and this was like me channeling his dwarf energy.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
He does
dude.
look a dwarf. Dwarf
Yeah.
king.
I just like used like the auto cutout, but I really wanted to have his whole like headdress swag going with the dwarf armor because he's so dwarf pilled.
I think
And gnome pilled.
actually Zaluzhny kind of has a cool voice. Like I remember he recorded like a recruitment ad or something, and he sounded pretty cool in that one. So we'll see. We'll see where we're gonna go with the new Ukrainian mobilization. By the way, do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Oh.
Don't know specific very well. What sort of range or age range? Are they expanding the age range?
I think so, but it's not like massively. Like they're not gonna start calling out like college kids. I think they might lower the age from like 27 to 25 or something like that.
Wait, it was at 27
Yeah.
this whole time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You had to be
They-
27 to be mobilized?
Yeah. Well, I mean, before that, you can get like summoned for conscript service, but they're not gonna send you to the front.
That's
So-
crazy. So pretty much all the guys who were mobilized were 30.
Yeah, that's why the like average age. Of,
That's
like,
smart though,
yeah.
using the old people first.
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, it's
'Cause now Russia's going to be down to their old people only.
it's kind of debatable because like I don't know. On the one hand, it's like you're preserving like the younger, the future of the country, so to speak. But then the older guys, they, a lot of them have like health problems, or they got kids, or whatever. So, I don't know. It's kind of on the kind of sort of purely like physical standpoint. It's hard to ascertain which strategies are superior, but in terms of like public morale, for sure, summoning older guys is less problematic because the deaths of younger people hit the public opinion really, really hard. And it was the same with Soviet Union and Afghanistan. It's the same with Ukraine. It was the same with Russia and
I was
Chechnya.
about to say this was a thing with one of the things with the Afghan war and stuff in the Soviet
Yeah.
Union, like Chechnya as well. The deaths of conscripts really hit harder than the deaths of regular soldiers for these conflicts.
But-
And like some people attribute the war in Afghanistan going the way it did to why the Soviet Union fell. I think those people are wrong, but it was like a significant like end pin in that like downfall of that nation.
Yeah. I think the Soviet Union, it was everything. It was the wheels fell off, the doors fell off, the steering wheel, just the whole thing.
It blew up.
Yeah, it's too many problems to name. But yeah, so basically, yeah, Ukraine is trying to mobilize another like 400, 500,000 people, allegedly. So we'll see whether how that's gonna go. I feel I am reasonably optimistic about it, although once again it's kind of hard to figure out what the demographic situation is nowadays because obviously 18% of the country is occupied. Some people dipped abroad, etc., etc. Some people just gonna hide inside the country.
What about also upscaling to advertise to internationals?
Maybe, but I
Have
don't
Have they been
know.
effective, the international troops at all?
Depends on which ones. Some
Georgia.
some are just LARPers, some are pretty good.
I mean, there's Al Qaeda guys there. Ex Al
Oh.
Qaeda guys in the Georgian nexus there, who they literally started the fight in Chechnya years ago, and fought, and then went to Syria to fight Russia there, and then like when the Chechen commander joined ISIS, he was like one of the big ones that went there to like fight Russia. Like people hated him for it. Like they were like basically just like, how could you do this to us? Why would you do this to like Chechnya? We fought so long together.
So the Al Qaeda guys in Ukraine, they're Chechens, right?
Yes, yeah.
For fighting
they're-
the Russians.
They're not Al Qaeda. They're like affiliated. So like they've done missions with Al Qaeda and
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chechens have a pretty large presence on both sides of the fence, which is, I mean, obviously a little bit surprising on the Ukrainian side at least, because obviously Chechnya is a part of Russia. But
they from what I've seen, they mainly have those types of units closer to Crimea.
maybe I guess I've never been the type to like track which units are where exactly. I feel like
That's just from what I've seen of like certain guys and where they were, but it's hard. They're also not going to be open about where they're putting, because like these guys, like this one Al Qaeda guy, that he's like the textbook example I show people when you talk about like terrorism. Because like he refuses to kill women, children. He's only committed terrorism against Assad and Russia, right?
What? So
like-
that sounds like my guy right there.
No. That's the thing is like it's like a defense of this type of thing, But he has a small unit, but they are labeled as terrorists because they fought alongside Al Qaeda against Assad, and so.
Can I
Go ahead.
ask? The Georgian troops, are they pretty effective? I guess.
As far as I'm aware, yes, they've always had a pretty good reputation. I guess
How
I
about-
can't speak to the exact details, but
I
yeah.
feel like the Americans have a crappy reputation over there because of James Vasquez
Oh, that's
Yeah, the Kurds. Yeah.
and Malcolm Nance, who
I don't think anybody's mad at Nance. Like he wasn't really. It's not like he was out there scamming people. He was mostly
No.
just posing, I guess, which is it's not really helpful. But he helped attract some attention to the cause. Whereas James Vasquez, he, especially closer to the end of it, he was really out of pocket. So
was he and Ripley's Heroes? Was Ripley's Heroes exposed also, or I've
I think so, yeah.
I think they got. There's definitely stuff that came out against them, but I think at least some of that was kind of eventually disproven. So I think like the whole thing about their nonprofit status. So they did end up getting said nonprofit status like a few months back. So at least that part was not correct in the initial accusations. But I'm not super tapped into that whole thing anymore.
This is my man right here. James knew who I'm talking about. This guy's the shit. I mean, I don't promote violence. I don't promote violent organizations.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
So this guy, Abdul Hakim Al Shashani, this is the guy I'm talking about. This guy is like the real deal. Like he is like
Can you send that to me?
Yeah, there's a really good interview with him from a blogger friend of mine who interviewed him in Syria as well that I can pull up. But yeah,
I found the article.
he is a very interesting guy, and so when they finally brought him to Ukraine, and he was trying to go for a while.
Oh,
I know that.
I've seen his picture.
Yeah,
He's so funny.
Yeah,
The
Chechens
Chechens
are
yeah.
super solid, as far as I'm aware.
Not the Kedyrovsky, of course.
Yeah.
well, like there's this whole thing where like they say that the Chechens will say that they're not true Chechens and stuff. You know, not my place, but
That's an inner Chechen thing. Not going to pick sides there, unless.
Yeah.
The Chechens are fascinating. I mean, because they've been all over the place. I mean, not just in Ukraine, but also obviously ISIS commanders for the Islamic State.
Yeah.
There was this one guy who looked like a Viking, and he was fighting for ISIS, and I forgot his name. I have to look him up.
Was it Omar Al Shashani?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've interviewed him.
Yeah, John got to tell him when he was.
He's an interesting guy, very polite and personable. Definitely don't want to meet him in person, and that's why I didn't. But it also then again, it could have just been somebody saying they were him. You know,
It was probably him.
Yeah, from what I've seen in all the interviews he's done, it was definitely probably him. And probably a big reason of why he got drone striked is because they could track a cell phone to his exact location. But like he also was the guy who was like the jihad is online, you know?
Oh yeah. Abu Amar al-Shishani.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the guy who looks like the Viking. And there was this other guy.
There's an interview with his dad.
Oh.
And it's very interesting. And it's just because his dad is like, you know, basically like, I don't know what happened to him. Like he didn't come from like a bad home or anything. And he's Georgian. So he's a Chechen in Georgia. So he was never really suffering in Chechnya like the other guys were, which is one of the reasons why they really didn't like him when he defected to ISIS. Whole lot of drama, but
yes, sir.
Yeah. So
all right, so I really gotta go because it's late as shit. But
yeah, we can wrap it up here.
We can do like one more question if you guys want.
Okay.
Let's do. Any topics anybody wants to talk about?
Well, we were just talking about terrorism in Ukraine. Who remembers the bridge bombing that they did?
Oh, the fucking awesome one.
You can talk about the Crimean.
Hey, bro, you're gonna get a truck. So, I said before with like the insurgency tactics and stuff. Obviously, not realistic to see a full-blown insurgency where Russia controls Kiev. But when are we going to start seeing like actual insurgents inside Russia tearing it down from within? Like how does that happen?
I guess to some extent it's already happening now.
Yeah, well, there's some Chechen units who even have went in there, and the one guys who are Vikings that we just talked about. You know,
yeah,
they're like not good people, but you know they're fighting in Russia, so I don't really care.
I guess if you want to talk about like full blown like decently big operations inside Russia. I want to say maybe once Ukraine has its own defense industry fully on rails, so that's sort of the negative feedback from the West, kind of in regards to those operations does not kind of fuck things up. So that would be my guess. But also maybe they'll just because FPV drones are so good, so maybe they'll just toss 100 here, 100 there, and then boom, things are exploding all over Russia. So we'll see. Let's see.
Oh, I have one more question. I thought Putin for sure was dying of cancer or something, and he's still alive.
Yeah,
I mean,
I remember this.
It looks like I don't know. He's been looking kind of sickly for a while now, but he's holding on. I don't know.
These
Maybe
people
He's
never
holding on
die.
by spite, right? Just
yeah. But it's just like I don't know. Like how long is this gonna continue before someone's like, all right, just fuck this dude. Like, come on. It's bigger men have gotten tossed out of the Kremlin before, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't really get it.
So I'm picturing one day somebody's gonna Scooby Doo club him in the back of the head.
Yeah.
It's gonna make a noise and everything. Like the like.
Especially like because like after the Priggy thing, like, bro, like first of all, he showed you that internal security in Russia ain't shit. Basically, second is that nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's actually loyal to Putin. Like it's not like anybody was out there, fighting him. And three is that you remember when he was leaving Rostov, it's like people were like cheering for him. They were like chanting his name and shit. So it's like, come on, seriously. So like none of you guys want that same fame that Priggy
and
had.
like it's so funny because like Putin is like terrified constantly.
Yeah.
Nobody is more scared every day of their life than that man. Like, look at his table. And like he doesn't leave Russia. He won't go to any of these international meetings because he's scared that he's gonna, like that Turkish diplomat.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
He's scared something like that's gonna happen.
I would. I don't know what I would do with myself if Putin went out like that.
It would be nuts if that happened.
Beautiful.
Like
oh my god.
Actual political assassinations are rare outside of Pakistan.
or Japan. I mean, having Japan.
What do you mean by political assassinations? Because obviously the opposition in Russia is largely dead or in prison.
Just somebody walks up to him and just. I mean, look at what the stuff that happened in Pakistan. Like Japan is another.
Yeah, I think Pakistan is like uniquely shitty.
Something
but,
like that. If like what happened in Japan, they heard a shot and they turned around and was like, what? It got hit again,
yeah.
Like Japan, it was like there was no countermeasures to something like that. It was so out of the ordinary. Putin is too paranoid to even snipe, like you like poison. He literally has people test his food for him, like that,
Yeah.
He's scared of everything.
But also, the drones, man. I don't know if there's like a good counter for them. I guess they do like the whatever Putin's guard. They keep anti-drone guns on them nowadays. I know that, but I don't know.
Hey guys.
I mean, I feel like those are kind of dog shit. So
Can I interject that Japan is trending right now because they were hit with a 7.6 magnitude earthquake.
Ooh.
And that the coast is under tsunami watch for a lot of prefectures apparently facing the Sea of Japan. Just wanted to tell you that.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Happy 2024, guys.
Breaking news.
Jesus.
Damn. No, there was one time I was on the West Coast. I was in like Seattle, and we got hit with an earthquake.
On the side towards China and Korea, though. It's not on the side where it got hit, where the nuclear plant exploded.
Yeah, but one time, like I got hit with an earthquake while I was in the shower. So I'm like in there, like soaping up, and I'm like, all right, fuck it. If I die, I die. can't fucking just run out there and just butt ass naked like this.
Oh
So
God.
yeah, no, it was a pretty funny moment.
Well, that's so funny. Hey, just to interject, the other Viking Chechen I was thinking about was Muslim Abu Walid al-Shishani.
Yeah, he just died.
I thought he
He
died in
died.
2021.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's like just the other day. You know, that's not that long
Now
ago.
that guy
He was one of the last like 3 big guys though.
yes. He was very
Another
charismatic.
George and Chad.
Yes. He was
Hmm.
very charismatic and kind of cute. Sorry to say.
No.
For basically a hardline fucking insane person.
Well, I think he was actually Al Qaeda too.
Oh, shit.
He kind of
Please
like
don't tell the CIA what I just said.
he kind of looks like an Orthodox priest almost.
Yeah, he just he's for a terrorist, he's pretty handsome. I mean,
Ooh.
God.
I mean, I think Bin
Because
Laden was pretty good.
I saw him
you know?
talking in his videos on YouTube, and he would just be like, just moseying around, like talking to the camera, and there'd be like bombs going off, and he's like, whatever, and very Chad like behavior.
Yeah, we got to do a terrorist attractiveness tier list.
No,
I mean, we have
God.
we have a terrorist tier list.
Okay.
A terrorist what?
We
Tier list.
we did a tier list ranking terrorist groups.
Okay. I wanted to compare terrorist groups to different rap collectives or rappers because that would be like a really great.
What would Kanye be?
Oh my
I'm
God.
Shinriko.
Hamas.
Hamas, yeah, not maybe Hamas, yeah.
No, because I felt like the reason why I brought up the rap comparison is that ever since Hamas hit Israel on October 7th, you have all these like different terrorist groups who are trying to clout chase, so to speak. You got the Houthis who are like, hey, how about us? Look at us, motherfuckers. Yeah. And then Hezbollah's like, yeah, we're tough too, guys. Look,
Yeah.
We're not going to do the terrorist hottie list. That would just...
Can we?
No.
I can do it.
I have a submission.
I can do it.
Okay.
I fully endorse it.
You know how much hate mail we'd probably get, or love letters.
Oh my God! Yeah, I
Especially
gotta.
from the ISIS groupies, like the girls who went over.
Oh yeah.
I'm just thinking about those girls who just got lured into the ISIS caliphate.
Oh, it was crazy.
God, what the fuck?
The fact that like they're still
Oh yeah, this
the camps that exist right now that they can't do anything about, and the UN is like, well, you're not a country, we're not going to help you. And it's like, are you fucking serious? Like, take your people back and prosecute them in your own country. What is wrong with you? Like, why are you just letting them like able to reactivate in Syria? You're so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, some guy in comments section said, I feel like people are getting assassinated in India and we just don't hear about it.
True. I mean, didn't India just kill somebody? I was joking.
Canada?
Yeah, to rap on something. So when that shit happened, I go, Canada? You mean political assassination land? Like
I was like, okay,
famously, asylum seekers never get murdered in Canada, only commit suicide.
No, but for real, when I heard it was in Canada and it was a Sikh activist, I was like, and then people are saying India, and I'm like, motherfucker, have you seen what's been happening in India? These guys make China look like, you know how people talk about how, you hurt our feelings in China, and but the Indians, the PJP, they're like really extremely thin-skinned and like especially on Twitter.
Yeah, but Canada though, Canada is like a lot of refugees end up going to Canada instead of America.
Oh yeah,
like a political asylum, and these people constantly get assassinated, and they're just like, oh, they fell off a boat.
Yeah, I think Canada is
No
like
investigation.
taking like basically as many immigrants in absolute numbers as America does, which is crazy. So
So the joke was that like everyone is mad at India because they fucked it up by killing somebody too prominent this time.
Oh yeah,
'Cause,
they
like,
did.
yeah.
there's so many like because like I get connected to a lot of like human rights movements and stuff. And so a lot of these people are minorities in authoritarian countries protesting for their right, and that's why they're on political asylum. And these people will end up killing themselves in Canada,
Quote
like
unquote killing
falling off a
themselves.
boat, and then there's no investigation, and then they like the authorities want to like steal the body and not know where it's buried. You know, they do the like we're not going to tell you where the funeral is, so because they don't want to cause a incident in our protest. So they basically fuck the family around and then like bury them in like an unmarked grave. Yeah, exactly. We'll leave it here. They do live in Canada.
But I love Canada. Canada's
Ca-
great. How could
Somebody was
anybody?
a Canadian nationalist today. Can you imagine being a nationalist in Canada?
All right,
But
folks.
Canada's so beautiful.
I got to head out. I gotta go to
Okay.
sleep. It's
I'm pressing end
3:45
screen.
over here on the East Coast. So.
Well,